Volume 7, Chapter 300 Meeting with Dark Earl, Part 1. A luxurious carriage drawn by 4 horn horses, which were actually domestic rare-rank magic beasts, was slowly making its way into the massive gates of the Dark Castle. The Dark Castle was designed like a medieval castle with pristine black stones, and there were dark guards of the Dark City patrolling on the walls, while some were standing straight on their posts with all kinds of cannons and war machines. Watching all this setting closely was Jacob, who sat inside the carriage with his scrutinous gaze. After he entered the noble circle, this carriage was waiting for him right outside the station, which was naturally arranged by the Dark Earl. Jacob, as a guest, can't reject this gesture if he doesn't want to appear rude toward the Dark Earl. If he didn't have a personal motive for meeting with Hallberg, he might have considered it. Furthermore, Jacob found the noble circle like the capital of some kingdom, as it was completely different from the common and inner circles of the Dark City. There weren't many people on the streets, and those who were present were wearing the armor of the Dark City. The buildings here were made with high-quality materials, and the architectural designs were marvelous. Anyone who had never experienced the Circle of Nobles would feel apprehensive pressure from this place. However, Jacob has many deals with nobles in his old life. Even some countries' kings were his business partners, so he wasn't pressured at all. On the contrary, he felt somewhat nostalgic while entering the Dark Castle. A very deep memory surfaced in his mind when he had just started making waves in the weaponry industry. A middle-aged man with scholarly air stood in front of Jacob, who was in his late 20s, saying meaningfully, "Mr. Steve, I heard you have a promising proposal for our noble household, and I'm grateful that you chose us first over all other organizations." Jacob replied with a hint of apprehension while looking at his middle-aged man, "Your Highness, I'm also grateful for this meeting. About the project, I would like to change my mind on this. I'm not willing to hand over the full rights of my invention, but I want to enter a cooperating partnership with your company." He sounds even respectful as well as unsettled. The middle-aged man's eyes turned somewhat cold as he said, "Is our offer not to your liking, Mr. Steve?" "No, it's not like this. I'm extremely flattered by your Highness's offer," Jacob sheepishly said, "but I don't want to stop here. I think I can do more, and your company is one of the paramount companies in the weaponry industry. If you give me this chance, I can assure you that I can make it the only paramount in the world." The middle-aged man was startled by Jacob's words, and a chuckle escaped his mouth. "Mr. Steve, I like your ambition, but trust me, I like where my company is right now. As for you entering a partnership with my company, although your friction killer is a groundbreaking invention, it's not at the level where you enter a partnership with our company. I'm pretty sure anyone in my position would tell you the same. You see, Mr. Steve, in the weapon business, what matters is who has more firepower. Unless you discovered a way to make atomic bullets or a gun that can rapidly fire your friction killer bullets, no one would take a risk at our level. Of course, if you want a job, I can offer you one as one of our chief science executives. We'll talk about partnership when you have someone more practical to offer, not a dream. Dreams do not make money, Mr. Steve." Jacob's hopeful eyes visibly dimmed before they turned cold. He looked at the middle-aged man, who now had clear disdain in his eyes. He nodded. "It was indeed a mistake on my part to propose such an absurd notion. I beg your pardon, Your Highness Victor, I'll take my leave now." Victor took at Jacob, who stood up, and he had no intention of stopping him. He said at this moment, "About your friction killer bullets, although they are astonishing, they can be reverse-engineered. This is the main reason you can't make an impact on the weapon industry." Jacob's figure trembled ever so slightly, but he didn't turn around and merely nodded and walked away before saying, "I'll keep that in mind, Your Highness." "Heh?" Jacob snapped out of that memory with a scoff as the carriage was stopped. A dark guard opened the door before he solemnly stated, "Esteemed guest, we are here." Jacob nodded before he disembarked the carriage and found himself standing in front of a grand entrance. His eyes landed on a 4-feet masked person with a burly build. However, his long, thick beard was still quite visible, which made it quite clear he was a man. He was wearing blue attire while standing on both sides were 2 giants. One was 3.7 meters tall with a masculine build and deep scars over his face, and big fiery eyes exempt from any emotion. He wore a fully gray battle armor. While the other was a 2.9-meter-tall giant woman wearing black battle armor. She had an oval face, long black hair, and blue eyes, which were filled with scrutiny as she looked at Jacob's hooded figure. Jacob's eyes fell over the giant male and he thought, he must be the Dark Earl. However, he was astonished when the little man started walking toward him and those giants followed behind. He completely ignored him because he didn't give him any sense of danger despite his noble demeanor. "Ha ha ha, I didn't think you would come earlier than you told me to." Hallberg laughed heartedly as he greeted Jacob. "So he is the Dark Earl, a dwarf." Jacob recognized Hallberg's voice and found it quite strange that a dwarf was the most powerful person in the Dark City. It was quite an eye-opener for him. Still, his eyes were hidden, so those three didn't notice any of his expressions. Jacob then nodded in acknowledgement. I hope I didn't intrude on His Excellency's peace. Are you kidding? I'm glad you've decided to come early. Hallbergs candidly said, let me introduce you to these two nobles and also my good friends. This buff guy is Dark Viscount Stonehammer, and this lovely lady here is Dark Viscount Water Wave. These two would be the strongest duo of our Dark City, of course, if I didn't include Sir Faceless Ancient. I hope you don't mind if they join us for a meal today. Jacob nodded in acknowledgement toward the two giants, but only met with their cold gazes, especially Water Wave, as if she was holding some kind of grudge against him. E Alpha G L E S N letter 1D0 F new EL, but Jacob didn't give a damn about their feelings and was only giving Hallberg a face. He had killed many giants, and their physical appearance now had little effect on him. If your excellency's territory, anything goes as long as you're okay with it, Jacob coolly stated. Hallberg also noticed the giant's lack of response. A hint of unhappiness flashed past his eyes, but he couldn't embarrass the dark nobles in front of outsiders, so he pretended not to see it. He kept him here for a reason, and as long as they won't cross a certain line, he'll let them be. So he replied to Jacob in an amicable manner, just call me Hallberg, and I hope to call you Jack as well. I don't like pleasantries as long as it's fine with you, that is. I don't mind. Jacob nodded as he found Hallberg's attitude genuine, not like Otto, who gave him a strange, alarming feeling as if he was watched by a snake. Hallberg then beckoned Jacob inside while saying enthusiastically, let's go, I have arranged a feast. Chapter 301 Meeting with Dark Earl, Part 2. Within a lavish dining hall, a huge table filled with all kinds of dishes and beverages was meticulously arranged. Hallberg, followed by Jacob, and the two giants entered the hall, followed by some masked maidservants. Every servant working within the castle wasn't allowed to reveal his/her face, nor were they allowed to talk with anyone outside the Dark Castle without the Dark Earl's permission. This was done to make sure no one had any inside information on the city administrator, and the Dark Rose made sure of it. The Dark City puts the safety of its own nobles first, as well as guards the secrets known by these nobles. Especially a city administrator, who has the most knowledge about the Dark City and some secrets that Dark nobles won't know unless they have city administrator authority. Jacob looked at the table full of all kinds of meat, and the aromas emitting from them were quite appetizing. He could also tell all that meat belonged to Extrodian Retirminus 6 magic beasts and was made with at least intermediate type -1 ingredients. As for those beverages, their intoxicating scent was evidence of their being intermediate type -1 quality at least. He had to admit, Hallberg really meant it when he said he was going to hold a feast, and this feast was the best beast anyone could get in the Rare Plains or even in the Dark City. With Hallberg's amiable attitude up till now, Jacob felt this guy might be sincere about meeting him. But he knew things could turn ugly within a moment, especially when he still had no idea why Hallberg had contacted him and even invited him into the noble circle, and those two giants could be seen as his bodyguards. So it was quite clear Hallberg was also quite careful of him, especially with his current reputation. Trust me, Jack, this meat is the best I could arrange in haste. If you had told me a day before your arrival, I could have done more, Hallberg sighed ruefully. But his made the giant's eyes spasmed while Jacob gave him a side eye and said, then I'm glad I didn't. Ha ha ha, so you do have humor, huh? Hallberg chuckled as he pointed Jacob to his seat right beside his main seat, please. Thank you, Jacob nodded before he sat down, and Hallberg sat right beside him. The two giants sat on the right and left. Stonehammer sat close to Jacob while Water Wave was close to Hallberg. Jacob didn't mind those two vigilant gazes, and he thought of something and said to Hallberg, I prepared a gift for you. Do you mind if I take it out? Since Hallberg was being so considerate and showing him respect despite his superior status and background, he didn't want to be seen as someone with a lack of respect. He liked to treat people as they treated him. Of course, things would have been different if he had ulterior motives. Especially in Hallberg's case, he wanted to buy something from him. But he was treating him like a guest and even holding this luxurious feast, so he would be slapping the guy in the face by bringing up his purpose. Lastly, Jacob wanted to see something in the sham of this gift. The two giants' eyes flashed in wariness as they looked at Hallberg with meaningful looks. When they heard the same faceless ancient who was the person behind the massacre over 8 days ago were coming here to meet with Hallberg, their first reaction was this was an insane idea. Hallberg was taking a huge risk by inviting a tiger into his house. Even they weren't sure if they could survive the siege of over 500 trained warriors, but Jacob did, and he even killed them all. In the end, Hallberg was adamant about meeting with Jacob since he had his own reasons, so he asked them to stay as well. In the end, they agreed, but they wanted to confiscate Jacob's items, especially if he had a space ring, since it would be too dangerous to allow him to keep it. However, Hallberg rejected this idea as he knew this would be rude to Jacob, and he might not even agree to it and made Jacob even more vigilant, which he didn't want. Although it was dangerous to let Jacob keep his stuff, Hallberg knew if Jacob wanted to act, he might not even need anything. Those over 500 deaths and Jacob coming here without seeming to be mortally wounded was quite clear that among the living, he was probably the most powerful person in the Rare Plains at this moment. So it didn't matter if they took his space ring or not. It would be a lie to say that Hallberg wasn't fearful of Jacob, but he has thoroughly studied this mysterious man called Faceless Ancient, and he found that he never acted against anyone unless they provoked him first. Or he wasn't foolish enough to invite him here if he thought that Jacob was a bloodthirsty killer who killed as he pleased. Like everyone else, he also thought when he called him that Jacob would be wounded and might not even agree to meet him until his wounds healed. But to his astonishment, Jacob agreed to his meeting in 10 days, which could only mean he was most likely recovered from that battle. So it didn't matter if he was wounded or not since he was fine after that kind of massacre. This means he had the means to recover fast and preserve his life. After meeting with Jacob, Hallberg was even more sure that Jacob wasn't as his image had been portrayed by those events around him. Although he was arrogant, he showed appropriate manners when he needed to, and his arrogance came with his strength. E alpha G L E S N letter 1D0F nu EL, if those two giants did not feel threatened and apprehensive by Jacob's achievement, they would have never behaved like well-mannered nobles. The giants were arrogant by nature, and they only respected strength. Jacob has strength, so they were not taking any inappropriate action that could offend him despite the fact that they have their reasons not to trust or even hold a grudge against him. Now that he brings up this gift, they feel alarmed but don't jump the guns and look at Hallberg since it was his call. Let's see it. Hallberg smiled and nodded as he allowed it. In his eyes, Jacob didn't need to seek his permission to bring something out, but he did, which means Jacob knew what they all felt about him and took those feelings into consideration. It was enough to prove that he wasn't just a killer. As an alchemist himself, Hallberg knew how a mind of an alchemist works, and they only do things logically, not driven by killing intent. Jacob's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint before he nodded and flipped his hand with a space ring on his middle finger. The next moment, a 2-foot gray disc appeared in his hand covered in a silver sheen, and it was half an inch thick like it was an ordinary disc. But it actually wasn't because this was one of the 2 discs Jacob found from the first 2 legendary descendant mutants he killed. Although Jacob was sure those guys were from the Killer Skull Society. He just wanted to make sure that someone else wasn't involved, especially after today's assassination attempt right outside the Dark City. Because only Hallberg knew he was going to come back to Dark City, and he hoped it was all just a big coincidence because if it wasn't. Chapter 302 Meeting with Dark Earl, Part 3. Looking at the gray disc in Jacob's hand, the 2 giants frowned with unkind expressions since they found that disc extremely ordinary. But they didn't comment because, with Jacob's current status, they didn't think he would bring out such an insulting gift for the Dark Earl. Furthermore, a magic treasure's true worth could only be found when it was channeled with magic energy. Some magic treasures could appear extremely ordinary, and only a true alchemist could tell them apart with their discreet eyes. As for Stone Hammer and Water Wave, they were not alchemists like Jacob and Hallberg, so they thought it was some kind of extraordinary treasure with special functions, and Hallberg might know what it was. However, what they heard next made them astonished. Hallberg looked at the disc curiously before he looked at Jacob and asked amusingly, "What kind of treasure is this?" Jacob was looking at Hallberg's eyes like a hawk all time as well as the giant's reactions, and as long as these guys were at the terrifying level of hiding their true expression and controlling their eyes on a whim, he knew these 3 had no idea what this disc was. So it was just the Killer Skull Society then. Or they might be involved and had never even seen this disc before. Or I'm simply thinking too much, and the society may be laying in wait outside the Dark City just in case I come back, and it has nothing to do with the Dark City or the Dark Earl. Jacob thought as over half of his doubts related to his assassination about the Dark Earl vanished. Still, it was a lost cause. Unless he could read their minds or tell them about the assassins, he would not find anything this way. Nevertheless, he decided to let it go for now as he should be focused on the main purpose he was for. Once he got what he needed, he would be long gone from the Rare Plains, leaving everything behind. Furthermore, taking this disc out has another purpose. Jacob was curious about this thing himself, and he tried activating it, but there wasn't any switch or activation sequence. So he knew this disc was fueled by magic energy, which was quite frustrating. Still, since he had 2 of them and he couldn't seem to use them yet, he decided to show one to Hallberg as he heard he was also an alchemist and a very good one at that. But he also seemed not to have seen it before he took it out. This is a special treasure that can help you take flight in the sky as long as you pour your magic power into it. As for its other functions, I'll let you explore them on your own. Sometimes mysteries made things more attractive. Jacob impassively stated as he put the disc in front of Hallberg. What? Such treasure exists in rare plains. Hallberg's eyes visibly twinkled when he heard about this fascinating treasure. It was quite clear he really didn't know about this disc, not to mention it was capable of taking flight. The rare plains didn't have aircraft despite having cars, which were quite strange in Jacob's mind. But he didn't put much thought into it, as it wasn't his problem since he could move between the places just fine. But these discs were quite novel since they could make people fly with magic power, and they could be very handy. Alas, Jacob couldn't enjoy this luxury right now since he had the machine but no fuel to run it, which was quite frustrating sometimes. Even those giants looked quite intrigued by the description of this ordinary-looking disc. Just its function of flight is enough to make it a unique treasure in the rare plains, so Jack, I won't reject this gift. But it's too precious, so don't hold back if you need anything from me. Hallberg happily stated as he picked up the disc, and he was astounded when he found just how lightweight it was. All right, let's eat first before I try it out. I can't wait. Hallberg stowed it away, and Jacob didn't reject his arrangement, and he felt it was worth trading that one disc if he could get materials from Hallberg. The masked maidservants were waiting for Hallberg's exact words and started to serve. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Jacob, who was concealing his appearance even more meticulously than Hallberg. Jacob sensed the atmosphere as it was quite clear if he wanted to eat, he had to reveal his face, but he didn't do so just because he was under the spot. He turned his face toward Hallberg and said meaningfully, "Shall we?" Hallberg wasn't a fool, as he knew what Jacob was implying. He was clearly asking him to remove his mask as well, which was quite audacious of him. Still, Jacob wasn't someone who was going to hesitate when his words held some authority. "Heh, of course, or do you think I'm going to watch you guys enjoy those precious ales?" Hallberg sneered jollily before he removed his mask, revealing his beard face, which was as Jacob imagined it to be. Jacob then didn't chuckle slightly before the mask under his hood vanished, and he took off his hood as well, revealing his maimed face. Furthermore, his hair was blonde and his ears were pointy. Jacob had thought that he might have to show his face in this place, and the occasion might be one where he could not reject it unless he wanted to make things grim between the Dark Earl and himself. So he prepared his golden elf disguise just in case. The only unexpected touch was his charred left eye socket, which made his handsome face less attractive and scarier, something he appreciates at any time. Just as he thought, those three were quite startled seeing the mysterious faceless ancient was an elf, which shouldn't be possible since a golden elf could never be this powerful. So they all thought he had a terrifying secret. As for his maimed eye, they thought less of it, as scars among warriors were considered akin to honorable symbols. "Your eyes, it's not permanent, right?" Hallberg couldn't help but ask at this moment. "Yes, it was an unfortunate encounter," Jacob coolly replied. A peculiar glint flashed past Hallberg's eyes before he didn't stir that topic anymore and said, "All right, let's eat." Chapter 303 Meeting with Dark Earl 4. After the short conversation with Hallberg, the meal went without any important topics discussed, and everyone seemed to be enjoying that table of sumptuous delicacies. Jacob, in particular, didn't have such a meal for a while now, and the ale especially made me comment on its unique, intoxicating flavor that he never had tasted before. Accepting his praise, Hallberg revealed that he had brewed this ale himself, and it was kind of his favorite hobby, which was definitely a dwarf thing. However, as time passed, the three hosts were surprised by Jacob's appetite, which seemed endless. Even the giants couldn't eat so much high-nutrition meat since it would be difficult to digest even with their powerful digested system. Still, the giants were known for their big appetite and most powerful digested system and physiques, yet here they were, looking at Jacob dumbfoundedly. In the end, everyone was speechless as over half of that 20-meter table filled with all kinds of dishes was cleaned up by Jacob, and they wondered how this guy wasn't exploding. "You can really eat," Hallberg commented without holding back his amazement. "I must admit, I didn't have such a meal in a very long time, so I hope you don't think little of me," Jacob impassively said as he cleaned his mouth with a napkin despite the fact that he could probably eat far more than just that one table. But Jacob knew they might freak out if they knew he could eat more, so he was satisfied with this much. At least it was far better than eating everything and anything raw. Ha ha ha. This is the best comment a host could get from his guest, and I'm really glad I can satisfy your taste buds. Besides, I know we alchemists rarely have enough time to tend to ourselves, much less enjoy these kinds of meals, so I can relate to your feelings. Hallberg chuckled candidly. The two giants hadn't spoken a word since the start of their meeting with Jacob, as they were silently observing as if they weren't here at all. But they were now starting to feel different about the elf called Faceless Ancient. Jacob merely nodded as he understood the last part about not being able to enjoy a meal with others if someone was obsessed with research. Once you realized all the work you give away your entire life for was going to vanish with your life, you're starting to realize just what you missed. Jacob suddenly lamented, All right, I'm full, let's go for a walk. I'll show you the dark castle as well, for we can try this gift of yours. I can't stop thinking about it. What do you think? Hallberg excitedly asked. Jacob naturally had no objection as things were going fine with Hallberg, so he decided to let them progress as they were. So he nodded, and they all left the dining hall under Hallberg's lead. Hallberg was walking beside Jacob in the big hallways of the dark castle while he showed off the same precious antiques and told history related to those items to Jacob, while those two giants followed quietly from behind. Jacob only listened attentively as he didn't know much about the history of this world. Still, he soon lost interest since the so-called history related to those items was all about the dark city of the rare plains, not actually about the world. For some reason, there wasn't any history of this place anywhere, which was quite unusual. The only information available was from the beginning of the Freedom Plains, and before that, everything was almost blank. While talking, Hallberg led the group into an open field that had an open battle ring as well as many weapon shelves placed around it. This is my private training ground where I can let loose once in a while whenever I am fed up with my research, Hallberg jokingly introduced. Jacob nodded, no bad. Hallberg then quickly took out the gray disc as he looked eager to try it. The giants also looked quite interested in that disc, which seemed to be capable of flight. Jacob himself wanted to see its functions up close and made some countermeasures if those guys decided to show up again from the air next time. This disc was the only useful thing he had on that group of assassins, and it seemed unique to them since not even the Dark Earl knew about it. So I just need to pour my magic energy into it, Hallberg asked. Jacob clearly had no idea if it worked or not. However, he still nodded as it was most likely the case since there wasn't any kind of mechanism on it to start, and his crafter's intuition shouldn't be wrong, especially after he learned magic smiting and had knowledge of rune artificer. Hallberg didn't find any falsehood in Jacob's words, and he didn't have any reason to doubt Jacob providing him with false information on the item he had just gifted him away. He was going to use his magic power when Water Wave suddenly stopped him, as she appeared right in front of him and said impassively, "Your Excellency, let me try it first. It should be dangerous to fly, and we still don't know if this thing has a protective function for its user to keep him from falling or its max speed. I don't think Mr. Ancient has any other intention of keeping this information on himself, except to give His Excellency some thrill of novel experience. But as your advisor today, I can't allow you to try something this dangerous. So please just let me test it first, and this way you will also know how it works and won't face any threat or an accident. What do you think, Mr. Ancient? I mean, not offensive, but I hope you understand Dark Earl is too important for the Dark City, and we can't let some unfortunate accident happen to him." Water Wave's tone was exempt from any emotion as she looked at Jacob. Jacob looked deeply at the giant woman, and he could feel her vigilance and a faint hostility toward him, and he had this feeling from the start that she held some kind of grudge against him. Still, what she just said makes a lot of sense, and she pointed out really major threats to Hallberg if this disc didn't have those functions. Jacob didn't think about it much since he thought they could easily avoid falling or could balance themselves by using some sort of magic, but it seemed it wasn't the case at all. Jacob was still quite oblivious about how magic energy worked since he didn't have any, and his point of view was different from those who had it. So, it could be understandable if he overlooked these important points. As for Hallberg, he didn't think Jacob would try to harm him, and he also had his own way of protecting himself from falling. More importantly, he won't try to take flight on this disc right away before testing it. He wasn't a fool, but Water Wave still brought it up, which was akin to looking down on his own intellect while also doubting Jacob's kind intention behind this gift. Even Stone Hammer thought this was quite excessive since he also didn't think Jacob would try to do anything to Hallberg after that meal. They had, as he's been showing, proper restraint. Still, Water Wave's points were valid, and he also thinks that Hallberg shouldn't be this trusting to someone who they met just over an hour ago. "I don't mind," Jacob replied without many expressions on his face. But deep down, he now started to feel uneasy about giving away this untested treasure to the Dark Earl just to quench his own curiosity and test the other party's intentions. Still, he would do it again if he had to, since it was important to know the involvement of the Dark Earl in that assassination, despite the result, were not what he expected. But Jacob still believed that there wasn't anything wrong with this treasure as they were being used just fine when he picked them up after killing their owners. And he didn't believe they had any chance to do anything to these discs since he killed them instantly. Hallberg, on the other hand, frowned slightly while giving Water Wave an unhappy look as he found this insult toward his guest. Still, he didn't want to berate Water Wave as she was one of his dark nobles, but he decided to give her a piece of his mind when they were alone. As for now, he gave her the disc with a stiff expression and said, "You better not break it." Of course, Water Wave nodded without any emotion in her eyes before she took the disc from Hallberg's hand. "Please step back," After the three got a few feet away, she finally activated it and poured blue magic energy into the disc, and it suddenly shimmered in a blue hue and Chapter 304 Meeting with Dark Earl 5. After the three got a few feet away, she finally activated it and poured blue magic energy into the disc. It suddenly shimmered in a blue hue, and almost instantly it started to float in front of Water Wave. The gray disc now shimmered in a blue hue under Water Wave's water element magic energy. Hallberg muttered while looking at the disc with shining eyes, "How fascinating." Water Wave then tried to control it, and she was shocked when she found that just as he willed to move it below with her magic, the disc seemed to react to her thought and shimmered faintly before it slowly descended toward her feet and only stopped when it was only an inch away from her touching the ground. She then couldn't help but glance at Jacob with a strange glint in her eyes, and when she saw he was as dismissive as before, coldness surfaced in her heart. "You shouldn't keep Lord Dark Earl waiting." It was Stone Hammer who said coldly at this moment. His words contained a strange type of warning in them while he looked at her meaningfully. "Don't do anything stupid." This is what he wanted to convey, but it was unknown if Water Wave got it or not. She inhaled sharply before she stepped on the disc, and she was even more astonished when she found that the disc remained completely stable as it didn't even flinch under her weight. Then something fascinating happened. The blue hue on the disc suddenly started to rise and covered Water Wave's feet, and she instantly felt that her feet seemed to have embedded in the disc as she couldn't even flinch them. But it didn't end there, as she felt more magic power suddenly start to enter the disc as if it was out of her control, and that blue hue kept rising over her body until it completely encased her within. Under everyone's scrutinous eyes, the moment the blue hue encased her entirely, she suddenly vanished. Jacob, who was watching this, thought grimly, "So these things also have stealth function, and even I can't sense her anymore. Moreover, this thing seemed to be extremely precious, and I just gave it away as a gift. But I can't use it anyway, and it was worth the reconnaissance provided by these guys, as well as now Hallberg would think I have a terrifying backing since I can bring out this kind of thing as a mere gift. Things are still in my favor. The only problem is I just got to know the Killer Skull Society has these kinds of terrifying weapons at their disposal, and I just happened to piss them off enough that they are now unleashing them on me." The more he thought about how he almost got killed, the more he felt he was still not out of the wood. At this moment, Hallberg couldn't contain his curiosity and yelled, "All right, I've seen enough and it's clearly safe. Now hand it over, it's my turn." He was really alarmed by the stealth effect of that disc, and as an alchemist himself, he knew that treasure could probably be rivaled by Typemanus 2 treasures. When he thought about how Jacob gave away such a precious gift, he felt even more alarmed by Jacob's unknown means. Just who is he, and how the hell can he have this kind of weapon at his disposal? Is he got this from the rumored champion shop, or he found some ancient ruin? He might have a mysterious background that no one is aware of. Whichever the case is, he's worth having as a friend than an enemy. If he had another this kind of disc, then I'm afraid he's invincible in the rare plains, and maybe this is the secret behind the massacre over a week ago. The more Hallberg thought this way, the more he felt he was right and felt even more respectful and apprehensive of the man standing beside him. He was now sure that if Jacob wanted him dead, there was nothing that could stop him from doing not even his city's best combatants. So it was meaningless to keep testing him since it might just ruin everything if they got on Jacob's nerves. "Why aren't you deactivating the disc?" He frowned when he saw Water Wave still didn't appear despite his command. Stone Hammer felt something amiss when Water Wave still didn't appear, and he looked at Jacob and coldly asked, "Can that thing really be turned off?" Jacob gave him an impassive answer. "Since it can turn on, it can naturally turn off. It's all come down to the person who is riding over it." However, he wasn't sure about this either, but he won't admit it and continued to observe without showing his true intentions. This answer, however, made both Stonehammer and Hallberg thought of other possibilities, and their expressions started to cloud. "She dared to bugger off with it." Hallberg couldn't help but say it out loud with disbelief. "No, it's not possible. We both know her. She's a rational person, and besides, if she dared to rob you in broad daylight, the Dark City would not let her off. She will lose everything she accumulated in her entire life for a mere treasure. It's not worth it." Stonehammer tried to defend Water Wave as he had known her for decades, but when he thought about something, he glanced at Jacob and couldn't help but feel his blood run cold. No, she won't do it. Just as he was giving himself a false sense of security, he suddenly felt death looming from his racial battle instinct. But this feeling only lasted for a mere moment before it vanished. Still, his entire body was frozen on the spot despite knowing that terrifying feeling was gone, and this was also evident that he didn't feel wrong at all. He just felt death was imminent, but then it disappeared. But he clearly felt the source of it, and when he shakily turned his head towards it, he was horrified when he saw Jacob was now clenching air with one hand. Jacob's deadly cold voice sounded at this moment as he looked in the air. "Are you seeking death?" Chapter 305 Meeting with Dark Earl 6. "Are you seeking death?" Just as Jacob's chilly voice trailed off, he yanked his hand, which was clenching the air, and the next moment, a suffocating shrill rang before Water Wave's figure materialized in everyone's view. The shimmering blue disc under her feet also lost its luster and fell on the ground, as well as a short purple sword fell with it. If he hadn't used his 15x acceleration for a moment and reacted fast, she would have stabbed him in the head, which was not something Jacob would take kindly after the event a few hours ago. However, Hallberg nor Stonehammer paid any attention to the disc as they looked at the Water Wave's pale face as she struggled under Jacob's grip and was on the verge of suffocating to death. She was like a mannequin under Jacob's grip, which was about to lose its head. But Jacob didn't kill her since it would make the matter end. He wanted to know why the hell this woman, who he had never seen before, wanted to take a shot at his life. Not to mention she did it right in front of Hallberg and in the Dark City. It was a huge risk that only a lunatic would take who either had no other choice or held a deep grudge against Jacob. Before she could suffocate and lose consciousness, he waved his hand and threw her in front of Hallberg and Stonehammer before he coldly said, "You owe me an explanation, Your Excellency." His tone was exempt from any emotion, which sent chills to both Hallberg and Stonehammer's spines, and the scene of Jacob easily taking care of Water Wave and holding her like a little girl under his grip played in their mind again and again. The next moment, Jacob picked up the disc, and without any explanation, he stowed it away. Now he had perfect justification for taking it back since it was used against him, and Hallberg won't be able to object. This disc's exact rank might not be a type-1. I need to research it more and make more countermeasures, especially to get rid of that cloaking effect. But this cloaking effect was different from those guys, as I was able to sense her killing intent when she was a few feet away from me and her heartbeat became clearer. But those guys are too strange as they appeared out of thin air without making any sound or releasing any kind of intent. This might be something to have to do with them being mutants. Jacob thought grimly as he analyzed the two attacks. In comparison to the assassination attempt earlier today, Water Wave's attempt was too predictable and easy to counter. Cough, pant, cough. Water Wave's violent coughing drew Jacob's attention again, since it was more important right now to find what drove this woman to try this stunt. Why why? Hallberg was literally trembling with rage and agitation as if he would explode. He never thought this entire pleasing meeting would be turned nasty because of his side's idiocy. Furthermore, he had some idea about why Water Wave or Stonehammer held a grudge against Jacob, but he didn't know the specifics of why Water Wave took this kind of drastic action. As Stonehammer said earlier, Water Wave was a rational person and one of the oldest nobles in the Dark City, and she should know better than anyone that once she crossed a certain line, it was over for her, but she still ended up crossing it anyway. He was usually busy with his research and alchemy, so he paid little attention to these Dark Nobles' personal affairs. He only knew these two in the Dark Viscount circle personally, while the others never had seen his face. The Rare Plains was never his focus of concern anyway, so he had very little interest or connections with it. Meeting with Jacob was also a matter which was unrelated to the Rare Plains, and he felt he was the only person who was worth it. However, he never expected things would turn this ugly this quickly, and now he lost face as well as credibility in the other party's eyes, and he was furious as well as somewhat relieved. Furious naturally because things turned out like this, as he felt betrayed by someone he trusted, while relieved because Jacob didn't outright start killing people. Jacob gave him face and a chance by sparing Water Wave, and this also made him even more humiliated as the Dark Earl of the Dark City. Water Wave slowly gained some color on her face, but the fear of almost kissing death was evident in her eyes. I don't remember. A hint of bewilderment flashed past her eyes at this moment, as if she was in complete disbelief. "You fool!" Hallberg was livid and almost kicked her. "I know why she did it." It was Stonehammer who spoke with a rueful expression. "You should use giants are very protective of our brethren, especially our family or spouse. A giant can hold a grudge upon his tribemen's death, and a blood feud is forged when a family member or a spouse is killed. Over a week ago, when over 500 people died by Faceless Ancient, there was also a universal mercenary giant named Fire Cannon who was killed as well. He was Water Wave, suppose, so she did what she did for revenge, driven by her natural instincts." Hallberg almost had a stroke when he heard the truth. "And you're only telling me about this important matter right now?" Stonehammer bitterly lowered his head. "She assured me she wouldn't do anything out of the line as long as that man was Lord Hallberg's guest. And she also wanted to see herself if revenge was possible or not. Even I didn't expect her to take action right when she got the chance." "You both, get out of my face." Hallberg was too furious even to stand still, as his entire face was red with anger. "Dark Rose, punish Dark Viscount Water Wave for her current treasonous action according to Dark City law. You have full authority." "No, I didn't do it because I want. I was controlled by that evil treasure." Water Wave was ashen as she finally snapped out of her stupor while she tried to defend herself with a horrified expression. She then looked at Jacob, who was just listening from the side as a bystander, and madness filled with hatred shone in her eyes as she pointed her finger at Jacob and menacingly roared, "H him. It's a scheme to get rid of me and put you in a difficult position so he could easily manipulate you. You have to believe me, Stonehammer, I would never do such a foolish thing." A hint of hesitation flashed past Stonehammer's eyes as he looked deep into Water Wave's eyes, and he didn't find them the eyes of someone who was lying. As a giant, he knew despite their hot temper and arrogance, they were not idiots. It was given that some of them were driven by pure emotions and didn't back down from a challenge, but Water Wave wasn't one of them as she was ration, and he was also not someone who would seek death just for the small grudge of Jacob killing giants. He knew Jacob was stronger than him, and seeking trouble with him was akin to throwing his life. It was even more clear after he took out such a treasure like that disc. But Water Wave's actions were completely different from her usually calm and collective character. Bang! Before Stonehammer could even pacify his inner struggle, he was shocked by Hallberg when he threw a vicious kick right on Water Wave's face, and it wasn't just a normal kick but a kick from someone at the extraordinary tier -6 being. She was already drained out of her mana as well as in a weakened state because of Jacob's manhandling her, so she couldn't even react as she was sent flying and smacked into a wall, raising a cloud of dust. Hallberg's eyes were colder than ice as he uttered while looking at the dusty area where Water Wave had just landed. "Do you think I'm some sort of pushover just because I never interfere with you guys' businesses? Today you humiliate me and try to harm my guest, and not only you're not admitting it, you even try to twist reasons." He then looked at Stonehammer, stunned by this sudden outburst of Hallberg, and said in an equally cold tone, "Take her away to the castle jail. She will be judged by Dark Rose there. If you do anything silly, you'll see more of me. Now get the hell out of my face." Stonehammer, a giant at this moment, felt fear from a dwarf and didn't dare even to speak a word as he walked toward Water Wave, who had a bloody face and her nose was broken, and she had lost consciousness. Hallberg ignored the pair and looked at Jacob, who hadn't interfered with him from the start. He sighed ruefully before he bowed his head. "I apologize." Chapter 306, a dark mission offered. Jacob looked at Hallberg, who was bowing his head in apology. He knew with Hallberg's current status, it was quite a big deal for him to lower his head in front of him. "Since no harm was done and His Excellency has already taken care of the matter, let's consider it over," he stated impassively. Although he got to know why Water Wave tried to take a shot at his life, the entire thing was filled with ambiguity. Especially the part when she said it was the disc that intensified her emotions and made her do it. If Jacob had known the disc's entire functions, he would have scoffed at her accusation. But the thing is, he had no idea what kind of functions this disc had, and he really doubted that it might have some kind of effect on Water Wave's brain. Or the Killer Skull Society might have some way to control it remotely. Whatever the case was, Jacob needed to test this thing thoroughly, and he was even glad that Water Wave was the one who tried it first, not Hallberg. Because if the disc really can mess up with the brain, then he won't be able to explain himself if Hallberg was the one who lost his mind. Still, he will not be talking that disc out anymore, not until he knows its full deal or if it was absolutely necessary. Hallberg looked at Jacob and sighed again with a hint of complication. "You are not what you appeared to be. Let's go, we should have a serious conversation now." Jacob nodded in agreement, and he knew it was time to talk business after what had happened. He wasn't in the mood to have a tour around, nor was Hallberg. Hallberg, in a sullen mood, led Jacob to another luxurious hall where another table was filled with beverages waiting for them. It was clearly prepared beforehand. Hallberg sat on the seat and instantly poured himself a glass of purple-color ale and gulped it down without even a second delay. "Sigh." He exhaled sharply before he looked at Jacob, who was sitting in front of him without moving. "That really ruins the mood, huh?" Hallberg bitterly lamented before he said, "So why were you looking for me? If there's anything I can do to make amends, I won't hold back." Jacob didn't get to the point. Instead, he replied ambiguously, "As I said before, no harm was done. I shouldn't have brought that thing out despite knowing the people of Rare Plains weren't ready for it. Anyway, I can see Your Excellency is more interested in me than I am in you. I hope you can satisfy my curiosity about why did you give me this chance despite knowing what I'm capable of. Like right now, you appear to want my forgiveness more than anything. I would like to know what you seek from me so we can move on with our conversation without being wary of each other's intentions." Jacob plainly laid it down as he didn't think there was any need to beat around the bush anymore. He had an advantage over Hallberg, which he clearly wasn't expecting, but it didn't mean he won't use it just because he might be at fault. Jacob had learned the hard way about the art of negotiation, and kindness or remorse has no place in it. Hallberg chuckled wryly as he said, "I guess there's no point in hiding it anyway. I was interested in you first because of your one-star privilege, which led me to believe that you were the mysterious champion of Rare Plains trial. But it was only a fleeting interest, until you abruptly became the Alchemy Guild leader, which was quite unexpected given the old man Braylon's astute personality. However, you then abruptly vanished for almost 2 years, and when you appeared again, you caused another huge event over a week ago. Trust me what you did. I don't think anyone in my position didn't want to befriend you or at least know if you are an enemy or friend. Jacob nodded in understanding as he would have done the same if he was in Hallberg's position, but it was not this simple, not by a long shot, because Hallberg was not just anyone. He was the Dark Earl of the Dark City. Then what do you think, am I an enemy or friend? Jacob asked in a subtle tone. Hallberg looked deeply into Jacob's impassive eyes before shaking his head. I don't know if you're a friend or not, but I do know you won't become an enemy if I don't give you a good reason for it. Jacob nodded without denying Hallberg's claim and said sharply, that's right. So tell me the real reason you want me here. Hallberg was startled before he wryly asked, it's not enough. Jacob shook his head. It's a good judgment of character, not a reason. If you know I don't have a reason to be your enemy, you could have just stayed as far away from me, and there's no reason to invite me into your house, which is a risk, not inquisitiveness. Hallberg's eyes shimmered with a sharp glint as he drank another glass of ale and laughed suddenly. You know, now that I think about it after meeting you, it was a right decision to invite you here. All right, I'll give it to you straight. I want to issue a dark mission to you. Jacob cocked an eyebrow as it was somewhat unexpected. What kind of dark mission? Since you know my capabilities, you won't give me something trivial. Hallberg nodded, and without hiding it further, he revealed, it's actually an escort mission, and the reward will be the Dark Baron title and 1 million ZC. Jacob's eyes narrowed as the rewards were quite enticing that even he felt compelled. Just the title of the Dark Baron was enough to make almost all the people in the Dark City crazy. However, this will also make this escort mission just as dangerous as well. Continue, Jacob stated impassively, as he still wanted to know the details before he would reject or accept it. Hallberg revealed with a hint of a smile, the escort mission is actually escorting me to the Epic Plains. Chapter 307, A Trial by Fire. Jacob remained silent for a moment after he heard the content of this dark mission while he looked at Hallberg with a peculiar glint in his eyes. You want me to escort you to the Epic Plains? Is Dark City running out of manpower? Jacob asked impassively. But his tone was pretty much disdainful because, in his opinion, Hallberg was demanding something absurd from him. Not to mention escorting Hallberg out of the Rare Plains, he didn't dare to leave without being absolutely careful himself. Unlike the Rare Plains, where the power level was bonded by a bottleneck, the Star Ocean wasn't like that at all. He had seen the map to the Epic Plains, and he knew it would take him about 3 to 5 years to reach it if he didn't encounter any danger or somehow lost his way. Hallberg clearly knew what Jacob meant by those words, and he didn't seem flustered at all and said, I know you probably think this is some kind of a joke since a Dark Earl didn't need an outsider to be my escort. But hear me out first and then you can reject me all the same. If a request is not a command, you have full right to accept it or reject it. Jacob thought for a moment before he nodded, I understand. Hallberg then didn't delay and speak. The thing is, like the 3 hegemonies, the Dark City has its own customs, and trust me when I say these customs are absolute and far stricter than the 3 hegemonies. One of these customs is the process of ascending a plane. You could take it as a trial by fire. If an official Dark City member wanted to leave a Dark City in a lower plane and enter a higher-level plane's Dark City, they had to do it according to the Dark City customs, unless they wanted to get expelled from the Dark City. Jacob finally showed a hint of interest as the Dark City was quite mysterious, and it was the first time hearing about its customs. Besides, by Hallberg's solemn expression, Jacob knew he wasn't joking. How did Dark City select its official members? He couldn't help but inquire. Previously, Jacob thought that the Dark Nobles were the official members of the Dark City, but it clearly wasn't the case, as the Dark City gave those titles to anyone who cleared dark missions. There was no restriction on the person's affiliations. Unlike the 3 hegemonies who didn't allow their official members to join the ranks of the other hegemonies' official members, the Dark City seemed to have its own unique system. That's why he asked Hallberg, who seemed to be an official member since it was a rare chance. But Hallberg's reply was not what he was expecting. Please forgive me, I can't reveal this information to you. All I can comment on this topic is the Dark Cities demand absolute loyalty from its members. Hallberg ambiguously stated. Jacob frowned ever so slightly, but he didn't push the matter further since it seemed to be some kind of core secret of the Dark City. Hallberg also didn't want to dwell on its topic and continued about that trial of his. Anyway, as I was saying, to leave a lower plane Dark City, an official member needed to clear certain conditions which I also can't reveal to you. After those conditions were complete, we can proceed with our journey toward the higher planes, which is the actual trial by fire, in which we can only select one escort from the same plane we want to leave. If you think that this system can easily be cheated since no one can monitor us, then you couldn't be too wrong. We are required to wear our star watches all the time, and Dark Rose will monitor the entire thing once we call it the start of the mission. The chosen escort will also have to sign a No Objection Certificate, NOC, and be part of the same kind of monitoring. If anyone is caught cheating, then the escort will be banned from entering any dark city while the trial taker will suffer a fate worse than death. Jacob finally showed a clear frown on his face, as this entire thing was too absurd for him, especially the conditions inflicted on both parties involved in this absurd trial of fire thing. Is it worth taking all this risk just to be part of an organization? He couldn't help but question with a cold tone. Jacob's impression of the Dark City greatly plummeted after he heard about this trial and just how harsh they were toward their own members, who probably served them faithfully for decades. Especially someone like Hallberg, who would leave all this luxury behind to go to the Epic Plains. Yet not only he has to take the risk of going there by himself, but he also had to be under constant monitoring. Hallberg suddenly smiled in a decisive manner as he nodded without hesitation. If you're a member of the Dark City, then you will know this small trial is nothing in front of what you can gain. It's absolutely worth it. Jacob's frown deepened as there wasn't any hint of falsehood in Hallberg's words or his expression. Hallberg still wasn't done as he continued. Look, the reward I promised you are the one I will give you personally, not the rewards you will get from the Dark City. Jacob cocked an eyebrow when he heard this and said, So you can make anyone Dark Baron, and what kind of rewards are we talking about? I can naturally bestow Dark Baron title once I reach the Epic Plains, and the 1 million ZC will be your advance payment. As for the reward you will get from the Dark City, I can only say they will be as lavish as the rewards you got from the champion shop, Hallberg said matter-of-factly. Jacob finally fell into silence at this moment when the champion shop was brought up. He knew better than anyone just what kind of status the champion shop represented. That shop has anything that could exist in a plane, which makes it alluring to anyone. If he's telling the truth, then I can get many things right off the bat after I entered the Epic Plains. I had to go into the Epic Plains either with him or without him, and I would be at the bottom of the Epic Plains once I got there. So if I take this risk, I can change my situation around. Jacob thought as he couldn't ignore rewards akin to the champion shop, especially if this shop's content were from the Epic Plains. So, are you in or out? Because trust me, you would want to leave this place after you know what's coming. Hallberg smilingly asked, as he knew he almost convinced Jacob by his subtle silence, so he decided to reveal his final trump card. Jacob squinted his eyes as he asked, What's coming? Hallberg's expression went dark as he gloomily said 3 words, The Dark Being. Chapter 308 A hired gun. Jacob was confused about this ambiguous reply. I don't understand what you're hinting at. The Dark Beings could be said to be on the other side from where the Dark City was, and he knew about their successful conquest of the Freedom Plains. So Hallberg bringing them up clearly didn't make sense in Jacob's mind. Furthermore, Hallberg seemed to be appeared somewhat scared, which was quite strange since Dark City shouldn't be afraid of dark beings because they have a huge geographical advantage and they normally aren't afraid of anyone. Hallberg then explained, What I want to say is the Dark Being's king, the Lich King, has pointed his sword toward the magic beast forest after his conquest of the Freedom Plains. Not only that, but he deliberately called out that he would eradicate all the living beings on the rare plains, including the ones hiding in the Dark City, which is not normal at all. The Lich King seemed to have gone mad after you claimed the win for the Life faction from right under his nose. As for a reason for his losing it, according to the hierarchy of the Dark Begins, this kind of failure would normally result in the incompetent ruler's death. So he could have already foreseen his impending doom when the reinforcement from both sides will come in over a year from now. He will be replaced by another Dark Being. However, he seemed to be not wanted to accept it, so he probably decided to try one last time to regain his position and his life. Hallberg's expression was grave as he revealed. Jacob's eyes narrowed. Don't tell me if he eradicates all the life and conquers the entire rare plains, he'll escape from his punishment and will keep his position. Is that what this is all about? Hallberg shook his head. Normally, he should have able to preserve his life after he claimed the entire Freedom Plains for the Dark faction. And it was also seemed to be the case until a few days ago when he suddenly decided to move his armies in this direction, despite knowing this entire march would cost him too much, yet he did it anyway, which is akin to throwing away his life again, which he fought so hard to earn back. So you're suspecting that there's some other purpose in him doing all this, and his specifically calling for the Dark City is also not normal, right? Jacob quickly grasped at the situation. Hallberg nodded in affirmative, yes, which is why it made the Mad Lich King even more terrifying. Many of the people in the Dark City have already started to leave the Dark City since they're thinking the target of the Lich King this time is specifically the Dark City because he called out for it. Jacob frowned slightly. Can Dark City not do anything about the dark beings? You guys are clearly an advantage here. Furthermore, won't you suffer in repercussions for abandoning the Dark City as its current ruler? Jacob quickly understood that Hallberg was clearly trying to desert the rare plains because of the dark beings, and he wasn't shocked by it or had any opinion since he would do the same if he encountered something he couldn't handle. Nevertheless, he was curious about the Dark City's viewpoint on this. Hallberg's previous words also made it clear that they might have given up on the Freedom Plains to quench the Lich King's wrath. This means they let that slaughter happen so that they could avoid confrontation with the dark beings. This also made Jacob remove the slight bit of remorse he had for those people. He has done nothing wrong by lifting the barrier over them. They can only blame the cruel world they were born in. Hallberg suddenly smiled, which seemed somewhat cold. Let me worry about the matters of Dark City. So I'll ask you again, are you willing to escort me out the rare plains? Jacob looked at Hallberg's current expression. He could tell he was really someone who only cared about himself. So he didn't question the matter related to the Dark City or how he was going to handle it since it really wasn't any of his concern. Instead, now he has a choice of his own to make. In truth, Jacob didn't care about the dark beings since he knew they couldn't do anything to him as long as he wanted to run. Even in the direct confrontation, he was confident in killing the Lich King. But the thing was, the dark beings' real strength lies in their numbers and their undead bodies. He now had all the information on the dark beings which he bought from the champion shop. They were too difficult to deal with as they seemed only to have one weakness while they had terrifying advantages. He was even skeptical about it and finally understood just why those guys seemed to be in a dominating position despite losing their advantage of number. Because the dark being didn't seem to bother by the number at all. Heck, they didn't even know the concept of low in number. Because dark beings can turn living in the dark begins like zombies. While a Lich or White can straight up turn dead into their own undead puppets, that's why the dark beings were never afraid of warfare. They were simply born for it. Jacob then finally speaks, I can be your hired gun, but I can't leave the rare plains until I complete some of my own matters. Hallberg's eyes glow in ecstasy as he says, what matters? Just tell me and I'll help you out. We still have 2 or 3 months before those guys will be upon us. Jacob nodded as he wanted to hear exactly this thing. Actually, my purpose of looking for you was also the same exact thing. I'm looking for some materials, and if you have them then I don't mind leaving after 1 month from now. Hallberg appeared even more excited as he agreed without hesitation. Tell me, what do you need? Jacob also didn't shy away as he stated the 3 remaining materials he needed for the ritual. Hallberg appeared surprised before he said, quite rare materials you're looking for, not to mention peculiar. If you want just white assassin parasite bug's blood, then you can take it as much as you want. I also have 1,000-year-old nightmare lily. However, I only have 1 9-star Night Salve's poison magic core and should have 3 8-star magic cores. Night Salve's poison magic core is quite a good ingredient to make advanced type -1 antidote and detoxifying pills. So it's instantly bought whenever it appears and even more quickly used in an alchemist's hand, but I can look for them. Give me a day and I'll tell you about it. Hallberg truthfully replied. Jacob's eyes shimmered in elation since almost all the materials were available right this instant, which was more than what he was hoping for. So he agreed without hesitation, all right, I'll wait for 1 day. Chapter 309 Type -1 Universal Magic Manual. Part 1. After their short briefing, Jacob was given a courtyard to stay in the Dark Castle while Hallberg returned to his lab, which was in the basement of the Dark Castle. Hallberg inhaled a sharp, long breath for a moment as if he was completely exhausted before taking out a wine bottle and starting to drink directly from it. Only after calming his nerves did he stop and mutter, those 2 big offs almost ruined everything today. They even robbed me of that astonishing treasure, and I can't even ask for it since I would lose too much face, and he might not even agree to give it away anymore. Since I couldn't after my own gift was used against me. Hallberg still couldn't forget about the disc despite not showing it on his face. He really wanted it after seeing its abilities. However, he wasn't that shameless to ask Jacob about it since it was not his to ask for. It still made him indignation nevertheless. In the end, he was still glad that despite Water Wave's foolishness, the thing went extremely well and he secured Jacob's help, which was his true purpose anyway. He asked coldly at this moment, how did you deal with Water Wave? Dark Rose's voice sounded. According to the Dark City laws, Viscount Water Wave has attempted assassination on the city administrator's guest. The guest's identity was 1-star privilege holder, current Alchemy Guild leader of the Dark City, Faceless Ancient. Her crime magnitude is graded D. Thereby she has been demoted to Upper Dark Noble. All her assets have been confiscated and she will be imprisoned for 100 years. Hallberg pursed his lips as he said, only D. Not C. He was clearly unsatisfied with this punishment as that bitch almost ruined everything, yet she was getting out of it too easily. Dark Rose emotionlessly replied, Crime above D grade can only be denoted against at least Baron rank Dark Nobles or if she had killed the guest. The punishment is all in accordance with the Dark City rules and regulations. Hallberg then only cussed in his mind, as he knew even he couldn't interfere with the punishment process of the Dark Nobles above the upper Dark Noble rank. He can only call for a trial, but the judge will always be Dark Rose, who monitors every Dark Noble in the Dark City. All right, in 100 years, who knows where I'll be. That guy might have already forgotten about her as well, so it's fine, I guess. He muttered ruefully before his expression turned solemn. How is the evacuation plan being handled? It's ready. I just need your final confirmation to initiate it, and all the Dark City will be shifted to our secret bunker No. 3 and merged with the Dark City of the Freedom Plains. City Administrator Dark Viscount has already been informed and he's preparing as we speak. Hallberg's expression great eased up when he heard it, and his lips curled into a cold smile as he said, no need to make haste anymore. I need you to wait until the Dark Being enters the Dark Zone, and only then can you start the evacuation process. In the meantime, anyone who abandoned the Dark City in need of crisis bans them if they were commoners, and revoked their noble titles if they were Dark Nobles. You have full authority to do that according to your time of crisis protocol. Dark City didn't need ingrates. As for those who stayed to protect the Dark City, evacuate them and start the convergence process as we did in the Freedom Plains. Those people will be dead in the view of the outside world and reborn as members of the Dark City, he declared imposingly. Dark Rose's emotionless voice rang at this moment. Understood. In his large courtyard, Jacob closed himself in his room. Not because he was tired or anything, it was just that he was planning on reading the Type-1 Universal Magic Manual, which he had put on hold because he had too many things to worry about. However, now that all his preparation was over and hopefully he would find the materials from Hallberg, he has time now. Furthermore, after today's assassination attempts, he felt an urgent crisis to have another trump card like magic. Before, he still thought that having magic or not with his current self didn't really matter in the rare planes, and he'll research it on his way toward the epic planes since he would have too much time on his hand. But his thinking changed as he knew no amount of preparation could counter the unknown, and he needed to be absolutely prepared the best he could when he could. Now, Jacob's plan was to make some special glasses that could help him see the electromagnetic waves so he could at least see through cloaking treasures or, hopefully, abilities. He was quite positive that it would work since he could do the same in the 15x or higher level acceleration. Afterward, he would go to the marked location in Mason's map scanner to see if he could get his hands on more plutonium. That's why he gives Hallberg a 1-month time period since he knows he will be done with this small chore if he puts his top speed to use. Anyhow, the magic became his priority again as he was traveling with Hallberg, which he clearly didn't trust fully, so every extra advantage could decide a matter of life and death for him. Jacob opened the Type-1 Universal Magic Manual and skipped the introduction part since he already had it down just for the sole reason of not being ignorant about it anymore. In the introduction, the power structure was the same as Immortality described it about the common, rare, and extraordinary ranks in their tires, and then the 9-star magic cores. The only extra information it had was about the magic spells and magic scriptures. A magic spell was like a command that could manipulate mana in the magic orbits. The manual described the magic orbits as the channels of invisible pathways that are spread in every being's body, and they were what caused the mana to circulate in the entire body. Before forming a magic core, all the magic orbits could be set in disarray as they didn't have a command center to manipulate them. The very first steps, called the primary stages, were the process of arranging these disarrayed magic orbits. Only once these magic orbits were fully arranged could they be connected with one energy source, which was the magic core. The magic core actually formed once all the magic orbits could focus on one focal point. Mostly magic cores can form in 3 spots: the head, the middle of the chest, or below the navel. These spots could be different depending on a race's talent in magic, as some formed magic cores in their head like the magic beast, while some in their bellies like elves and some between their chests like orcs or trolls. Lastly, every magic orbit set has its own unique elements, which will decide the element of the magic core once it is formed. According to the manual, it can't be changed or manipulated as it was inherited. The magic spells were ranked based on the mana they used upon casting. A 1-star magic spell would take the lowest amount of mana, while a 9-star magic spell would take the highest. Then there was casting time as well. The higher level spell one was casting, the more time it would take. But this flaw can be solved by learning silent casting, which was actually a magic scripture that usually didn't exist in the rare planes. Chapter 310 Type-1 Universal Magic Manual, Part 2. A magic scripture, unlike magic spell, doesn't have anything to do with using magic. Instead, it can do two things. First, magic scripture can refine the mana and make it more potent or cultivate, thereby making the magic core achieve higher ranks. These magic scriptures were known as magic evolution scriptures. The second and rare type of magic scripture can alter or modify the magic orbits, thereby granting someone a special ability related to magic like the silent casting ability. These magic scriptures were known as the magic ability scriptures. Lastly, there were some extremely rarest types of magic scriptures that can not only make magic core evolve, but can also grant certain abilities by evolving a magic core in a special direction, making it more compatible with those abilities. These magic scriptures were then called the universal scriptures. When Jacob learned about the universal scriptures, he instantly thought about the time when Immortality introduced itself as one of the 9 universal godly scriptures. Upon his inquiry with Immortality, he was only met with frustration as always. Still, one thing was quite clear: universal scripture and universal godly scripture were completely different, and the difference was like heaven and earth. Jacob mused the universal godly scriptures were a higher and perfect form of a universal scripture, or even more advanced than his imagination, since he was the owner of one himself. But this also made him even more perplexed since he still can't use magic despite owning a universal godly scripture. Anyway, Jacob didn't get any further information except this vague introduction to the realm of magic, while he was hoping to have more information on the growth-type magic cores as well. But knowing their rarity, he knew their information wouldn't be lying around in just one simple book. Lastly, the Type-1 Universal Magic Manual has basic and rare element spells, each from 1 star to 9 star, and most importantly, a rare rank magic evolution scripture in it, which only has guidance on primary stages, sensing, using, and storing on basic and rare elements. It could be said the most basic and lowest rank magic evolution scripture in existence, but knowing the rarity of a magic scripture, and there might not be 2 in the entire rare plains, Jacob knew he should be happy that he even had one. Jacob directly opened the scripture written in the manual, as he can only use those spells once he awakes mana first and know his element. However, at the start, what he read made him narrow his eyes in scrutiny. Please test your magic aptitude with Magic Aptitude Orb and confirm if you're a blanker or not. In case of non-blanker, you can skip through the information below and start magic training with the Magic Evolution Scripture if you have basic or rare elements. Note, if you do not have basic or rare elements, this scripture is useless for you. In the case of blanker, you need to either awake a basic or rare element first to train in this scripture, or you need a Magic Evolution Scripture for blankers. Recommendation 1. You should search for Magic Evolution Scripture for blankers that can truly bring out your true potential, because it would allow you to train in multiple elements at once. It is the advantage of being a blanker. Recommendation 2. If you can't find the Magic Evolution Scripture for blankers or are satisfied with only basic or rare rank elements, then please perform an element aptitude test by downloading this Star Network application through this link. It would tell you which element you have the most affinity with and how you could increase the affinity further. You just need 100% affinity with basic or rare elements to get rid of your blanker state and start training with this scripture. Warning: chose your element wisely, as once you get rid of your blanker state, it's not reversible. Jacob was astonished after reading the entire thing, as he didn't think there was such a thing about blankers, and they seemed far more extraordinary than the rare plains know about them. So a blanker has a special type of scripture for them which can help them train in multiple elements. It has to be quite rare. Jacob couldn't help but frown when he thought about the last point and shook his head bitterly. I have no idea where I can find even normal magic scriptures except the champion shop, much less a specific scripture for blankers, which seemed nothing but ordinary. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was only a pipe dream to get his hands on something like the scripture for blanker in a short amount of time. At least there was over a 99% chance that they might not even exist in the rare plains. I can't be greedy or can delay learning magic anymore, especially if the Killer Skull Society has more of those mutants waiting for me out there somewhere. If I have no life, then there's no point in having talent or a natural gift that I can't even use. Preserving my life came first, and it's not like I don't have a godly scripture already, so being greedy will only lessen my life, not increase it. My goal is immortality, not supremacy. Jacob's eyes shimmered with undying resolve as he recited his true goal. Without hesitation, he then tapped on that special link given in the scripture, which took him directly to a unique interface. The applications on the Star Network could only be accessed by links or invitations. There was no application store for them, just like private servers. Furthermore, higher-level Star Watches also had their own unique applications. Like the Life Force scale only exist in advanced Type-1 Star Watches, the lower-rank Star Watches need links to download it, and they are absolutely not free. Jacob read the white color interface with blue words. Welcome to Element Aptitude Scale application. Portal. Your Star Watch is fully compatible with the Element Aptitude Scale application. Install application 50,000 ZC. Note: this payment is only one time and the application will be automatically registered with your Star ID and will automatically be installed upon new sign-in. Chapter 311 Element Aptitude Scale 50,000 ZC. Jacob showed a fleeting frown before he tapped on the install button while thinking coldly. It's better worth the cost. Although he had earned quite a lot in these past 2 years, and Ellie's last payment was also quite generous, his total wealth was still below 300,000 ZC. So spending 50,000 ZC out of the blue was quite a pinch for him. Nevertheless, Jacob knew the path toward magic would not be going to be easy or free, and there was no room for acting stingy with numerical wealth. As long as wealth was spent on his purpose and clearing his way ahead, he won't hesitate to pay any price, even if he had to sell everything. The next moment, the payment was deducted from his bank account, and an application started to install on his Star Watch. After 10 seconds, a rainbow color icon appeared on his Star Watch interface with the name EAC, and he opened it with very high expectations. Welcome to Element Aptitude Scale application. Description: now you can check your element affinity right on your Star Watch without any need to go through cumbersome, expensive rituals. Note: please note that a Star Watch of a particular grade can only measure a particular rarity of elements. You are logging in from an advanced Type-1 Star Watch, which can only measure primary, basic, and rare elements. If your element aptitude scale result is unknown, then it means you have element belong in scare or high element category, thereby you need a Type-2 or higher grade Star Watch. Do you want to proceed with the element aptitude scale test from this device? Yes/no. Jacob narrowed his eyes, so there is still a variable of element rarity, huh? Well, I shouldn't be worried about it since I'm supposed to be a blanker, which means I should have an affinity with multiple elements, and I just need to increase the highest one to 100%. So even if I have scarce elements like lightning, light, dark, and so on, it won't matter much. With those thoughts in his mind, Jacob pressed yes, and the interface changed as a scanner screen appeared before words started to flash past his Star Watch screen. Establishing a connection with Star ID. Star ID detected. Type-1 ID detected. Faceless ancient note. This scan will be free of charge and all the recommendations can be bought at 90% discount. Scanning has been commenced. Jacob suddenly felt his wrist heating up before a very light current suddenly started to pass through his skin. This scanning was even more intense than the life force scale. Just what kind of technology has been used to create these watches? The moment I tried to open one of them, they will instantly self-destruct like a small bomb. While in the Type-1 Star Watch's case, I can't even find a way to open them as if they are made with fabric. Jacob couldn't help but think about some of his crazy experiences when he tried to peek into a Type-0 Star Watch and ended up blowing it. He was naturally curious about these watches and wanted to see just what kind of technology was used, but he was met with a terrible failure. The moment he tries even to separate the rubber band-like material of Type-0 Star Watches, they would instantly explode. But the most astonishing thing Jacob discovered was they would only explode if he tried to deliberately separate them, not if they got stabbed by some sharp object or cut accidentally. Not only that, if a Star Watch were stabbed or cut, it would get fully destroyed, meaning the internal structure would somehow automatically obliterate itself, turning into fine black powder but not with a blast that occurred if someone tried to open it deliberately. The former was clearly done to protect the technology from someone like Jacob's ideas, while the latter was done not to harm the wearer who accidentally broke it. Nevertheless, Jacob was completely awed by the mind of whoever invented this thing and would very much like to learn from this person if he ever got the chance. Anyhow, from that point on, he completely dropped the idea of dismantling a Star Watch. At least his current knowledge, skills, or equipment available for him were not capable enough to do it. As for if this thing could still be spied upon, Jacob knew it was completely possible. But he also knew he wasn't at that level yet where he could draw the attention of someone like the creator of the Star Watch. Since he was very sure the Star Watch security couldn't be breached by anyone, not even those highly intelligent AIs seemed to be capable of it. At this moment, the result was finally out. Element Aptitude Scale Scan has been fully completed. Element Affinity detected: 1 affinitive element, water affinity rate, 3% recommendation to increase water affinity best for the tease taker, Faceless Ancient. 2 recommendation, 1 rated, average below 20% chance of succession, price, 10 ZC after 90% discount deduction. Recommendation 2 rated, good, below 40% chance of succession, price, 100 ZC after 90% discount deduction. Jacob frowned, looking at the result. Only 1 element of affinity. According to my research, a blanker has multiple element affinities at less than 100% rate and can even add more as long as it doesn't have 100% affinity. That's the sole reason this kind of individual is called blanker. So I'm also supposed to have more than one element affinity since I'm a blanker, or is this work another way around? Is this thing even working right? Not only is it showing only one element, but it's giving me a pitiful rating of 3%. But this application was recommended on the manual I bought from the Champion shop, so I don't think it's a fake or scam. Then why is my result like this? Am I even blanker or not? Confused, Jacob had various questions about this result, but pity no one was available to answer them, not even a Mordecai. Furthermore, his talent in magic seemed quite poor with that kind of single affinity. One could even say he didn't have talent at all. Frowning, Jacob decided to give it another try, but this time he changed his star watch with another advanced Type -1 star watch. He now had many of those lying around in his storage after he killed so many people over a week ago. Furthermore, he was going to ask Hallberg to sell them for him since they took up quite a lot of space, and his purpose in collecting them was to sell them in the first place since they were in high demand on the market, especially the high-level star watches. Jacob easily logged in on a new star watch without needing to log off from his original one. No one can log into his star ID without his special life signal. Speaking of which, his original star watch from the Champion shop was of higher quality than the one he was now wearing. But he still wanted to confirm if this result was accurate or if there was a problem with his star watch. When he conducted the same scan on the new star watch, the result appeared identical, and he changed it into his original star watch with a gloomy expression. I should check those suggestions now. Since I have an affinity with water, it doesn't matter if I have an affinity with another element or not. I just needed to increase it to 100% and then learn water-type magic. Jacob quickly let go of his confusion about the blanker thing since it clearly didn't matter much if he didn't care about having some rare element. Although it might be possible to form another affinity, he had no method for it. So he was happy with what he had right now, which were the two suggestions that could help him increase his affinity with water, and he bought both of them without hesitation. After buying the two recommendations from the element aptitude scale, Jacob opened one of them without hesitation. Recommendation: average affinities of an element are graded in faint lower than 10%, low lower than 20%, half lower than 50%, incomplete lower than 80%, complete 100%. Your water affinity is faint 3%. The most common, effective, and safe way to increase the affinity of a basic element like water from faint grade to low grade is by absorbing the element particles. Element particles are the primitive state of any basic element, and only with a unique combination of these elementary particles can a basic element come into existence. Water element is made with two unique element particles known as oxygen and hydrogen. To increase the water affinity from faint grade to low grade, it is recommended to absorb oxygen into the magic orbits until it crosses the 10% threshold. Then it is recommended to start the abortion of hydrogen into the magic orbits until the half grade. At last, once the magic orbits will mold with oxygen and hydrogen together, they will be ready to absorb the water element force directly from the treasure rich with water element energy. Method to absorb the element particles is very simple. Just expose your body to element dense with the specific element particles, and once the body fully gets used to the element particles, they will automatically start to enter the magic orbits. Disclaimer: this method is very slow, and there is even a slight possibility that it will not work entirely. There is also over 50% possibility that you might suffer from extreme pain because of directly exposing your entire body to the element particles. Once the element particles start breaching the magic orbits, the initial pain will be tripled. Recommendation: good. Make a magic element serum of basic elements and directly inject it into the bone marrow. This method is fast and highly effective despite being extremely painful. A magic element serum is a special serum made with a special recipe that only a potion alchemy elder grandmaster can create. Recommended dosage: 1000 ml of water element magic serum. Forget about the second recommendation. Jacob's eyes were affixed on the first one, and he was reading the entire thing again and again. In contrast, his eyes shimmered in astonishment and disbelief. Because right now, only one thing was circulating around Jacob's head. Isn't this abortion of the oxygen the same effect I experienced whenever I practiced the art of nature? Jacob felt his mind blown away as realization dawned upon him. Don't tell me the water affinity I have is also because of the art of nature. Jacob felt a huge veil had been lifted from his head, and also, he suddenly felt like he was a fool. Because he had been neglecting the art of nature for a long time as he thought he no longer needed it after awakening the fluid acceleration. But Jacob also wasn't to blame for this, because who could think that some life-prolonged exercise from a magicless world could grant the affinity to perform magic? Not only that, but this art of nature has 5 different levels or exercises, and Jacob hasn't even managed to complete the first one, water meditation. But now Jacob felt like he was searching for gold outside while he had a treasure chest filled with diamonds right in his home. Suddenly, Jacob couldn't help but ground his teeth. That goddamn book probably knew about the secret of the art of nature, and it even dropped a subtle hint about when I inquired about Blanker. If it had told me straight, I wouldn't have wasted so much time in a goose chase and might have already awakened magic. The more Jacob thought about it, the more frustrated he became with Immortalita's habit of hiding things and playing riddles without caring about the consequences or severity of the situation. Jacob knew better than anyone just how much he wanted to use magic, yet he was helpless in this matter for a long time. He might not even felt all this anger if he hadn't discovered the art of nature's hidden effect. But now that he did, he was naturally furious about wasting so much time and money to find out about it when he could have learned it without doing all this if Immortalita had told him, or dropped a more solid hint at least. Now, after walking in circles, here he was back to square one, and he could literally hear Immortalita's wanton laughter filled with amusement after finally watching him figure it out. Jacob didn't know what was making him more flustered. The fact about Immortalita not telling him, or him being stupid enough not to fully dig deep enough into the art of nature's true capability. He started the water meditation because his body size would increase after he ate so much, but after he got the fluid acceleration, the problem was solved. He also didn't get much chance or time to pay attention to the art of nature, which had no further use for him anymore. In the end, he could only blame himself for being an idiot who completely discarded a method that wasn't even fully explored just because he got another convenient and powerful one. After lamenting at his own idiocy, he finally calmed down and regained his calmness, but the coldness in his eyes couldn't be colder as he closed the Star Watch entirely. In the end, it's my fault, and I should still consider it an achievement to find out about it before it's too late. The only thing worth learning from all this is, I can't discard things that I still have yet to understand fully, and that cursed book's riddles can't be overlooked even for a second. Afterward, Jacob made up his mind, and he was no longer in the mood to do anything anymore. No, after knowing he might be able to use magic or discover something new as long as he completes the water meditation. With his current strength, Jacob knew he should be able to do it quickly, and all he had to do now was to find a place with a huge water reserve, and he just knew where to find one. Chapter 312, Tying Up Loose Ends. Part 1. The very next day, Jacob has a meeting with Hallberg at breakfast, which he has been waiting for since the last day after he discovered the secret about the art of nature. If he hadn't needed those materials of the blood insect enslavement ritual array, then he would have even stayed for a second longer in the Dark City. The blood insect enslavement ritual array could be said to be equally important as his awakening magic or carved his way towards it. Here, I guess, I got lucky and managed to find the missing materials from one of my suppliers, said Hallberg smilingly. He was clearly in a very good mood as he waved his sleeve over the table, and 4 white wooden boxes and 1 glass bottle filled with crimson liquid appeared in front of Jacob. Jacob's eyes shimmered with elation as he looked at those packed materials. I finally collected everything. Thank you, this is very helpful for me. Jacob really appreciated Hallberg's gesture as he stowed away those materials without even checking them. If he started to examine them, it would be akin to slapping the other party's face who was giving him those rare and hard-to-find materials for free. Although he knew Hallberg was probably doing it to win over his trust, he still appreciated it nevertheless. Hallberg waved his hand and chuckled, "There is no need. It's the least I can do if what happened the other day, and despite that you still agree to lend me your aid. If anyone should be thanking someone, it should be me thanking you." Jacob merely nodded. "It's only natural for me not to turn down good business. Anyway, now that this is a done deal, tell me, how are you planning to leave? I mean the routes and our ride." Despite already having the route map of the Star Ocean as well as his new ship and all the preparation he had prepared for his departure, he won't reveal them to Hallberg. Because as the Dark Earl of the Dark City, he had clearly prepared even more meticulously than Jacob, and he clearly got more time than Jacob as well. So Jacob was clearly inclined to go with Hallberg's preparation. Furthermore, he wanted to keep the fact about his initial plan of already leaving the Rare Plains a secret, and as a backup plan just in case he needed one. The Star Ocean was filled with unknown, and one couldn't be more prepared, especially when the journey was years long. Hallberg also found this quite reasonable, but he only ambiguously smiled and replied, "You leave both things to me. 1 month from now, meet me above the canyon's waterfall right outside Dark City." Jacob's eyes narrowed ever so slightly before he shook his head and said, "All right, I'll leave the preparation to you then. However, 1 month is no longer enough. I need 2 months now to take care of my matters. I know it's uncouth, but I want you to trust me and let me do my job to keep us alive." Hallberg frowned slightly as he clearly wasn't expecting this sudden change, but when he looked at Jacob's solemn expression, he knew Jacob wasn't joking and was serious. In the end, he didn't inquire about why he needed 1 more month. Just as Jacob said, he hired him to protect him, so he let the man do his job and gave him more time. "All right, 1 month more is the same for me as 1 month. It'll pass, even if you need more time, I don't mind, but I want us to leave before the dark beings enter the core region of the magic beast forest," Hallberg impassively stated. Jacob nodded without hesitation. "Don't worry, 2 months mean 2 months this time." Then he suddenly said, "Before I go, I have over 500 star watches and I want to sell them. Can you help me with them? For your inconvenience, you can keep 5% of all the profit." Hallberg widened his eyes ever so slightly as he instantly guessed just how he got all those star watches and then chuckled. "Just leave them here, they'll sell just like that, barely an inconvenience, and I don't need anything. I'll transfer all the money to your star ID." Jacob looked at Hallberg's sincere smile and nodded. "Then I'll leave this matter to you. Now I'll better get going and take care of my matters before I come back again in 2 months. I'll be in contact." Jacob then took out all the star watches he had collected from the dead that day on the table, creating a small pile while he kept 5 advanced Type -1 star watches as replacements for himself, just in case he ended up destroying his own. Afterward, he stood up, intending to get going. He was even more eager to leave this place, and the 1 extra month was obviously to practice the water meditation. Hallberg also didn't stop Jacob, as he knew the sooner he went, the sooner he'll return. As for Jacob running away from their deal, Hallberg didn't think Jacob was such a person. Even if on a blue moon chance that happened, Hallberg knew Jacob owed him nothing, and it's not like he didn't have another plan ready just in case. Still, he likes to believe things would go smoothly with Jacob, and in 2 months they'll leave this barren place for good, or at least he will. After leaving the dark castle, Jacob headed directly toward the station and embarked on a cable lift going into the inner circle of the Dark City. His first stop was naturally the Alchemy Guild. There were 3 things he needed to do at the Alchemy Guild right now. First, to successfully perform the blood insect enslavement ritual array and make Brain Hunter fall into full submission. Second, to forfeit his guild leader position as he had promised. Third, he had many potions, pills, and magic weapons he had created during these 2 years while practicing and raising his rank stashed in his private lab, and he also collected some high-quality weapons from that massacred as well. He wanted to sell them all through the guild channels as well. He could have done the same thing with Star Watches, but he handed that matter to Hallberg because he could help him earn more profit. Those Star Watches all have different price tags, and some can even sell for extremely high prices. So he left them to Hallberg, who had all the Dark City market under his thumb. As for that stash in the guild, those things have fixed prices, and the guild was the perfect place for selling them. Now that he was leaving, he wanted to earn as much money from those things he didn't need, since the more ZC he had, the more option he had in the Epic Plains. Furthermore, he still has those close space rings. He was going to initiate his plan for them as well. Afterward, he'll leave the Dark City for good and start his journey toward the plutonium, and only then will he start the water meditation practice without worrying about anything. Chapter 313, Tying Up Loose Ends. Part 2. The Alchemy Guild of the Inner Circle was the same as Jacob left it, but there was a slightly different, which Jacob noticed almost instantly the moment he entered the building with his signature outfit. Everyone was looking at him with terror, as if he was some monster walking among a flock of sheep. It seemed the news about the massacre by my hands had reached far and wide. Jacob easily guessed why they were giving him those wary and appalled gazes. However, for Jacob, it doesn't matter how people look at him as long as they won't get in his way. The moment Jacob entered the top floor where his workshop lay, he found 3 guys standing in front of the lift with anxious looks on their faces. They were Dilly, the gnome he had tasked to find a way to contact Hallberg, Clayton, the soon-to-be guild leader, and Audrey, the soon-to-be vice guild leader. These 3 could be said to have some ties with Jacob, and the moment they heard Jacob had returned, they didn't even waste a moment and quickly appeared here to greet him like loyal subjects. They naturally knew about the ghastly deed done by Jacob the very day he left the guild, and truthfully, they were scared out of their damn minds when they thought about how they were living with a monster for almost 2 years, and he will be returned very soon. As for those who in any way offend Jacob, like those 3 guys who lost limbs, they had long fled the inner circle and hid somewhere. Right now, Jacob could be said to be the most terrifying existence in the entire Dark City. Even the Dark Nobles feared him, and the Mercenary Guild didn't dare to seek justice for all those lives lost by Jacob's hand. Jacob coldly looked at the 3, which made them sweat more profusely as he said, "I was about to look for you 3. You saved me some time at least, come walk with me." Jacob left the lift and started to walk toward his workshop while those three looked at each other with great surprise in his eyes before they gulped, and then followed him behind with trepidation. "First, tell me why you were here," Jacob coolly asked while walking without looking behind. "We were here to greet you and seek your opinion on some very important matters." It was the kobold Clayton who spoke respectfully while choosing his words carefully as if his life depended on it. "I don't care about guild's matters, you two can do as you please. I didn't appoint you two as the leader and vice leader to seek my opinion on every matter. Now if there's anything else then out with it," Jacob dismissively stated. Clayton and Audrey glanced at each other with wry looks in their eyes before they could only smile in self-mockery to even think Jacob would be interested in the measly guild power when he could probably win over the entire city. "Then it's about the matter of dark being. I heard they are heading our way," Dilly finally spoke with a grim expression. Jacob's eye finally shimmered with a hint of interest as he asked, "I heard about it as well." "Since you also know, then it means the other two hegemonies higher-ups also knew. Tell me what your thoughts are about it and the sides." Dilly wasn't surprised as Jacob didn't know about the Dark Being's invasion. He quickly reported, "They are naturally planning to evacuate their people from the Dark City as the Lich King's target is most likely the Dark City. So we naturally thought the same thing. We need your words to start the process as well. Where would everyone go once they leave the Dark City? Aren't the entire Rare Plains will be under the Dark Being's control once the Magic Beast Forest is also conquered?" Jacob impassively asked without many reactions from the revelation. "We will go to the Star Ocean and then wait for the incoming reinforcement heading our way, and then we'll regroup with them. This is the only chance of survival at this moment." It was Audrey who replied, "I thought so as well." Jacob thought before he said, "What if the Lich King were to be killed instead, as well as all the top-ranking Dark Beings?" The three were shocked by Jacob's unexpected question, and then looked at each other with widened eyes before they looked back at Jacob with shining eyes. Then I don't think we need to run away at all. Instead, people will fight back because they were only afraid of the Lich King and high-ranking Dark Beings, not those low-ranking Dark Beings." Clayton quickly replied before he hesitantly asked with some courage, "Leader, are you planning?" Before he could finish his words, Jacob cut him short with his cold words, "I was just curious. I'm not a hero, nor do I have any enmity or personal grudge with the Dark Beings." "But aren't Dark Beings the enemy of all living being?" Audrey couldn't help but softly refute. The two men couldn't help but give Audrey a hard look as well as secretly admire her courage to refute Jacob's words like this. Even Audrey felt her blood run cold when she realized she had instinctively spoken and forgotten just who she was talking with and wanted to apologize quickly. But Jacob spoke first in a dismissive tone. "Enemies are those who we actively oppose or hold deep hostility towards them. But when you start feeling fear of your enemy, it's no longer your enemy but your menace. Right now, the way everyone is running away from the Dark Beings instead of opposing them, it's quite clear they feared them. Even if someone is foolish enough to stand on their feet and oppose them, why it had to be me. Do I owe those cowards anything, or do I have something to prove by putting my life in jeopardy? Heroes and saviors are those who leave behind a legend, but the one who wrote those legends will always be a bard who observes those heroes from up close. And I'm none of these two types of person." Jacob then suddenly stopped in front of his workshop and then turned his hooded head toward the three with bewildered looks and said coldly, "I want to be a cowardly king who always hides in the face of danger until the danger is gone and then comes out and pays or gets rid of that bard to replace the hero's name in the legend." Chapter 314, Tying Up Loose Ends. Part 3. Afterward, Jacob handed the three all those weapons, pills, and potions to sell and sent all the money into his account. At the same time, he offered them 2% profits for their efforts, which those three naturally rejected, and he didn't insist either and closed himself off in his workshop. At this moment, Jacob stood in front of a work table. On the table was placed a crimson flower, which was none other than the advanced Type-1 blood flower. A small glass bottle filled with ruby-like blood of extraordinary Tier-6 white assassin parasite bug's blood. Another glass bottle filled with twinkling sand. It was the advanced Type-1 rainbow star dust. 3 gem-like purple orbs shining with 9 white dots like stars, 3 9-star night salves poison magic cores. Finally, a black color lily with ghostly blue spikes spread at the edges of its tentacles like flower petals. It was the nightmare lily of advanced Type-1 rank. They were all the 5 ingredients noted in the ink recipe formula of blood insect enslavement ritual array, and Jacob finally collected them. Without hesitation, Jacob picked up a small silver cauldron and started to etch 9 magic gems into 9 engraving between its dark brown magic patterns. The cauldron instantly started to heat up the moment those 9 gems were placed in their positions. This advanced Type-1 silver cauldron was a magic treasure that used magic energy as a medium to create magic potions or magic pills. This silver cauldron was one of Braylon's prized possessions, which Jacob inherited with his workshop, and it had helped him a lot during these 2 years of his solitude alchemy training. Now, this cauldron was also required to make the ink for blood insect enslavement ritual array before he could move forward with the ritual. Jacob then took out the blood insect enslavement ritual array design and read the recipe formula, and then, with a solemn expression, he started the process. First, he opened the glass bottle with the bug's blood and then picked up a measuring beaker and then poured exactly 100 milliliters in it, and then emptied it into the cauldron. Jacob then quickly picked up the Rainbow Star dust bottle and opened it. There were exactly 10 grams in it. Pour the Rainbow Star dust when the black smoke starts to rise. Jacob stared at the cauldron mouth like a hawk while the faint red smoke was rising. He didn't have to wait for long, as only 10 seconds later, the faint red smoke turned black, and Jacob instantly turned it upside down. The instant the glittering sand fell into the cauldron, sizzling sounds were generated before the black smoke suddenly turned like a normal white smoke. Jacob didn't dare to delay the next step, which was to throw a 9-star magic core right after the black smoke turned white. Now I need to wait for full 90 seconds before throwing the blood flower and another magic core, and finally wait another 120 seconds to include the nightmare lily and the final magic core, and then seal the cauldron for 500 seconds. Jacob patiently waited before he completed the final 2 steps right on the clock. The time measurement was the least of his problem with the star watch. Then he sealed the cauldron by simply placing the lid on it and then engraved another magic gem within the lid, and with magic energy the cauldron was now air-sealed, and now he had to wait for another 500 seconds. The time passed slow as Jacob kept his eye on the shining silver cauldron as it trembled faintly. He won't get nervous about just anything, but this time he was as nervous as it could get. Jacob was afraid this cauldron would be blasted apart, which happens in the case of failure. However, this could be avoided by using a higher-rank cauldron like the one he was using right now. But despite that, Jacob was still nervous because if a blue moon chance anything goes south, he might really go on a rampage. All those materials were too precious to collect in a short time, especially the blood flower, which was the most precious of them all. However, after the final second ended and the cauldron stopped trembling, Jacob's tight nerves finally loosened as he quickly detached those magic gems, which was akin to cutting the power supply of the cauldron. With great anticipation, Jacob then opened the lid, and a nasty smell suddenly filled with air, but there was no smoke, which was usually the sign of success. When Jacob peered inside, he saw a transparent liquid like clear water inside, and his lips curled up in ecstasy. Water-like liquid is the sign of the succession of the ink creation, and now all is left is the final part. Jacob's eye went sharp before he removed the black gloves from his hand, and his short sword appeared in his other hand. The next moment he made a deep cut in his palm, and then his blood gushed out, and he let it stream into the measuring beaker. He only retracted his hand when the breaker was 200 ml filled and stowed away the sword and took out a white color pill and cursed it before sprinkling it on his palm wound. The very next moment the bleeding was stopped and the wound was also started to mend. But Jacob didn't care about it, as he knew with that basic type-1 healing pill, the flesh wound would soon mend and he had far more important things to tend to. He picked up the beaker, filled his own blood, and poured it all into the transparent liquid. The final step is to mix the blood of the person who wants to perform the ritual in the freshly made ink. When all the blood fell into the transparent liquid, it started to change color. First, it turned into a ruby color like Jacob's blood, but the next moment, its shade turned deeper and deeper before it was inky black. This was the complete blood insect enslavement ritual array ink, and ready to be used anytime by the person whose blood was mixed in it. Chapter 315, Tying Up Loose Ends. 4. Jacob looked at the black ink in the cauldron with elation. The hardest part is done. Now came the moment of truth. Jacob knew the ink creation was the difficult part because of the materials, and there was a chance of failure. However, the next part was difficult on its right, because it was finally the time to perform the blood insect enslavement ritual with the fantastic insect. But before that, Jacob thought coldly, "Cursed immortality." Cursed immortality appeared, and pages turned before the familiar writing started to appear. Heh. Don't tell me you are getting cold feet at final moments. Jacob sneered. It's called cautions, not getting cold feet. I want you to alert me the instant anything goes wrong so I can kill the brain hunter. Heh, what makes you think I'll do that? Immortality asked. Because it'll ruin your so-called entertainment, and you might have already guessed if I go down, I'll make sure you'll rot for hundreds of years, and right now I'm fully capable of doing just that. By the way, I'm still pissed about you hiding the truth about art of nature. Jacob replied matter-of-factly. Tusk, you're as petty and paranoid as ever, but this is what makes you more interesting. However, I'm not your danger alarm clock, so no promises, and I have no idea what you're talking about. My memories are all jumbled up. Hee. We'll see about that. Jacob scoffed before he ignored the eccentric book. He couldn't be bothered by it, as he knew it wouldn't answer about the art of nature even if he begged, as long as it didn't want to, so it was meaningless to say more. Then a band appeared in his wrist with a gem before he flipped his hand, and a palm-sized pitch-black centipede appeared, which was none other than the Eclipse Ellipse Imhoff, aka Brain Hunter. The Brain Hunter was just the same as Jacob had stowed it a few years ago, and almost forgotten about it, if he hadn't acquired the information about the fantastic insects. Furthermore, the Brain Hunter could be said to be Jacob's companion from the moment he reincarnated in this mysterious world. They were both Decker's slaves, but Jacob ended up turning the tables on him, and Brian Hunter, in Pighead's body at that time, became his slave instead. How ironic, both of Decker's slaves had mysterious backgrounds which that Dick has no idea about. He even managed to steal cursed immortality from under the giant race's nose. He was truly lucky, but in the end, all those things become mine. Jacob couldn't help but snicker in mockery when he thought about that shit of a goblin who he hated as well as slightly admired. It is still common tier -5, or was it 6? Jacob asked while he looked at the cold centipede in his hand, which seemed dead, but he knew it was very much alive. This was the ranked 18th fantastic insect, and he was holding it alive right in his palm, and probably soon it would be turned into his eternal slave. It was a strange feeling of accomplishment Jacob was having right now. Does it matter? It's still just a common rank, mindless insect that has no idea about its true background. Only after reaching the rare rank will it start to awaken its intelligence, and once it awakes its growth-type magic core, trust me, it'll be as intelligent as you when you were 12 years old, heh. I guess you're right, Jacob agreed before he placed the Brain Hunter on the table, and then a paintbrush appeared with a magic gem attached to it. The very next moment, every cloth on Jacob's torso vanished as he appeared bare-chest. I'm still somewhat unsettled about painting this ritual array design over my torso with magic nonetheless. Ritual arrays have different meanings behind them, and they all have their own unique method to perform them, like different cultures have different rituals for their gods. This is the same things, that's why it's called ritual array. But not all of them are gentle like mine, ha 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 ha. Gentle my ass. Jacob refuted it as he remembered when he performed the ritual after collecting all the magic cores, and it was nothing but gentle. He was feeling unsettled because of his previous experience in the first place. Still, he knew there was no point in backing down now after coming this far. So he dipped the brush into the black ink and then carefully started to draw over his torso according to the ritual array design scroll. As he drew the ritual array, the magic gem on the brush shimmered, and Jacob felt a cold, eerie feeling as the ritual array was slowly materializing over his torso. By the time it was complete, Jacob was filled with cold, noxious feeling as if he wanted to vomit out his entire stomach. But he didn't dare to mess up as Immortality had not written anything, which could mean nothing was wrong or it simply didn't care about anything. Whichever the case was, Jacob was now too far away from the turning point. When the finally small pentagram in the middle of his chest was drawn, Jacob's entire torso was now filled with strange symbols, and the very next moment, the cold, noxious feeling started to vanish as it was now replaced by a feeling of warm rising from that array on his body. According to the instruction, I need to put the fantastic insect in the pentagram as quickly as the array is complete. Jacob quickly laid down while picking the Brian Hunter as his torso was now really starting to heat up. All that wet ink had now turned into tattoo-like markings. Without hesitation, he placed the Brian Hunter in the middle of his chest where the pentagram was and ordered it to stay there. The very moment Brain Hunter was placed over inside the pentagram, something astonishing happened. The black ink on Jacob's torso suddenly started to shimmer in the black glow. Chapter 316, Tying Up Loose Ends 5. When the blood insect enslavement ritual array started to glow over Jacob's torso, Jacob felt like someone had started a bonfire over his chest. But he had gone through far worse pain than this during the cursed heart emergence stage, so he could endure this fiery pain. Jacob's eye was on Immortality instead of his own body, because he had no way of knowing if everything was going as it was supposed to, since there wasn't any more description about what would happen after the blood insect enslavement ritual array would get active. However, Jacob knew Immortality would be able to tell because it knew his body condition better than him and had almost omniscient level knowledge. What a fascinating array, whoever created it has to be, ha 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 ha. In the end, it's going to be used by my inheritor. What a fate. Jacob could only frown after reading those ambiguous lines and was preoccupied at this moment to even inquire about them. Right at this moment, something astonishing happened. The symbols on Jacob's torso drawn in a square suddenly came alive as they started to crawl toward the center of his chest where the Brain Hunter was lying motionlessly. As those symbols moved over Brain Hunter like ants, they would vanish into his pitch-black body. Jacob could clearly feel when those symbols were absorbed in the center of his torso, the fiery pain was also shrinking toward the center. The entire array drawn over Jacob's torso took 100 seconds to be fully consumed by Brain Hunter's tiny body, and right at the end, Brian Hunter's body was glowing. At the same time, Jacob felt something like molten iron laying over his chest, and it wanted to tear apart his skin and enter his body. At this moment thereafter, Brain Hunter's body suddenly started to sink into the center of Jacob's chest magically. While there was no trace of cuts or blood gushing out before it fully sunk into the chest, it vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Jacob was completely alarmed by this because all that feeling suddenly vanished. He looked at his masculine torso, which was now without any trace of the blood insect enslavement ritual array. But before he could inquire about it from Immortality, his eye winded when he felt something digging out right at the place where Brain Hunter had sunk into his chest. Not only that, but the gem band he was wearing on his wrist, which was the slave controller of the Brain Hunter, the gem on it suddenly cracked before it shattered, which alarmed Jacob even more. If the Brain Hunter broke free from the enslavement while it was right inside his body, then he was as good as gone if the blood insect enslavement ritual array had failed. But attention was drawn to his chest again when he spotted a black marking suddenly starting to emerge at the center of his chest. Soon, he discovered that the black marking was not just a random marking, but it looked exactly like Brain Hunter, like a vivid tattoo of Brain Hunter right in the middle of his chest, and Brain Hunter's body was twisted like a spiral. The moment the tattoo was complete, a foreign memory suddenly appeared in Jacob's mind out of nowhere. After processing the memory, Jacob's eyes shimmered in astonishment and disbelief. Still, his panicked expression soon vanished, and calmness with a hint of ecstasy returned to his face as he stood up on his feet. "You get it right," Immortality wrote. Jacob sneered. "You knew this would have happened, so I don't think I need to tell you about it." Heh. Now, I only discovered when the blood insect enslavement ritual array was activated entirely. Who could have thought that not only this enslavement array can fully enslave a fantastic insect, but it could even make it reside in your solar plexus. This kind of method that can make any being reside in your solar plexus is legendary. This method has many benefits. Like now, you can summon the Brain Hunter at will as well as retract it back into your solar plexus as long as it is in a certain range, and even sense its general direction no matter how far it is from you. In a sense, even if Brain Hunter ran away from you, it would never be able to escape your grasp anymore since it had entered your solar plexus. It now held your mystic signature. I'm pretty sure this is all the information you already got after the succession of the ritual array, right? Jacob didn't deny it as he nodded. Except for the part about this mystic signature thing, the rest is as you said. I can feel Brain Hunter's presence somewhere in my chest, but it's not within my body like an organ or blood but something ethereal. Jacob then flipped his hand as his eyes shimmered mysteriously, and the next moment the tattoo over his chest suddenly shimmered darkly, and Brain Hunter appeared in his hand, looking the same as before. But not for Jacob Picasso. He could now feel its thoughts, and he had this strange feeling that he could end its tiny life with a single thought and order it as long as he thought in his mind. Go forth. Jacob thought, and the next moment Brain Hunter instantly reacted and started to crawl toward Jacob's forearm before Jacob told it to stop, and it did instantly. You'll know what mystic signature is eventually, so consider it as a heads up. But this time, you have really profited big time, and if this blood insect enslavement ritual array now can make this Brain Hunter into your eternal slave as well, then the future possibilities are limitless. Immortality wrote. Jacob fully agreed with Immortality, as only after successfully performing the blood insect enslavement ritual array did he understand just how powerful this ritual array was, and the benefits of having a fantastic insect in his solar plexus. But the final step still remains, which was to let the Brain Hunter use its first poison on him. Chapter 317, Tying Up Loose Ends 6. After performing the blood insect enslavement ritual array in succession, Jacob didn't delay the next step, which was to let Brain Hunter evolve into a star rank being. Simply put, he had to help it evolve until it formed its growth-type magic core. For this exact reason, Jacob has already prepared as many Titan tears as he could. Right now, another 2-feet cauldron filled with glossy black liquid, which was, of course, the advanced Type-1 Titan tears, was placed on the table. As for the small silver cauldron, it was still half filled with blood insect enslavement ritual array ink, which could be used one more time. So Jacob stowed it away carefully as he might need it again someday if he managed to find another fanatic's insect. At Jacob's behest, the Brain Hunter crawled at its fastest speed and entered the gray cauldron filled with Titan tears and started to absorb it greedily. It will be enough to let it evolve into an extraordinary tier-1 or 2, right? Jacob asked Immortality while patiently waiting as he watched the Titan tears were slowly decreasing. Extraordinary, heh. What are you nurturing, a chicken? This is a fantastic insect of 18th rank. Its evolution conditions are already too hard on their own, although the Titan tiers are special, but not that special to have such an effect on a fantastic insect like the brain hunter. This many advanced Type-1 Titian tiers are barely enough to let it evolve into rare tier-3 or even the rare rank itself. So, I'm afraid you have to cough out your full stash just to let it awake its growth-type magic core, much less let it cross into extraordinary rank. If you want to use just advanced Type-1 Titan tiers to let it evolve into extraordinary rank, then you need at least 10 gallons of it. And if it really becomes your eternal slave, then you have to spend bottomless resources to nurture it with Titan tiers. I guess this is the price of having a fantastic insect as a pet, huh? Hey. Jacob frowned deeply when he read those words, and he didn't doubt Immortality was lying, as there was no reason to lie about such a thing. Furthermore, he also knew just how precious and terrifying a fantastic insect was, so nurturing them would naturally be not a walk in a park. Just to control them was an atrocious task on its own. Then tell me about how I can evolve it without needing the Titan tiers. You have already told me there are natural limitations on the fantastic insect, but there is also a way to break them as long as they complete the conditions placed on them. I would eventually run out of higher-level Titan tiers formulas, so I need to take this route eventually if he needs to evolve it at higher levels. You already told me it needs an epic being brain and magic core to evolve into a rare rank. What about extraordinary, epic, unique, or even legendary rank? Jacob quickly asked while Immortality was still replying to his questions. Jacob knew if anyone knew how to evolve and nurture a fantastic insect, it was this cursed book. Ha, legendary rank, your ambition is really commendable. Do you know since the start of the universe, no one has ever seen or even heard about a legendary rank fantastic insect, yet here you are. You want to achieve the impossible, huh? Besides, do you think I would give you such information just because you asked nicely, huh? Regretfully, you couldn't be more wrong. Just the information about the first poison is already enough to buy this entire Type-2 plains. And even if I want to tell you, I'm afraid I'm restricted. All I can say is just let the brain hunter follow its instincts. Ha. Jacob frowned grimly, but he didn't waste his words to persuade Immortality since he knew he had reached his limit to what he could learn from it. At this moment, his attention was drawn to the cauldron, and he was astonished because the slowly disappearing Titan tiers suddenly started to decrease at an alarming rate. Within 5 seconds, all the Titan tiers from the cauldron had vanished, and right at this moment, the tattoo on Jacob's chest started to heat up, which alarmed him greatly. A foreign thought started to appear in Jacob's head which clearly wasn't his. It was trying to express something. Confusion, joy, fear, thrill, strange emotions starting to appear. Oh, it has awakened its intelligence, which means it has evolved into rare rank. What are you waiting for? Pour all the Titan tiers if you want the process to be quick. When a being is evolving, they can gain many things by their bloodline as long as they have a suitable environment and resources. Jacob didn't dare to ignore Immortaka's words, so without any delay, he took out a 5-liter jar which was more than half filled. This was all the Titan tiers he was able to prepare with every resource he had. But he wasn't expecting to use it all on the brain hunter, and he was even hoping to save some for himself so his eye could recover, but now it seemed his eye had to wait a bit longer. Without hesitation, he turned the jar upside down in the cauldron. And the next moment, those foreign thoughts exhibited pure joy, and the liquid started to get absorbed with an even more terrifying speed. It was so fast that the moment it dropped into the cauldron, it vanished as if there was a bottomless pit inside. Although Jacob felt the pinch as he saw the jar getting emptied by second, he knew if everything went as planned, he would earn a fantastic insect entral loyalty. This investment was nothing in the face of unlimited profit. Furthermore, the tattoo on his chest was heating up as the Titan tiers got absorbed, and its diameter even increased as more rings started to appear within, like a true spiral. At the same time, those centipede legs, like tentacles, also seemed like they were moving. When the entire jar was emptied, Jacob's chest was boiling. At this moment, Immortality wrote, "It's starting to form its puppet poison magic core." Get ready, chapter 318, tying up loose ends. 7. Jacob looked solemnly within the gray cauldron, which was completely empty right now, while ignoring the burning heat over his chest. Inside, he saw the brain hunter, which was no longer like its appearance before it started to absorb the Titian tears. First, its size actually decreased instead of increased from 7 inches, it had decreased to only 2 inches and it was as thin as a needle. However, with Jacob's current eyesight, he could clearly see despite its current size, its 13 body segments had increased to 150, and there were now strange crimson markings over those shining black triangular body segments which looked like tiny scales. Not only that, but its eyeless head now had grown 2 sharp sword blades like tiny red fangs, and its crimson antennas were not as fine as a hair. Last but not least, Its 300 pairs of legs now contained sharp red claws, which were so tiny that they were barely visible. Right now, a crimson and black glow was surrounding the brain hunter, especially those crimson markings that were shimmering menacingly. No one would believe that this tiny thing that anyone could squish with their fingers was a terrifying being. But Jacob was different, as he could now clearly feel those foreign thoughts started to become clearer and clearer. He could now understand the intent behind them and was astonished. It still wants more Titan tears. Jacob wanted to sneer at the tiny, greedy bastard. Still, he was preoccupied with that burning feeling, getting intensified with every second, as the brain hunter developed its growth-type magic core. He even wonders just how tiny would that magic core be, since it was forming in such a tiny body. Nevertheless, he was ready to give it a command to bite him the instant it completed the core formation. But if it tried to resist or break free from the enslavement, he would kill it without hesitation. As for worrying about turning into its slave, he had already tested multiple poisons and parasite gems, even some special magic enslavement contracts. As Immortality told him, they won't work on him at all. So he was prone to believe that things go according to how Immortality had described them to be. However, he hadn't tried anything over Type -1 or extraordinary rank, since they were not available in the rare plains. Still, he was 90% sure that Immortality wasn't screwing him over by turning him into the brain hunter's puppet. At this moment, the marking on the brain hunter stopped shimmering, as the glow on its body also faded away. "This is the moment of truth, I haven't felt this much excitement in a long time," Immortality wrote in mad relish. Jacob couldn't help but feel nervous as he looked at the static brain hunter at the bottom of the cauldron. He inhaled sharply. This was such a bad idea. He gritted his teeth before he took out something from his pendant. It was a palm-sized transparent cylinder which has glowing dark green liquid. On top of it was a black switch and a red button right beside that switch. Jacob looked at Immortality coldly before he turned the switch upward and said while putting his thumb on the red button, "This is a radioactive plutonium grenade, aka atomic grenade, and probably above Type -1 rank as well. Although it's made crudely since I lack the proper equipment, it's still enough to blow the entire Dark City and bury it for a very, very long time. Not to mention the area 100 kilometers around the Dark City will turn inhabited with the radiation, and no living being would approach it. So I don't need to tell you what would happen the moment I felt like I'm started to lose control of my body, my mind. Even if I feel my toenail is not under my control, I'll make sure everyone will bury it with me, including you. Although I want to live, I don't want to live as someone's eternal slave, or even less for someone who schemes against me. Since I'm being greedy, I'll bear the consequence, but from where that greed originated, I naturally root it out as well. So tell me, is there anything you still want to share?" Jacob's words were impassive as he looked at the empty page of the hovering book. Jacob knew what he was doing was as rewarding as it was risky. But he was willing to take the risk because Brain Hunter's capabilities were something he needed in the long run. Furthermore, Immortaka's words were more assuring than anything else, but this didn't mean he would blindly follow its instruction after he discovered Immortaka's knack for hiding things and even hinted him toward certain dangers. Although he didn't know if it was intentional or some restriction, or even for entertainment, for him, it was nothing but a one-time thing and there were no do-overs. So he could only prepare himself for the worst just in case things really turned out to be not what they seemed to be. This was the measure he prepared just in case things went south with the Brain Hunter. He would not let himself become or end up like Decker. "Ha ha ha, your paranoia is increasing day by day. Well, I guess it's only natural the more you learn about the kind of world you are in and still have no idea about its true depth. Anyway, I never lied to you about anything, and I'm the only one you can trust in this place. So all I would say is, why the hell are you still wasting time?" Jacob stared at those words for a while before a chuckle escaped his mouth. "What the hell then?" The next moment, Jacob's hand moved and entered the cauldron, but his other thumb didn't leave the red button. Not only that, his heart rate climbed like a rocket, and he entered 20x acceleration. With a terrifying calm look, he coldly commands the static Brain Hunter, "Use your puppet poison on me." Chapter 319, Tying Up Loose Ends 8, "Use your puppet poison on me." The moment this command left Jacob's mouth, the static Brain Hunter suddenly started to churn, which made Jacob's eyes narrow in astonishment. Is it resisting? The tattoo over Jacob's chest was burning even more fiercely like magma, and those foreign thoughts were now becoming chaotic again. "Humph, stop resisting and do as you were told," Jacob coldly uttered as he felt now more confident about Immortaka's information that the Brain Hunter would rather die than use its first poison on someone like him. This only made him want to make it use it even more. But in the end, it was still a matter of whether the enslavement array was powerful enough to make the Brain Hunter goes against its free will. The moment Jacob tried to inflict more force with his order, the Brain Hunter, who was trembling, finally moved toward his finger only an inch away from its position. However, when its fangs were about to touch Jacob's skin, it shook violently as Jacob suddenly felt the urge to clutch his chest, which was now bead red. That tattoo was now suddenly started to emit a black sheen, and black veins started to spread over Jacob's body. It was like something wanted to dig that tattoo out of his chest, and not only that but kill Jacob in that process as well. Furthermore, a strange force suddenly attacks his mind, wanting to crush him entirely. This sent him into a state of mental shock and he almost pressed the red button. But right at this moment, how could a universal limitation be broken so easily? But you are very close. All that is left is to preserve and use more willpower to force it to use the puppet poison. Jacob suddenly heard Immortalita's eerie voice in his head, which he hadn't heard for a long time, and that damn spooky voice seemed to do the trick as Jacob was instantly awake from that painful state. With bloodshot eyes, he roared in his head, "Use the puppet poison, damn it." The next moment, the trembling Bran Hunter again moved its retracted fangs toward Jacob's finger, and under Jacob's bloodshot look, it finally pierced into it. Despite Jacob's current physical strength, the Brain Hunter's tiny fangs were easily passed through it like a tiny needle. The next moment, Jacob, who was feeling like his mind would break at any moment or his chest would blow off, suddenly felt a strange chill over his finger before it vanished without a trace. Thereby, the pain in his head and the heat over his chest started to fade away. But it was far from over as just that pain faded. Jacob suddenly experienced blankness creeping into his eye and he lost his vision. He heard an emotionless and majestic voice at this moment, "Heretic." However, he was only able to hear that single word which almost made his mind shattered before his vision returned as if nothing had happened, and Immortalita's voice rang instead, "Ha ha ha ha. You were finally able to do it. I must congratulate you on your succession with my own voice for acquiring an eternal slave like the Eclipse Ellipse Imhoff, ranked 18th in Fantastic Insects. Right now, it is rare tier -6 and has 1-star puppet poison magic core, which should be enough even to affect 9-star beings. It will awaken its bloodline memories as it grows stronger. But never forget that its true strength lies in brain hunting. Oh, since I speak with you, my time is up for today. See you next time, and I look forward to what you will do with this new pet of yours. Entertain me well. Ha ha ha. Before Jacob could even recover from his stupor, Immortalita's eerie voice fades with its spooky laughter as well as the book also vanishes. What was that voice? Did Immortalita not notice it, or was it deliberately avoiding this question? What just happened? I only remembered heretic, and that word almost crushed me. Jacob was bewildered as well as he felt a strange terror coming from his heart, and it was all because he heard that word from that strange voice. It took him a while to calm down and finally focus on the matter at hand, which was what Immortalita told him before vanishing. Furthermore, he just discovered that the atomic grenade was lying on the floor as it should have fallen from his hand at some moment, and his 20x acceleration was also cancelled somehow, which made him smile in self-mockery. So much for blowing up everyone with me if something were to happen. How foolish of me to think I could even stand a chance against a book that could make someone immortal if it wants to harm me. He could only feel bitter about it. Still, that feeling was only fleeting, as he had really profited big time. As Immortalita said, he now had a fantastic insect as his eternal slave. It might never have happened before since I experienced firsthand just how resilient Brian Hunter was despite the enslavement array in the place. If not for Immortalita speaking in a timely manner, he could have lost his mind without even realizing it. It won't be an understatement that Immortalita practically helped him big time, and he also had this feeling that he escaped that voice because of Immortalita as well. However, Jacob had no time to inquire about it, nor did Immortalita want to comment on it. So this matter was as good as buried since he might not ever know what that was not anytime soon. Anyway, Jacob looked toward the cauldron before he noticed something astonishing. His single vision had turned normal, which made him shocked, and when he touched his charred eyes, he discovered it had somehow recovered completely. But how? Jacob was bewildered as he looked down and finally noticed the tattoo over his chest had also vanished. But this didn't make him panicked at all because right now, he could literally tell where Brian Hunter was and what kind of intention or thought it had, and their connection was even clearer than before, and not only that, but he could still summon or unsummon it. It's just that he didn't need the blood insect enslavement ritual array anymore, as he was now fully in control of the Brain Hunter ever move. He could even change its entire thought process and manipulate it like a puppet. This was what it means to have an eternal salve which cannot betray you, no matter what. Chapter 320, Tying Up Loose Ends 9, when Jacob achieved the unachievable by making Brain Hunter use its first poison on him and making it forever loyal. Within an endless ocean of infinite stars, a vortex suddenly formed, and its size was immeasurable as the entire ocean of infinite stars stirred. The very next moment, something in blazing white color shot out from the vortex eye like a white meteorite, but it was so tiny in front of all those stars that it looked like a speck of dust. If looked closely, it was a humanoid-shaped white object surrounded by blazing white flames. An emotionless voice suddenly rang from the ocean of stars, and this voice contained absolute authority in it as if no one would be able to resist it. A heretic has been born within the lesser planes. Your task is to track it down and bring it back alive. I have already installed a compass in your conciseness which will allow you to sense its general position. But be warned, as something is protecting it, and you won't be able to pinpoint its exact location because of that thing's interference. But it can only do this much, like me. Anything comes in the way. Get rid of it. As the majestic voice trailed off, the white meteorite wrapped around space and vanished from the ocean of stars. The next moment, the vortex also slowly fades away as everything returns to normal, like nothing ever happened. The same voice rang from the ocean of stars at this moment, but this time it contained a hint of impishness. Who was it? I haven't been this enthusiastic for an insurmountable time. Jacob at this moment was looking at the tiny brain hunter in his palm with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Although the brain hunter hadn't changed much, but for Jacob, it was completely different from before, as now he felt very close to it like kin, but also close like a king to his loyal subject or royal guard. Furthermore, he was still quite shocked that his maimed eye was able to recover just like that, and he was sure it had something to do with this tiny guy in his palm. The brain hunter's crimson antennas were twiddling at this moment, as if it was conveying something which Jacob, despite not hearing it, clearly understood. You want to eat? What do you want to eat, a brain? Jacob asked with his thoughts as he talked with Immortality. The brain hunter was asking Jacob to feed it, so Jacob could only think about one thing that it could eat or might like to eat. Just as he said the name brain, Brian Hunter's antennas swayed left and right vigorously. Hef, figures, since that book said your true strength lies in brain hunting, then we'll focus on that from now on. I also want to know more about what kind of abilities and those memories you'll get from your bloodline would be. So, I was planning to find you a host anyway, since it's also related to my plan. It would also be better if you could speak clearly. Your thought process is still like a little kid who is learning to speak. Jacob told Brain Hunter like he was talking with a puppy. The closeness he felt toward Brain Hunter made him less vigilant toward it, unlike when he enslaved it using blood insect enslavement ritual. This was quite a unique feeling, which wasn't bad since he had yet to trust someone in this place fully. Now he could feel like he could trust Brain Hunter with his life. Even Immortality had yet to give him such a feeling. The Brain Hunter antennas swayed again, as it was the only body part that seemed to express its emotions. All right, I'll give you a tasty brain. Jacob's lips curled up before his eyes went cold as clothes started to appear on his body again. The next moment, Brain Hunter also vanished from his hand and appeared within his solar plexus, which was a strange black space that seemed like an abyss that existed within Jacob himself. After completely subduing the Brain Hunter, Jacob seemed to gain the ability to peer into this strange space as he could in the Infinity Pendant. Brain Hunter could live here indefinitely without needing to eat anything, since here it would be kept alive as long as Jacob lived. But this place wasn't like the Infinity Pendant as well, since he could only seem to let Brain Hunter in or out. Nothing else nor the time seemed to stop here, as Brain Hunter could still move its body or convey its thoughts to Jacob. Not only that, but this place might have a far more mysterious effect than just this much, which Jacob was clearly oblivious to. Nevertheless, since he can now gain access to this place, he would naturally research it and find a way to fully understand what solar plexus actually is and its true effects. He also needed to figure out just how far can he summon Brain Hunter or reverse summon it, and when he lost such ability. All in all, Jacob was planning to understand this ability before he left the rare plains fully. But first, Jacob spent another 8 hours in his workshop before he collected everything from the workshop, which he needed since he was not coming back, and left the room. Jacob was done with the entire process of enslaving the Brain Hunter in less than an hour, which was quite fast than he initially thought it would take. In contrast, the other 8 hours were spent on his other preparations. Nevertheless, the faster he was done with the Brain Hunter matter, the better, and he will have more time to finish his things. This matter was one of the top priorities he had, and now it was complete, which was like a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulder. So he summoned Clayton and Audrey to the meeting room post hastily. Those two didn't dare to delay the moment they received Jacob's message. They were also quite fearful when they came in, since it hadn't been even 10 hours since Jacob had dismissed them, but now he summoned them on moment's notice. So they were naturally feeling trepidation and thought they had done something wrong, but what Jacob said next made them bewildered. I'm surrendering my guild leader position and leaving the Dark City for good. But before that, I need you to select 3 Crook Grandmaster Alchemists for me. Tell them they will be my assistants in my journey, and it will be very rewarding for them. Chapter 321, The Terrifying Fantastic Insect. Part 1. In the evening, at the exit of the Dark City, Jacob walked out of the Dark City exit. But this time, he wasn't alone as 7 capped figures of different sizes followed him. 3 of them were naturally the selected Grandmaster alchemists by Clayton and Audrey to follow Jacob on his demand. At the same time, the other 4 were alchemy grandmasters from the Alchemy Guild within the common circle of the Dark City. These 7 were both excited and apprehensive when they found that the infamous Alchemy Guild leader was looking for alchemy assistance. The 3 from the Inner Circle branch didn't dare to reject when they found they were selected by Jacob specifically for their skills. These 3 were first shocked, and then felt something was not right as their performance was below average during Jacob's exam, so why was he looking for them? However, Clayton or Audrey didn't give them too many details, and only told them they had to go if they didn't want to enter the guild leader's bad side. And it was not like they would not gain anything from following Jacob. Right now, Jacob was like a high noon sun in the Dark City, and there was probably no influential figure left who hadn't heard about his deeds. So despite their reluctance, they had to agree, so they quickly handed some matters to their men and left with Jacob, and they thought they would return soon after this journey. As for the senior grandmaster from the Common Circle branch, they were even quicker to agree than the Inner Circle, as they had all experienced the true terror of Jacob first-handed. Not to mention, Braylon was literally trembling when he heard Jacob had come back, and he was even gladder that Jacob didn't select him to follow him. As a matter of fact, Jacob won't touch him at all since he is an official member, even if he wants to take him. So he was content with some old senior grandmasters. As for the main purpose of selecting alchemists like Grandmaster and Senior Grandmasters to follow him and take them out of the Dark City, it was extremely obvious. An alchemist has probably the most practical and talented brain. You all can swim, right? Jacob asked the 7 alchemists behind him. Yes, guild leader, they all answered in unison. I'm not guild leader anymore. Let's go, Jacob coolly stated before he jumped down the canyon's river stream, and those 7 followed suits. After they reached the land again, Jacob instructed, all right, set up close to the riverbank. We'll leave tomorrow. Tonight I'll check your aptitude and even increase it so you lot can be more useful to me. Is that clear? The 7 were shocked, and they quickly agreed, with their heart beating in disbelief and ecstasy as they didn't suspect anything. Under Jacob's newly created mask, his lips curled up in a cold smile seeing those guys enthusiastically setting up camps without even daring to question or doubt his words, like mindless idiots. These guys all had one thing in common: greed, especially the 3 from the Inner Circle, and they will do anything for money or opportunities with no questions asked. Jacob was akin to a golden goose in their eyes. While the senior grandmasters were already too old, so they would also do anything to improve if the chance was given, and Jacob was that chance. After the camps were set, Jacob summoned the gnome grandmaster from the Inner Circle branch first, while letting the other 6 wait. Thank you for selecting me, my lord. The gnome had this fawning smile on his brown face as he sat in front of Jacob. It's only natural for me to do it since you're following me by leaving the Dark City's protection. Jacob impassively said before he commanded, now close your eyes and I'll cast a spell to see your aptitude. This might hurt a little, but you need to endure for your own sake. The gnome was shocked as he asked with uncertainty, there is such a spell. He was an 8-star magic expert himself, so it was only natural he hadn't heard about this type of spell. Are you doubting my capability, or are you comparing your knowledge with mine? Jacob coolly questioned instead of answering it. The gnome's heart palpitated, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions since he couldn't forget who he was talking to, so he quickly did as he was told. I'll be troubling my lord then, he said with a determined look. Jacob saw the gnome had closed his eyes and wasn't peeking, and his eyes suddenly shimmered while he focused on the gnome's pointy ear. The very next moment, Brain Hunter appeared right at the ear hole, and like a lightning bolt, it bolted into the gnome's ear within a single second. Ah! The gnome suddenly shrilled softly as he felt a very faint pinch like an ant had bitten his ear, but then he returned to normal as he thought it was just Jacob casting his spell. Jacob, on the other hand, was thinking with a sharp look in his eyes. I can summon the Brain Hunter directly on the position where my eye can see. Furthermore, this idiot didn't even notice that the Brain Hunter might have already been on its way toward its brain, or it might be one of its abilities not to get noticed by anyone until it's too late, or the puppet poison could also into play here. If it's true, then it's pretty scary. However, he was in for another shock as within 5 seconds the gnome opened its eyes, but they were deadpan. It opened its mouth before broken words sounded, I am gnome, and no. I am alcalchemist, T. It was like the goblin had lost its ability to speak and now trying to learn it again. Jacob felt his scalp tingle because he knew the gnome was as good as gone and Brain Hunter had replaced him, and it did it within less than 10 seconds, and now it was even capable of speaking, which the old pig head wasn't. Chapter 322, The Terrifying Fantastic Insect. Part 2. Jacob patiently observed the brain hunter's actions. For 3 or 5 minutes, the gnome was blabbering incomprehensible words in broken speech. However, after 5 minutes, its speech started to become more comprehensible, and after only 15 minutes, it was peaking like a native speaker. Jacob was really shocked at its ability to comprehend the speech, and when the gnome suddenly stopped blabbering and stared dead at his face, Jacob's eyes narrowed. The gnome, or more precisely the Brian Hunter, uttered emotionlessly, "Brain analyzation has been complete. I have all the life memories of this goblin named Frediel. According to this memory set, the feeling I have toward you is known as loyalty and undying trust. Yet my memory set told me I should not have such feelings for anyone except the demiurge. Can you please clear this conflicted feeling of mine? Again, I feel like I should ask you and follow your instructions." Jacob's eyes winded behind his mask in trepidation and astonishment when he heard all that robot-like talking from the brain hunter. He almost reverser summoned it when he heard about part of this demiurge. "So, you can annex all the life memories of someone. How does that work?" Jacob was more concerned about this peculiar revelation than answering the last question, as this ability was simply too terrifying to be true. "I can feel I can trust you with this secret information in my memory personal set." Affirmative. I have an ability called brain analysis which can help me gain all the life memories of anyone's brain. Then this ability is branched into two more effects, memory bank, which allows me to stow infinite numbers of memory sets, and memory mimic, which allows me to mimic the memory set according to how the original owner should to the very perfection in anybody I control, including its profession, abilities in case my controlled body is capable of performing those abilities as well, fighting experience and such. The only drawback is the brain analysis will directly kill the host once it was used, and second, the brain has to be a living brain if the body's owner died even a second ago. This ability is useless, Brain Hunter explained stoically. Jacob was now feeling really glad he didn't nurture this monster into rare rank, or he might not even know how he died once this guy got his hand on some extremely powerful body and its memories. Just this brain analysis ability is enough to make Brain Hunter absolutely horrified, as it could gain access to any secret and infiltrate anywhere with this ability alone despite its drawback. Even Jacob might take any risk to have this type of ability. Still, although Jacob couldn't have such an ability, the owner of this unique ability was his entral slave, so it was akin to having this ability himself. Just a thought about what he could do with it made his blood boil, and he felt it was worth every risk he took to make Brain Hunter fully submit to him. Hiding his ecstasy, he nodded and questioned again, "What other memories do you have?" "I have memories from the point when I was awake in your hand a few hours ago in our small interaction," Brian Hunter replied. So he didn't remember anything before he turned into my eternal salve, and he also didn't seem to know his true connection with me. Jacob's eyes shimmered in understanding, and this development was in his favor. So he quickly asked something else. "So what other abilities do you have?" Brain Hunter again replied like an answering machine, including brain analysis. "I have puppet possession ability which can help me control bodies to perfection as long as they are killed through my brain analysis. My third bloodline ability is called Brain Devourer, which is a pensive ability I cannot stop or have any control over because Brain Devourer is directly connected with my growth and evolution path. This ability will automatically become active once I use the brain analysis and puppet possession. Once the Brain Devourer is active, it will channel all the magic force, life force, and biological essence present in my possessed puppet into my body, which will increase my own power and help me grow further. However, as a side effect, that body would start to rot like a corpse from the inside out. The more powerful the body I control, the longer time my Brain Devourer would take to digest it fully. Except for these three bloodline abilities, I have my puppet poison magic, which can not only help me in multiple ways while I infiltrate someone's body, but it can also turn anyone below epic rank into my puppets, which I can remotely control within my 500-meter range. But to activate the puppet poison magic, the puppet needed to be directly bitten by me, and I have to inject poison in them the same way. I can't do it remotely, nor my puppet poison can be harvested, or it would instantly lose effect within 1 second. The successfully created magic puppet can't leave 500 meters radius perimeter, or it will become free from my puppet poison magic in 60 minutes, or once it becomes a full rank more powerful than me. Lastly, in star rank, I can only have 3 magic puppets of star rank. This is all the abilities I currently have, Brain Hunter statically said with a deadpan expression. Jacob was deep in thought at this moment with clear astonishment in his eyes. All the Brain Hunter's bloodline abilities are interlinked with brain analysis, and they all had strange limitations despite their ridiculous effects. The same goes for its puppet poison magic. It's as powerful and dangerous as it is easy to break free from. Is this the reason why a fantastic insect had never been able to reach the legendary rank? Although there were limitations which he was expecting anyway after Mordecai told him about the universal limitations of the fantastic insects. But even with these limitations, it was still too dangerous. Chapter 323 Autarch, Part 1. Jacob looked at the stoic gnome, looking at him with deadpan eyes without blinking, which was creepy. But he wasn't bothered by it all. He said, "I like your honesty with me, and I hope you will be this honest with me in the future as well. I will always reward your loyalty and never treat you badly. All your abilities are pretty much useless if you hunt alone, especially while dealing with powerful beings. So you need someone strong to help you with those problems. So I will clarify your doubts as you requested as a reward for your honesty and clarify our relationship while we are at it. The answer to your question is actually quite simple. You said your memories tell you differently, but your feelings tell you the exact opposite. All you have to do is follow your instincts, which came from your feelings, not memories, and only instincts can keep us alive. Furthermore, if you thought it more carefully and followed your memories which told you that you can only have such feelings for Demiurge, then can't I be the Demiurge since I give you the same feelings?" Jacob impassively stated. Although he had no idea if something like Demiurge even existed since it was just a fabled concept, nor did he care if it exists or not. But Jacob cared about only one thing. He wasn't going to let someone else hold the same position as his in his pet's mind. So, he'll just become the same thing in Brain Hunter's mind to save himself future trouble. Even if such a being really exists, since the possibility was there, he was pretty sure he won't care about an ant like Brain Hunter or him. They weren't even a speck of dust in such a being's eyes. Hearing Jacob's ambiguous yet revolting words, the Brain Hunter remained silent for a while, and Jacob didn't say anything as he knew the Brain Hunter was thinking it through. Jacob's biggest advantage was the Brain Hunter had no memory of what happened before it became Jacob's slave for eternity. So in the end, the Brain Hunter nodded, "You are right. No one had ever seen the Demiurge, and since I have such feelings toward you, it means you are the Demiurge for me. So I have another small request for Demiurge. Do I have your permission to state it?" Jacob was quite pleased that it turned out so well and nodded, "Call me sir from now on, not Demiurge. As for your request, speak freely." Understood. In this gnome's memory set, I learned the concept of name, which gives everyone their unique identity and meaning, like this gnome name was Frediel. So I want to give myself a name that represents my unique identity, not the name that represents my species as a whole. But only if it's okay with you, sir. I can't seem to take this action without your permission. Jacob cocked an eyebrow. This is a strange turn of events. Well, it's just a name and I also can't keep calling it Brain Hunter. He then nodded, "Go ahead. You can choose any name you want. I won't have any problem with that. You should indeed have a name which would belong to you." "Thank you, sir. The name I chose for myself is Autarch, which means a ruler who has absolute power, and this is the only name that suits me." Autarch. Jacob looked at the deadpan gnome with astonishment, as this name was really quite oppressive. Still, he nodded in the end as it mattered little to him. "All right, you will be Autarch from now on." "Autarch will forever be loyal to you, sir." Brain Hunter or Autarch bowed its head. "There is no need to do that around me. I have also prepared 6 more brains for you. Just how many do you need before you can increase your tier further, especially if you want to enter the extraordinary rank?" Jacob asked as he hoped to get the answer to this question since Immortality didn't tell him. Furthermore, Autarch said that the Brain Devourer is the only way for it to evolve further, so Jacob would naturally go with it. Autarch replied, "Thank you, sir. Once I devour Frediel, I'll enter a new host, and with my current rank, it would take me about 1 day to fully digest a tier -5 extraordinary being. Then I shall move on to a new target. As to increasing my tier, I can only focus on increasing 1 tier at a time, meaning I can't raise both physical and magic tiers at the same time as the other begins. I can only focus on one at a time. Like if I want to increase my physique tier, then I can't increase my magic core star tier unless I finish my physique first, and the same goes for the magic core. Simply put, if extraordinary rank has 6 tiers, they will convert into 12 tiers for me because I can't evolve both the physical tier and magic core tier at the same time. As for entering another higher rank, I need to be at the peak of both physique and magic tiers of that rank like anyone else, as well as I need to complete a special prerequisite which will be revealed once I reach the peak of a rank. Right now I'm at rare tier -6 and have 1 star magic core. The limit of the rare rank is 9 tiers, and the magic core could grow into 3 stars. So I need to cross 6 more tiers to enter the extraordinary rank, but only after I clear a requirement that I would get to the peak of the rare rank. As to evolve up to each tier of the rare rank, physically, I need to devour 10 beings of at least 1 full rank higher than mine, and the count will increase by 10 with each higher tier. To evolve my magic core tier, I need to devour 100 beings with the same magic core rank as mine or higher, and the count will be increased by 100 as well with a higher tier. The limit of 10 or 100 and their increase will not change even if I devour 3 or 10 ranks higher beings from my current rank, and so was the case for the final requirement, which has to clear before I can enter a new rank. Chapter 324 Autark. Part 2. Jacob looked at Autark as if he was looking at a bottomless pit. Truth be told, he was expecting there to be limitations and absurd demands to nurture it, but he was never expecting those demands to be this absurd. It was literally like having to cultivate two cursed immortality at the same time, and all that joy of acquiring a fantastic insect turned into smoke. If what it said is true, then when it reached the epic rank, it needed to consume the unique rank beings to increase its physical rank while at the unique rank. At this point, Jacob's mind went numb just thinking about the terrifying condition to let it evolve into the legendary rank. It finally occurred to him why there was never a legendary rank fantastic insect ever seen. In comparison, he was more at ease in the magic core conditions. But he was still quite bitter about those conditions remaining unchanged even if Autark ended up devouring a higher level being than it needed. Then why can Titan tiers able to bypass these absurd limitations? What is their background? Jacob thought as the fog ahead was only becoming thicker. Nevertheless, he knew he was not at that point where he should even think about unrevealing these mysteries, and he should focus on the present. I'll stick with the Titan tiers as long as I can while in the meanwhile, it shouldn't be a problem to let Autark reach the peak of the rare rank. With such thought in mind, he said, "Very well, then I'll leave those 6 to you. But don't let them find out about what you are. Just destroy the body when you don't need it before moving on to the next target. In the future, we will have more ground rules when we go to the higher planes. With all the knowledge you have, I don't need to teach you just how dangerous this place is. And for survival's sake, we can't let our guard down even for a second. I won't interfere with your free actions as long as they won't bring trouble to both of us. All I want in return is for you to be extremely careful and master your abilities to perfection. I will be relying on your abilities to carve the path toward our bright future. Right now, your only task is to learn as much as you can, and if you discover something unusual, report it to me like if some memory related to epic rank. Oh, one more thing, can you use this guy's star watch and magic abilities despite devouring them at the same time?" Autark answered, "I will keep your instructions in mind. I should be able to use the star watch as long as the brain is active because, according to my memory, the life signal originated from the brain as well. As for using magic, I won't be a problem as long as I won't fully consume his magic core. It will work like the original owner. Although I can start or stop the brain devourer ability, I can make it slow a bit." Jacob was quite astonished when he heard about the life signal's true secret, and he suddenly had another question. Are life force and life signal not the same? I don't know. I did not have any recollection of memory about the life force and only know about the life signal, which the brain emits when it is connected with the flesh body. It only stopped when the brain started to decompose, and I can easily stop it from happening with healing or rejuvenation potions or herbs. This is how I should be able to reverse the body from decomposing as well. Jacob suddenly remembered how Pighead's body only started to decompose after he stopped giving it the healing potions. "It seemed you have already thought it through about how you will proceed with your future endeavors," Jacob praised. "This is all thanks to Sir for giving this alchemist brain to me. With his rich memories and experiences, it was a piece of cake to prepare countermeasures for such weakness." Autark emotionlessly stated. Jacob didn't find this explanation wrong as he also chose those alchemists for their powerful brains, but the result ended up far more than he could ever ask for. "Alright, since you can control their star watches, remember my bank account number. From now on, you will transfer your target money into my account before you dispose of your target with a star watch. Moreover, if they have a space ring, then stash it away after taking anything important we can use for ourselves. Afterward, we can look for them later," Jacob shamelessly instructed. He didn't care about what Autark would think since this guy was a bottomless pit, and he needed as much money as he could get to nurture Autark, so it should help as well. Not to mention his plan for all those accumulated space rings in his pendant was also Autark itself. "I will follow your instructions." Autark agreed without hesitation. "Please," Jacob then told Autark his bank account number, which Autark remembered instantly, and then with a thought, a small pile of space rings appeared between them. "Take these space rings, and I want you to sort out materials in them within separate rings, like knowledge-related books in a separate ring, herbs in another, and finished products like potions, pills, and weapons, in different rings, and don't use another ring unless the first one is full. This is your task which you have till the morning to finish before you hand them over to me. Another task for you two is the 6 outside. I'll let you deal with them as a test to see how much you can handle being someone else and deceiving them. Now you are dismissed if you don't have anything else you are curious about, Jacob stated coldly. He had learned what he needed to know about the brain hunter and also achieved his goal now. He wanted to move on to his other important task. Autark collected all those space rings into the space ring Frediel was already wearing and stood up. I'm not for the moment, and I will not disappoint you, sir. Autark then left the tent without saying an extra word. Jacob's lips curled up, seeing Autark leaving the tent, forming an icy smile. You won't, I know, because I didn't go through all those troubles and took a huge risk just to suffer disappointment. Chapter 325. Starting the practice after sending Autark away, Jacob kept observing with his hearing, and he was quite astonished when he saw Autark appear the same as the dead Frediel. The way he walks, talks, and even his breathing patterns seemed to be the same. No one would doubt for a moment that it was the brain hunter controlling Frediel's body, even his own mother. Furthermore, Jacob also noticed that his connection with Autark was still strong despite Autark moving a few meters away. He can still send him commands through his thoughts or even hold a conversation. And lastly, he can summon Autark back into his solar plexus directly from Frediel brain. Now all was left was to know the exact range in which he could perform all these things, as he was pretty sure there was some limit to these abilities. Nevertheless, Jacob was content with Autark and all the things that came with it. After dealing with the brain hunter matter and concluding his small experiment, which went extremely well, Jacob was at ease, and now he knew he could move on to the next important matter, the water meditation. Although he was planning on putting it on hold until he was also done with the search for the plutonium, then he changed his mind and put the water meditation at first. The biggest reason was after hearing about Autark's abilities. He felt a strange urgency to become more powerful, as his current power was not enough in front of unknown threats like Autark. Jacob was 99% sure that if another brain hunter like Autark selected him as its target, he wouldn't even see it coming unless he was in his 20x acceleration, and this was a rare rank insect we were talking about. At the same time, he was now considered an epic rank. The illusion of invincibility in the rare plains seemed like nothing but a sham put on his mind by none other than himself, and external objects like plutonium was useless unless he had the ability to use them because death won't wait for him to draw his trump card. Jacob then snuck out of his tent silently as no one noticed him, since those alchemists were busy asking Autark about how Jacob increased his potential and what they should expect. Only Autark would be able to tell since it could sense Jacob's direction just as Jacob could, but it won't say anything since Jacob had already sent an advance notice about what he was going to do. Jacob appeared a few hundred meters away from the canyon, in front of the incoming river stream from the same canyon. The reason for Jacob selecting this place so close to the canyon was exactly this river stream. Jacob clearly remembered just how much water he needed to perform water meditation up to just 2 hours mark, and how many preparations he had to do so that he couldn't end up drowning. At that time, he had no idea why all that oxygen was being sucked dry from the water, and he experienced that strange feeling in his body, but now he does. The only problem was, even with his current physique, he might not be able to hold under 720 g-force for much, and this wasn't the only problem, as he had to do it while holding his breath underwater for 72 hours straight. Nevertheless, Jacob was going to try first and see how well it went while performing water mediation in this river stream for a few hours, and only then could he decide how to proceed further. The river stream was 17 meters wide, while the water current was around 11 to 12 knots and 8 meters deep, which was something Jacob could handle. I have to do it sooner or later in this kind of environment since I can't perform water mediation in a small pool or lake anymore, especially if I want to complete the 3 days and nights cycle. I'll perform water mediation for 4 hours and then check the water affinity. If it really increases, I'll continue without holding back. I hope it will work, and I will be able to awake water-type magic and even explore the other 4 exercises. The art of nature clearly has no limit in place. There were just certain thresholds that needed to be done before one could move toward the second exercise. It might be a rare magic scripture for all I know, but the question still remains, how in the world it ended up in my old world. Is the Zodiac Plains connected with that world in some way? Jacob wondered, but then he stopped caring as it would only waste his time to mull over this entire thing as it was simply out of the realm of his thinking capability. He might be able to solve these mysteries once he becomes more powerful. Jacob then started to take deep breaths and then exhale deeply. He was going to go for 4 hours straight the moment he jumped into the river stream, even higher if he felt like it. Right now, he should be capable of holding his breath underwater for 10 to 12 hours straight, but matched with continuously increasing g-force, this limit could greatly plummet. Jacob didn't know just what kind of g-force his current body could handle and if he could last for 72 hours, but he was determined to find out. After following the same breathing patterns for 5 minutes, Jacob took a final deep breath before he jumped into the river stream without hesitation. But he kept wearing his clothes as he was afraid of an attack by some water magic beast in that river. This was the core area of the magic beast forest, after all. With his powerful body, Jacob easily reached the river bed. Then he sat in the lotus position and instantly started to perform the water mediation as his breathing started to turn rhythmic. The hour passed like a breeze, and Jacob was already in 10G force, which was nothing, and his position became firm. However, Jacob had no idea just over 50 meters above his head. A figure stood on top of a floating disc, while a white projection light was in front of it, and on that projection, 10 red dots were moving toward a black dot with terrifying speed. Chapter 326. Starting the attack at nighttime, Jacob had been at water mediation for 3 hours, and he was quickly approaching the 4th hour. Not only was he completely fine under 30G force, he wasn't feeling any urge to breathe. On the contrary, when the oxygen starts to enter his body and pours on its own like it usually does, the suffocation of holding his breath no longer irritates him. Especially when the 3rd hour started, the oxygen's absorption was getting stronger. With his epic body, Jacob could feel it as clear as day that something was stirring inside him as he performed the water mediation. Furthermore, the water stream no longer even budged him as he was completely attached to the riverbed now. Just like that, 4th hour passed, and then the 5th, and finally it was the 6th hour, and now Jacob was under 60G force, and the water was now started to swirl around him as the oxygen absorption was now as clear as day, and even faint cold steam was starting to rise from the river stream. Now Jacob was finally starting to feel a bit under pressure, but it wasn't at that point where he felt like crushing. As for breathing, while the oxygen absorption increased, he felt like he didn't need to breathe at all, and it was a strange yet wonderful feeling. At some point, Jacob even forgot about where he was sitting as he got completely engrossed in the water meditation like a monk. However, in the sky where he was sitting, 10 figures were standing over discs, and all of them wore white robes with black hourglass symbols on their chests while their bodies were wrapped in black gauze. They were naturally the 10 iron puppet assassins. Right at this moment, the 10 iron puppet assassins turned their head in the same direction, and the very next moment thereafter, another disc rider stopped a meter away from them. It wore bronze-colored robes with the same black hourglass symbol on its chest, while its body was also wrapped in black gauze. It was the bronze puppet assassin. They all seemed to be waiting upon it. Then a strange scene occurred. The 10 iron puppet assassins keep staring at the bronze puppet assassin while the latter is the same. This strange staring contest lasted for about 3 minutes before they looked down in unison. Right now, in the middle of the river stream was revolving a small swirl while cold steam was rising from the moving river surface. The bronze puppet assassin then moved its head and looked at certain iron puppet assassins. That iron puppet assassin then suddenly moved his hand and suddenly he tore off a small fabric of his sleeve. It was extremely tiny, almost unnoticeable. But the moment that small piece of fabric got torn off by its sleeve, it suddenly trembled before its size and shape started to contort, and the next moment instead of a tiny piece of fabric, it was holding a dark blue scroll. Without hesitation, it instantly opened the dark blue scroll, and it started shimmering in dark light before all of a sudden turning into ashes. Thereby, a dark blue streak suddenly emerged right where the scroll had been incinerated, and it directly headed toward the swirl down like a lightning bolt. All the puppet assassins looked down, following the streak direction. However, something strange happened the very moment that streak came in touch with the water swirl. It turned into dark blue particles and then vanished without a trace while the swirl remained the same. The bronze puppet assassin's head remained in the same position for a while before it looked up and focused on another iron puppet assassin. The iron puppet assassin, like the last one, moved, and he also tore off a small fabric from its sleeve, and it turned into a scroll, but this time its color was gray and it looked worn off a bit. It opened the gray scroll, and the next moment the scroll turned into fine gray ashes before a glowing object surfaced in its place. It was a glowing gray sniper rifle that was 3 meters in size, and it looked like it was made with lines of gray neon light. Without wasting a second, the iron puppet assassin moved to grab the light sniper rifle and instantly pointed it in the swirl direction and pressed the light trigger. It happened in 1 second. The next moment, a gray light released from the light muzzle and headed toward the swirl. But no sound was generated, and the light sniper started to vanish from the iron puppet assassin's hands. But no one was paying attention to it as they all looked in the swirl direction where the bullet was heading. However, like the previous dark blue streak, the moment that gray light bullet touched the swirl, it also turned into light partials and vanished. Not one knows what kind of reactions those 11 puppet assassins were having right now, but they all kept their head in the swirl direction for a long while, and that swirl suddenly became more vigorous. The bronze puppet assassin then looked up again, and this time he glanced at 3 iron puppet assassins. Those 3 didn't delay as they tore off 2 fabrics from their sleeves, and they all turned into a scroll and a weapon. The next moment, the gray discs under their feet shimmered in ghastly gray light as they all dived toward the swirl while they activated their magic scrolls. And a thick barrier formed around them while they also achieved the stealth function of their discs. While one of the standing iron puppet assassins also took out another magic scroll, but this was filled with magic runes. The moment the scroll was opened, it instantly headed into the sky, and an invisible doom-like barrier started to fall off in a 100-meter radius like an invisible curtain, while they all quickly took out their weapons and more scrolls. However, the bronze puppet assassin remained the same from start to finish, and now that the attack had finally begun, the bronze-colored disc under his feet shimmered in black color before the assassin vanished without a trace. And join my Discord server, https://discordgg/w8gqdcd7zm chapter 327, The Bronze Puppet Assassin. It was Jacob's 7th hour since he had started the water meditation, and he got completely immersed in it like he was drunk. However, at some point, Jacob felt a strange disturbance around, but it was so vague Jacob didn't break from that state. But right at this moment, the entire water swirling around him trembled, and he abruptly opened his eyes in befuddlement before clearly returning to what he saw made his heart sink. The water around him, now continued faint color, was red. He then saw a mutilated hand holding a sword smacked on the river bed when it entered the 70G gravity around him, and it was just the tip of the iceberg as more flesh pieces started to sink. When Jacob's eyes landed on the torn white robes worn by the mutilated body's owner, and a gray disc entered his vision, Jacob's blood ran cold as he instantly knew he was under attack. Jacob didn't even have the time to think about when the attack started or how those guys reached their current state. Without hesitation, Jacob's heart rate climbed, and the next moment, he directly entered the 20x acceleration state as he was afraid that it might be already too late to run. The 70G gravity instantly became non-exist when he entered 20x acceleration and directly jumped out of the water like an arrow cutting through the water. The moment he left the water meditation broke and the gravity on him as well, and so did the water swirl as the river quickly regained its normal state. But for some reason, it wasn't flowing anymore. However, Jacob didn't have time to pay attention since all his focus was on the 3 incoming blades from the front. And this time, he could clearly see those guys, as the eye sockets of his mask were now made with electromagnetic spectrum glass. This electromagnetic spectrum glass can help him see high and low electromagnetic waves or light, and this glass could not be created without plutonium. In his 20x acceleration state, Jacob could only see some electromagnetic waves, mostly high, but with this glass, he could see almost invisible waves except for the gamma rays. Simply put, now those guys, despite their stealth and all the magic skills, were as good as naked in front of Jacob. Unless they exist in some other dimension, they can't hide. Furthermore, Jacob noticed that their attack formation seemed disrupted, and this gave him a chance to use the weapon he had drawn while the time he had jumped out of the water. They were blade handguns with long muzzles, and they were filled with magic patterns. I never thought you guys would find me so soon and even dare to sneak up on me, but I come prepared this time. Jacob's eyes were deadly cold as well as fury shone in them as he almost got assassinated again despite his countermeasure against these guys. It hadn't even been a day and he was already under siege, which was completely unexpected as well as frustrating since he was extremely careful this time, but he still missed these guys' tails. Nevertheless, Jacob was ready for them, and he started to pull the trigger as those guys were only a meter away from him. The 3 guys in front were encased in blue barriers, but the moment black bullets from Jacob's gun hit those barriers, they blasted apart, and the follow-up bullets directly landed on their shoulders and the next one on their heads. In 20x acceleration, Jacob was too fast, and for some strange reason, Jacob felt he had even more control over his senses. However, the danger was far from being over, as he clearly sensed 4 more people entering his god's zone. The guns in his hand twisted at an impossible angle before Jacob pulled the triggers in successions. When the second passed, boom x42, 42 consecutive sonic booms rang in the vicinity while the bullet shells were falling into the river, and with those shells, lump bodies of those 7 iron puppet assassins with bullet holes in their heads and the discs. Jacob was still continuing to rise because of his previous jump, but the fight was already over. However, when Jacob thought exactly that, his heart palpitated as, without hesitation, he raised both guns in his head overhead like shields. The very next instant, a lightning fast black streak appeared out of nowhere and landed over his right gun muzzle. The sheer impact of that black streak was so high, not to mention sharp, that the advanced Type -1 Titian handgun blasted into pieces, and Jacob was sent flying like a broker kite. Furthermore, his mask also suffered a crack on its forehead. If he hadn't had those two things between his face, it would have been his skull that was either blasted apart or cracked. In both cases, he would have been dead. Still, it didn't mean he was out of danger as his eyes quickly started to scan the vicinity where the black streak originated from while he tried to maneuver his body. He wasn't too injured since he didn't suffer direct damage. Only his hand was numb and his wrist nearly got snapped. But he knew finding the attacker was more important, and this guy was not like those 7 who attacked him from close range. It was a long-range attacker. However, Jacob was in for another shock when his body was directly smacked into some invisible barrier. He knew these guys had again put up some magic barrier to keep him away from running. This also explained that part of the river was static, not flowing as it should be. Jacob finally noticed a lighting-like infrared streak, and he knew he had found the attack, but he was too fast and kept moving like a fly. But it didn't mean he was going to let it have its way. Jacob quickly stabilized his falling body. The reaming gun in hand vanished, and as well he let go of the broken grip of the destroyed handgun. Another black gun appeared. It was a black shotgun, and holding it in between his hand, Jacob instantly emptied it on the moving, lighting-fast bronze puppet assassin. Jacob had no intention to hit or kill it, as a matter of fact. Instead, he wanted just to slow it down because the moment he fired shots from the shotgun, it had already vanished the moment the bullets were fired, and the Titan sniper had already replaced it. Chapter 328. The Streak Breaker. While falling, Jacob, holding the Iron Titan sniper rifle, looked at the bronze puppet assassin who was agilely moving, leaving behind a red infrared streak. The shotgun round was filled with hundreds of tiny pins made with an intermediate type-1 mineral called Black Razor Rock. And not only that, but they were coated with Jacob's explosive cocktail, which made them blow like tiny bombs the moment they came in contact with any hard surface. These rounds were invented by Jacob specifically for the agile enemies who were too hard to snipe, but he never released them to the public since it would draw too much unwanted attention to him. Now, however, these things were his biggest trump cards. They were also what he needed to buy only a fraction, and it will be over because of his sharpened reflexes and the rifle's insane speed. It was a combination of sorts. Jacob also knew this guy seemed to be a long-range attacker who needed to be stopped if he wanted to mount another attack, but he wanted to make him pause at his behest. Besides, the moment he reaches the ground, he will fall between trees, so he will again become a target of another attack, and that's what the bronze puppet assassin seemed to want as well. So Jacob only had this 3 or 4 second window to end it. The bronze puppet assassin also never expected a lighting-fast response from Jacob, as it clearly felt the incoming tiny pins that were fired exactly in the trajectory where he was about to fly into. Furthermore, those pins were giving it the feeling of strange danger, as if it was hit by it would not be pretty. So, the glowing black disc under his feet finally stopped for a fraction as it wanted to change its trajectory. But that fraction was all it took when the moment the disc was about to fly right. The bronze puppet assassin's head only moved in that position for a moment, and was about to leave that position when it felt something sharp and hard touch its bronze hood. That was the last thing it could even think of because the next moment its head blew like a water balloon. Boom! The sonic boom, which sounded like the gong of victory, came right after. Iron puppet assassins and bronze puppet assassin have been killed by the target. Iron class kill order has been terminated. 347 years iron kill streak has also been ended. Streak breaker. Faceless Ancient has been marked and will be granted 20 years iron immunity period from all class kill orders. The streak has been broken from the iron class kill order put up by the Iron Constant -978,000. 359 has to pay 100 times the initial iron kill order price before he can put a new kill order again. Bronze class streak breaker bounty will start on the Faceless Ancient after the immunity period end. The electric voice buzzed in the entire secret library when Jacob killed the bronze puppet assassin. However, the secret library was right now completely empty as there were no traces of the goblet or any bookshelves, as a matter of fact. Only the reverse hourglass was there, but for some reason the continuous sand was now slowly filling the upper section of the hourglass, and it was only a hair away from filling the entire section. But the moment that announcement was made, that tiny section was instantly filled before the hourglass suddenly started to contort, and the next moment it was wrapped in space and vanished. No trace of the secret library or the hourglass was left, only an empty space. 10 minutes later, the restricted barrier around the river finally lifted, and the river started to flow again as if nothing changed. However, on the riverbank, Jacob was looking at the 8 headless bodies while a few mutilated body parts were lying beside them. There were also weapons and 8 discs on the side. These were all the things he had scooped out of the river while the barrier was still intact. After killing the bronze puppet assassin, Jacob made sure that no more assassins were hiding, and only then did he stop using his fluid acceleration and stow away his weapon and start to collect the loot. Although he was perplexed about this massive assassin operation, this didn't mean he would let those precious meat and discs left so they could flow away. He needed to replenish his energy after all. Besides, as annoying and dangerous as these guys are, they were proven to be rather nutritious for his current needs. Especially the bronze puppet assassin, who drew Jacob's attention in all this as not only was he dressed differently, but he was also on a different color disc which was clearly superior to the gray discs. He also found a 2-meter purple sniper rifle which was actually not a mech rifle like his but a magic rifle. But what are these mutilated body parts? How did they reach their current state? Jacob was most confused about those mutilated body parts. He could at least tell they belonged to these mutants and were part of their group, but someone they ended up in such a state mysteriously. So he had two kinds of theories about those body parts. The first one was quite far-fetched in which someone helped him, while in the second they fought among themselves, which is an even more far-fetched situation since these guys didn't seem to have a mind of their own. Jacob has another notion that it might have something to do with the water mediation, but it is so absurd that he doesn't want to believe it, but still, he won't ignore it. Because if it was true, then the art of nature might even be far more powerful than he could even imagine. The moment the barrier was lifted, footsteps rang in the middle of the night as they approached Jacob. Jacob didn't even react as he knew who it belonged to. It was the gnome who was naturally autarch who Jacob had summoned here. Jacob coldly spoke at this moment, finish off the remaining alchemists by absorbing their memories and take the strongest one of them as a host. I was hoping to give you some time to adjust, but it seems we can't wait any longer and has to leave. After you're done, I want you to look into 10 storage rings. Chapter 329 Skull No. A zero space ring somewhere in the inner region of the magic beast forest, a bone fire lit a spacious cave. Jacob sat in front of the bonfire and chewed on a roasted leg while a small pile of clean bones was sitting beside him. Sitting on the opposite side of the bonfire was an 8-foot-tall purple scale kobold wearing black armor, but his eyes were deadpan as he stared straight at Jacob without blinking. It was naturally autarch who had changed its body from a gnome to a kobold, who was the strongest in the alchemist group bought out by Jacob despite being a grandmaster rank potion alchemist. It's rude to stare at someone while they are eating, Jacob impassively said at this moment as he finished off the meal, which was quite fulfilling as he was feeling quite powerful, especially after eating that bronze puppet assassin. Jacob had a feeling that his heart was more powerful than those iron puppet assassins, and he probably gained far more with its heart than he did with all 7 of them combined. Still, it didn't mean he was happy about it. On the contrary, he was feeling quite apprehensive because if more than 10 of those bronze robe guys came after him, he might not escape without paying a steep price. He never thought the Killer Skull Society was hiding such a terrifying trump card under their sleeve. But he was also confused about why they were sending them in small groups, not all of them together, since it would be easier to kill him. This was the only thing he couldn't comprehend. I'm not staring, I'm just observing how Sir could eat so much since it's impossible according to my memories, and only a giant can eat this much, but Sir is clearly not giant. Autarch emotionlessly stated. Although he can act like a normal being but in front of Jacob, he seems to prefer talking with his true self, which seems to have no emotion, and Jacob also prefers the real Autarch. Like you, I also have special abilities which I can't tell you for your own good. Jacob coldly stated. Despite knowing Autarch can't betray him, he still chooses to keep his abilities to himself since no one has seen the future. Understood, Autarch nodded expressionlessly before he asked something again. Can I know why you were attacked and by whom, or were you hunting? Jacob scoffed. I was attacked by an organization called the Killer Skull Society, and it might not be their last attempt. Autarch nodded. I indeed have a set of memories about the notorious Killer Skull Society. Then I don't need to explain it any further. All you need to know is they are my enemies and now yours as well. If in the future, if you find any news related to them, report it to me, Jacob ordered. Understood. Now I need you to look into these space rings for me and tell me what is inside them. They are related to the Killer Skull Society as well. Jacob then flipped his hand. 10 space rings appeared. Those space rings belonged to none other than Skull No. Azero, who died by Jacob's hand, and in his mind, the Killer Skull Society was sending those mutants after him because of these space rings. Before, he didn't have any means to open them, nor did he trust anyone enough to ask them to open these rings for him. He could have even made someone open them and then kill them, but he decided to wait until he subdued Brain Hunter or awakened magic power of his own. What about the space rings you gave me to sort out before? Autarch expressionlessly questioned. Jacob questioned in return, are you done with them? Autarch nodded. Yes, I was done in an hour. Do you want them right now? Jacob nodded without hesitation. Yes. If you don't need anything, I will be keeping them on me since you will be changing your body often and might even need to abandon it if this kind of attack happens again. So these items will be safe with me. I want you to make an inventory list on the Star Watch about the items in those rings and then send them to me. But you may keep one advanced Type-1 space ring and anything useful to you for your personal use. Thank you, sir. But there is nothing useful in those rings for me. I'll keep a ring for convenience. Autark stated before he took off the ring from his ring finger before he took out another ring from it and handed it to Jacob. Jacob accepted it without hesitation and stowed it away in his pendant, as he knew now he didn't need to worry about running out of space, as he could let Autark store anything in those rings. Then he handed Autark those rings he discovered on Azero. Autark didn't waste any time and wore one of the 10 rings and tried to open it. The ring shimmered azure light before it returned to normal. Autark then looked at Jacob with a deadpan expression, while Jacob was looking at him with anticipation since he wanted to know what was inside those rings, which made the Killer Skull Society so hyperactive. Autark impassively said, "I cannot open it, it is inaccessible, I'm sorry." From start to finish his expression didn't change. Jacob was startled and then he frowned as he knew Autark wasn't lying. He didn't have the ability to lie to him, but this revelation was still hard to swallow. Why? My magic power was blocked by some barrier that is stopping me from probing into the independent space of this space ring. It's like some encryption has been placed on it. Autark replied. Try others, Jacob said with a clouded expression as he was feeling indignation and perplexed to the extreme. Autark, oblivious to Jacob's inner turmoil, did as he was told and started to wear those remaining 9 rings one after another, and each time like a robot, it would say inaccessible and move on to the other. Jacob's fury was at the boiling point until Autark's words were finally changed on its 8th try. This one is accessible. Chapter 330, The Sense of Crisis. This one is accessible. Those emotionless words of Autark's were music to Jacob's ears as he was really starting to feel like vomiting when he thought about his clothes shaves with death and all for what? For a bunch of locked rings, which he didn't even know were locked a few moments ago. What is inside? Hiding his elation, Jacob asked calmly. First, this space ring's inner space is 100 cubic meters, not like the advanced Type-1 rings, which only had 10 cubic meters of space, which clearly made it a space ring above the Type-1 rank. As for the items inside, there are 82 magic scrolls, 3 spears, 4 magic guns, a ship, many different potions and pills, and all of them are advanced Type-1, and some of them are even I don't recognize. There are also 19 books, a strange black cube, 23 more space rings, and lastly, there is a hexagram-shaped crimson token engraved with an unknown language which I didn't have any memory of. Most of the space of this ring is occupied by the 53-meter large blue ship, and only 14 cubic meters of free space remained. Autark revealed. Jacob's eyes shimmered with surprise when he heard just this ring alone was most likely to be a Type-2 space ring, and all those materials inside made him even more ecstatic. Because Autark's memories could rival a senior grandmaster, and even he seemed not to recognize some of those potions and pills, which could only mean 2 things. They were either extremely rare or above Type-1 rank as well. As for those magic scrolls, Jacob had seen Azero using some of them during his escape, and he knew the remaining ones would not be any less precious. And those extra 23 rings will be most likely hold even more wealth that Azero couldn't store in this one ring alone. Just that ship alone was worth Jacob's absolute attention, and it would not be some cheap ship either, considering Azero's status. All in all, Jacob was content with just this ring's treasures, and when he thought about those other locked rings, his heart raced slightly as he didn't dare to imagine what could those closed rings hold in comparison to this open one. The society is most likely after those locked rings as well, and that open ring should be that guy I killed. This made those locked rings even more precious than this one. Jacob thought with scrutiny. Can you open the remaining 2 rings? Jacob asked, as he didn't tell Autark to take out anything from that space ring yet, and instead he wanted to confirm if the remaining 2 rings were open or also locked. Autark tried on Jacob's behest, but in the end he shook his head. They are also locked like the remaining 7. Only this one is open. Do you want me to look into the other 23 space rings in this one as well? Give me the lock rings. We'll find a way to unlock them eventually and go ahead with the remaining 23 space rings. Jacob nodded without hesitation. He stowed away the 9 locked space rings in his pendant again, as he had no intention of giving them away and seeking reconciliation with the society. Because Jacob knew he was past the point of seeking forgiveness from them, and even if he returned all that he took, they would not be going to let him off. At least he won't after suffering so much loss. After 10 minutes, Autark was finally done with the 23rd space ring, as Jacob didn't disturb him in the entire process and silently waited. Autark finally spoke. All of these space rings have 100 cubic meters of space. 19 of them are entirely filled with raw materials, and all of them are advanced type -1 rank. Most of them are extremely rare, and some of them even I don't recognize. One of the remaining 4 is filled with all types of 9-star magic cores, the second one is filled with weapons, and all of them seem to be advanced type -1. The third space ring is filled with all sorts of potions and pills, while the last one is 10% filled with magic scrolls and the rest is empty. So much, just how rich is the society, and did I really unknowingly cut off the snake's head? That person was that important Grace after all, and that's why the one contacting me was not him but that woman because he was dead. Jacob was astonished as now it was almost confirmed that the person dying by his hands was really important Grace. Furthermore, he could imagine just what it means to have an entire filled space of 100 cubic meters with just raw materials. And there are 19 of them, and only someone with top-level authority could hold this much wealth in an organization. If Jacob was correct, then this entire wealth was akin to the entire treasury of the society in the rare plains, and it ended up in his hand. Then there were still those 9 locked rings. Jacob now started to get why the Apocalypticus would make the mistake of contacting him, even going as far as to threaten him outright instead of taking silent actions. There was something in those locked rings which was important enough to make her panicked, not the things in Aziro's ring. The more Jacob thought in this direction, the more he felt he was almost close to the truth. It seemed this entire thing was far more dangerous than I had expected it to be. I have another task for you. Jacob looked at Autark and solemnly started to give me different instructions. With a sense of crisis, Jacob meticulously made more adjustments to his plan of leaving the rare plains, and was now even considering rejecting Hallberg since things were too dangerous for him alone. He can't babysit someone else. However, this was still only a mere thought as it wasn't an option yet. There was still time to make the final decision. I'll follow your will. Autark nodded in agreement after he heard Jacob's instructions. Jacob coldly said as he stood up, "Good, then let's waste no time. We need to find a bigger place to sort out everything in one night. We'll leave for the Wild Nation after you're done mastering this item. Furthermore, we can't move on the ground anymore or travel slowly." Chapter 331 The Wild Nation, Part 1. Under the cold morning breeze, Jacob stood in a small clearing of the trees. However, he seemed odd as he kept staring in front of him despite there being nothing but trees. At this moment, Autark's voice rang from the same spot where Jacob was looking. "It's as you predicted." The next moment he appeared out of nowhere, and surprisingly he was hovering above the ground as he stood on top of the same bronze disc that the bronze puppet assassin was riding the other night. Although this disc is a very powerful stealth treasure, even more powerful than the gray color ones. But the person who used it has to be very strong willpower because the more you channel magic into it, a strange mental power would try to attack your mind, making it less calm and more violent, and the effect is 5 times greater than the gray one. Especially if someone already has a weak mind or some deep resentment or anger issues, they will instantly lose control of their mind the moment they try to use these discs. Unless someone has my ability to control the brain to perfection and is almost immune to these petty tricks, it's very dangerous to use these discs. I wonder if it's possible to remove this mental power somehow, and then it would be completely safe to use for Sir. Autark gave his assessment with an emotionless expression. Jacob's eyes shimmered in understanding as well as coldness when he thought about what had happened in the dark castle, and he was even glad that it was Water Wave who tried this disc, not Hallberg, or it would be a huge problem. Since they dare to put up such a vicious trap on these discs so no one can use them against them, then this means those mutants might not have any effect on their brains at all. Nevertheless, it would be a problem to use these things unless I have the brain hunter's natural talent in mentality. Well, it might be a good trump card to escape in grave situations when I have no choice. But before any of that, I need to awaken the magic to use it. But awakening magic is becoming more and more cumbersome as every time I put my mind to it, something comes up and destroys my efforts. The rare plains, which seemed like safe haven, have turned out to be a wolf den. Jacob was really perplexed at his current predicament. He didn't dare to enter the water meditation state after his last assassination attempt. He didn't believe he would always be so lucky to avoid that kind of attack, especially if multiple bronze robe guys showed up. So he de-iced to sort out all those things in Aziro's space ring in one night with Autark's help, and he separated them all according to their use, and those items they couldn't seem to identify, like the magic scrolls. Jacob put them into a separate space ring. It took both of them 4 hours to sort out those 23 space rings, and Jacob really felt like a rich businessman at this moment since those ZCS made with the items sold he left in the Dark City also kept coming. Afterward, he took out the bronze disc and let Autark master it as well as test if this thing had some hidden effect on the user since the last time he almost made a blunder. Now things were clear. Jacob then asked, what about magic consumption? I can use it for 2 hours with 9-star magic core capacity without using the stealth feature, and if I use the stealth feature, then only for 30 to 40 minutes. Furthermore, this body is continuing to regress as my brain devourer keeps absorbing the 3 primary components of this body. I need to keep absorbing 9-star magic core every hour to keep this body's magic core from the start dropping in its rank, as well as I also need rejuvenation pills or potions with the same effect to keep this body from starting to decompose in a few hours, Autark stated. Jacob nodded as he calmly uttered, I guess we got all those supplies at the right time then. We have more than enough to last for a long while and we can make just as much, even far more. But this will slow down your growth rate since you won't be able to change hosts more often. But the situation demands it, so you have to wait before I'm done with the rare plains, and afterward you can have all the prey you want since there will be a long journey ahead of us. No problem. I'll follow Sir's arrangement. My advancement matters little in front of your improvement. I might not be able to survive without Sir's backing, so you are also my top priority, Autark said with a deadpan expression. I'm glad you can understand that, so let's not waste more time. How much weight do you think this disc can carry? Jacob asked. I try picking up a boulder about 400 pounds and fly with it, and you will be glad to know that its speed or agility was not effective at all, Autark replied. Jacob's lips curled up in a content smile. Then it would be a breeze to attach another small plank on its back, and it can carry us both toward the wild nation. This will also save us the pain of crossing paths with the Dark Being army as well as huge time. Since this disc was as capable as Jacob predicted it to be, he wasn't going to shy away from using it. Furthermore, this disc only affected those who were using it, not the passenger sitting over far away from it. From the start, Jacob was planning on using this disc to travel and save tremendous time, and with Autark, it was going to be quite easy as well. So Jacob quickly got to work, and with a tree plank he carved out a thick rectangular plank, and from one side it was hollow and there were many clips within that hollow. The bronze disc, like a wheel, easily fits in those clips, and then he binds them with a special material. Now, the bronze disc has been etched into a rectangular plank which looked like a straight board as Jacob sat at the back while Autark was standing on the disc. Jacob cared less about appearances as he commanded coldly, let us go toward the wild nation of the dark beings. Chapter 332 The Wild Nation, Part 2. The journey from the Magic Beast Forest to the Freedom Plains was quite long, especially if someone didn't have a virtual map of the entire rare plains like Jacob. With Autark's special trait of never being tired as long as it has a fresh host body and Jacob's own unique endurance, they both didn't need to rest as they could continue to move. Furthermore, Autark could continue to replenish its mana with a magic core like a battery and maintain both the speed and altitude of the bronze disc. Right now, they were traveling over 1,000 miles per hour speed, and despite that air current, none of them seemed bothered by it because Autark was also using a mana barrier. Meanwhile, Jacob, who had nothing better to do since he left the navigation part to Autark, as he handed him the map scanner where the plutonium site's coordinates were recorded. He decided to go through all those books he found in Azero's ring, as well as all the knowledge he got from all the storage rings he ever acquired in the rare plains. Most of the books in Azero's space ring were about 9-star magic spells, or as a matter of fact, almost every book he acquired was about magic spells or some recipe that he wasn't interested in. First, those magic spells were of random elements, and those recipes or knowledge were too ordinary in his eyes. However, he does remember anything related to the water element since he knew he would most likely awake it. Because after his small section of the water meditation in the river, Jacob again performed the element aptitude scale test to see if his conjecture about the art of nature's hidden effect was right or wrong. In the end, his water affinity surprisingly increased from 3% to 4.1% after only spending 7 hours of water meditation. This burned away all of Jacob's doubt, and he knew he was on the right path. But this only made him more frustrated since he couldn't seem to find a calm and safe place to practice. Nevertheless, Jacob didn't dwell on it since he knew now that the method was in his hand. He would not be going to walk in circles. While browsing through those books, Jacobs discovered something surprising. He found 2 magic evolution scriptures. To his surprise, one of them was written in the language of the Dark Being, and it belonged to none other than the White Minister he killed in the Dark Ruins. His space ring was the first ever space ring he acquired in the rare plains. Furthermore, there were tons of knowledge in his space ring as well as life crystals, which Jacob had no idea how he should use since they were true treasures for the Dark Being but not for the living, so he kept them to the side for now. Anyhow, the magic scripture called Bloodlust Scripture of the White Minister was for the dark beings who have awakened the dark blood magic core. Furthermore, to start practicing the Bloodlust Scripture, a dark being needed the fresh blood of the living beings. The blood quantity and quality will continue to increase as one reaches the higher level of the dark blood magic core until it reaches 9th star. Jacob then stowed this scripture away as he expects nothing less from the dark beings, and this method was virtually useless to him or for any living being as a matter of fact, because these types of magic cores could only be awakened by the dark being, not the livings. This was a strange rule as the dark being also can't seem to awaken the element of light or healing and other special elements to the living as well. At least that's what the Type-1 Universal Beings Living and Dead book he bought from the Champion Space described it to be. As for the magic evolution scripture he got from Azero, it was fascinating because it was magic evolution scripture for a peculiar element illusion, and this was certainly an extremely rare element. Its limit was all the way up to the 1-star epic magic core. This means with this magic evolution scripture helps, anyone with an illusion magic core would be able to evolve its magic core into epic rank, becoming a real epic being. It's a pity I can't take advantage of this rare magic evolution scripture. Well, at least it will fetch quite a high price in the epic plains. I'm pretty sure those guys won't be as ignorant as the rare plains. Jacob thought with curled lips before he stowed it away after remembering it as well. Just like that, time passed, and one day later at night, Autark and Jacob were flying in the starry sky under the dim crescent moon, and only the faint light from the stars were barely illuminating the surroundings. "Sir might want to see this." Autark suddenly spoke at this moment, and he spoke for the first time since they started their travels. Jacob, who was reading a very interesting 3-star water spell and continuing to expand his magical knowledge, suddenly looked up toward Autark, drawn by his voice. Then he finally looked down. First, everything appeared the same on dark night. The forest down below seemed like a dark trench, however with what Jacob was wearing he could see quite clearly, even with his own natural sight was like a night vision. What he saw made his eyes widen. The entire forest seemed to have come alive as it was crawling forward. However, upon closer inspection, it was not the forest that was moving but thousands of skeletons and zombies. This was the incoming Dark Being army which was marching toward the Dark City while they were sweeping anything alive in their way, leaving nothing but wastelands. Just watching them march through those lively trees and almost instantly making them dry and rotten in their way made Jacob's skin crawl. Jacob's eyes then fall over the rider at the very front, who is riding a massive undead horse that has blue ghastly fire for its eyes. The rider was wearing pitch-black armor from head to toe and giving of appalled aura of death itself. It was the Lich King. Right at this moment, the Lich King, who was riding at the very front of the Dark Being army, suddenly moved its armored head upward. Chapter 333 The Wild Nation. Part 2. Jacob instantly noticed the Lich King's hidden gaze on him the moment the Lich King looked up. But instead of getting alarmed, he merely scoffed. This guy's awareness is quite sharp. But he's nothing compared to all those mutants. Did Sir want to end the Lich King's cortege? Autark asked. Why do you think I would want that? Jacob questioned back. Because dark beings are the enemy of the living. Then let me ask you something, will you risk your life for some stranger? Jacob questioned again. No, Autark replied. Jacob's lips curled up as he asked another question. Then what if someone proclaimed that the stranger is the enemy of everyone? Will you do it despite knowing that there is nothing in it for you and there is even a slight bit of a chance that you might die? Autark thought for a moment before it replied. It seemed I was asking the wrong question according to all the memories and perspectives I have collected. It is not your fault to be curious. This is the only way an intelligent being can progress further. You were just asking me the same question that any living being would have asked me. I indeed have the power to end all this right here and now, but I won't because I will gain nothing out of it, and there is still a chance that the Lich King is hiding something. Or do you think he would have marched straight toward the Dark City after conquering almost half of the rare plains? This is no longer madness, but there is a hidden motive here that has nothing to do with me or you. Jacob impassively stated as he coldly gazed at the Lich King, who was still looking up as Jacob and Autark were flying over the Dark Being army. The Lich King then finally lowered its head as it continued to ride forward, no longer paying attention to the small flying object hundreds of meters high in the sky. Even if he wanted to do something about it, he simply couldn't, and it was going to be a waste of energy. After this small encounter, Autark and Jacob didn't encounter anything unusual except for flocks of flying magic beasts as they were migrating toward the deeper region of the forest or fleeing. The Dark Being army has left behind nothing but wastelands, and all those beasts on the lands were completely annihilated, while only these aerial magic beasts were able to flee. Some vicious ones even tried to attack Autark and Jacob, but they were all met with the same fate as Jacob easily shot them down before they could even enter 10 meters close to them. As Jacob and Autark were getting closer to the marked location on the map scanner, the lands below were turning black and dry and no living being could be seen there. Not even a dry tree could be seen. Another day passed, and they finally entered the Wild Nation borders, and what Jacob saw made him quite astonished. There were strange crimson tresses on the ground without any leaves, but with multiple sharp branches which were filled with long, hairy, dark vines. Those vines were spread on the ground as far as those trees were going, and those trees were virtually everywhere. Furthermore, from the moment they crossed the Wild Nation borders, a strange stench and gloomy air were around, and the bright sky was now clouded as if the sun's rays were not allowed in this place. Everything was bleak and spooky as he could see some dark being walking aimlessly among those strange trees and veins like some mindless puppets. Just how did that guy Mason end up coming here and even finding the plutonium, and he did it without getting chewed by those things first as well? Jacob wondered. How much further are we from the location? Jacob asked Autark, who was navigating with the map scanner. According to this map scanner, we are still over 100 miles away. It would take around 20 more minutes to reach our destination. Autark statically replied. 20 minutes later, Autark and Jacob entered a mountain range surrounded by light green mist. Jacob frowned as a very potent stench entered his nose, and it even left behind a burning sensation. Autark instantly uttered, "The air is poisonous, probably because of that mist. The lungs of this body are already started to experience decomposition, as it is long past its limit because I kept using its magic orbits. I'm afraid now it won't last long." Jacob nodded with narrowed eyes as he looked at that green mist surrounding the mountain range. It seemed I underestimated the environment of the Wild Nation. Land us as close to the mountain range as you can. I'll take it from there. You played your part well by sending me here this fast. If I was traveling on foot, I won't be able to reach this fast here without getting exhausted a few coups of times or meeting those annoying corpses on the way. You were very helpful. Now all left is taking all that plutonium and then leaving this goddamn place for good. You should rest. It is what I should do. Autark impassively replied before he started to descend. Jacob didn't say anything as he knew this insect had no emotions of its own, or it was not evolved enough to have them. So showing appreciation was simply a waste of time. Still, he wants Autark to know his efforts were being greatly recognized by its master. After landing, Jacob stowed away the bronze disc with the board as a whole and directly summoned Autark back from the kobold's brain into his solar plexus. The moment Autark vanished from the kobold's body, the deadpan eyes lost the faint sheen from its eyes before its scales started to fall off as dark blood gushed out from all over its body as it fell on the ground. So this is the fate of those who were being fully suckled dry by the brain hunter. Jacob thought as he looked at the mutilated body, which seemed completely fine a moment ago. Stowing away the storage ring Autark was wearing, he moved toward the mountain range while holding the map scanner as the poison mist had no effect on him, except the burning sensation in his nose, or that terrible stench. The marked location was only 4 miles deep into this mountain range. Chapter 334 The Hidden Mine, Part 1. On the mysterious mountain range, Jacob cautiously walked toward the marked location in the poisonous mist. The deeper he goes, the deeper shade of green the mist becomes. In his estimate, this poisonous mist was even potent for extraordinary rank living, and probably the dark beings could walk freely in it. This made him even more curious as to how Manson was able to dive this deep into the Wild Nation. Not to mention he was crazy enough to enter this poisonous mist. But one thing that Jacob was really content about was there were no dark beings around. On his way here, there were seldom 1 or 2 dark beings walking around aimlessly. He knew the Lich King had most likely taken the majority of his forces toward the Dark City, and left this place without much security since there was no one left to attack it anymore. Furthermore, after experiencing the environment of these lands, Jacob was sure only idiots would want to live in this place as long as they didn't want a plague with stench and unknown illnesses. He even wondered why in the world the Life faction was fighting for such lands in the first place. Couldn't they really just build solid defense instead of try fighting the dark beings? Or were they so prideful that they couldn't just simply hide and chip away their forces instead of headbutting them on the battlefield? The dark beings would never stop attacking the living because they had a valid reason for it. But what about the living? What would they get by killing them except for some rare magic cores or their rotten corpses and bones? Furthermore, with how the dark beings from the other planes could send reinforcement from the other planes, like the Life faction, it was pretty clear they were as intelligent and advanced as the living beings. Jacob was confused and curious at the same time about the dark beings, and he knew the secret was most likely to do with the Zodiac Plains being so strange. Nevertheless, he was more inclined toward focusing on his present instead of worrying about the mysterious future. Jacob's footsteps suddenly come to a halt when a cliff wall appears in front of him within the mist, and if not for his mask and sharp senses, he would have smashed right into it. When he looked at the brightly lit scanner in his hand, it was showing a red marker in the center of it and kept on blinking. This is the place. Jacob frowned as he looked around, and everything was the same except for the cliff in front. If I were him and found a load of unknown materials, then I would do anything to hide it until I came back. Or if I knew where it was beforehand. In both cases, there is some hidden passage somewhere near here. Jacob stowed away the scanner since it was now useless, and from here he was on his own. He didn't get the chance to fully interrogate Mason since he thought he had only discovered the load by chance. So it might be in a quite obvious location. However, now that he had come here himself, he knew Mason was led here by something since this location was clearly not adventure-friendly, or that guy just had a knack for courting death. Furthermore, the Wild Nation hadn't been opened for all this time, and it's only been a few years since Jacob had cleared the trial of the rare plains, lifting the barrier on both sides. So Mason couldn't be just wandering in this place by chance or again, and the dark beings were quite proactive right after the trials were over with their defeat. It was hard to believe some adventurer would come adventuring in a war zone teeming with dark beings. But the thing was, there was nothing within Mason's belongings that could confirm this theory, and only this map scanner was the only proof that leads here. Instead of searching aimlessly for clues, Jacob decided to take a rather direct approach which would save him quite a time. His short sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed the cliff in front of him as this was the most obvious location where a doorway could be, and the map scanner stopped right at this point. If it turns out to be a normal rock, then his sword would cut through it like a hot blade through butter, and if it wasn't, then he'll know right away by the difference in sound. Luckily, the moment Jacob slashed the sword, it cut like a sheet of paper, and instead of a solid surface behind it, it was actually hollowed. Jacob's lips curled up when he saw the darkness behind the fine slit, which was 3 inches deep in the cliff wall, and he knew it was the right decision to use this method. Then Jacob didn't need to hold back as he directly slashed his sword 2 more times, opening a dark pathway and entering without needing any torch. He found himself walking in a 2-meter tunnel passage that was surprisingly sliding upward. But this tunnel was clearly dug recently, as he could still find markings of some digging device used to create it. This made Jacob's belief about Mason coming here with a clear purpose in mind even more reliable. If not for plutonium, he won't waste even a second of his time to come here, but now it was getting somewhat interesting. The tunnel was around quite deep as after climbing about 100 meters, the tunnel became straight again, and after walking another 20 meters, a sharp left turn appeared, which was over 100 meters long. Jacob finally reached the end of this long tunnel and stood in front of something he didn't expect. It was an old mine elevator that was going down to who knows where. Furthermore, this elevator was of extremely old design as it connected with an old pulley with 2 rusty metal chains, and there was a hand wheel attached in the center. Jacob knew this elevator was a type of hand elevator, and it looked in terrible shape. But he knew he was now almost at the end of his destination. So, after he checked it thoroughly, he finally embarked on it and started to turn the old metal wheel which made ear-piercing sounds. The elevator trembled slightly before it finally started to descend while making eerie noises. Why is this place hidden inside a mountain? Jacob's eyes shone with anticipation as he didn't mind the sounds at all and slowly made his way down. Chapter 335 The Hidden Mine. Part 2. Turning the old wheel carefully, Jacob descended over a mile deep into the ground, and even he was shocked at just how deep this elevator was going. Not only that, but as he dived deeper and deeper, he noticed the air was getting heated up. Jacob's mask was also showing multiple color waves, and it was getting harder to see as everything started to turn brighter. I'm entering a high radiation zone, which means I'm at the right place. Jacob thought as he was very familiar with this kind of heat as well as all those color patterns appearing through the glass of his mask. So he decided to change the mask since now it was obstructing his vision instead of helping with it, and it was pretty sure there won't be more surprise attacks in this place. After the elevator was over 1,500 meters deep underground, it finally landed on its destination. The temperature of the place was also 10 times higher than the atmosphere outside, which made even Jacob feel the heat like he was standing in the middle of a desert. It's probably level 4 radiation, which can't hurt me. Jacob stepped out of the elevator and found himself in a large, dark cavern. There were some decayed rail tracks and rail carts lying there collecting dust, so it was a mine site in the distant past, but somehow ended up in this state. Jacob thought as he walked into the cavern, while he followed the rail tracks going all the way into a mine tunnel on the other side of the cavern. As he entered that tunnel, he noticed a trace of light deep within, which was clearly unusual since has yet to find any trace of light whatsoever. This light source might be left behind by that guy Mason, Jacob thought as he continued to follow the rail tracks. As Jacob went deeper into the mine, he found the heat was getting even more intense, although slowly but surely. There were also light stones recently installed on the old mine walls, which were clearly the work of Mason. After following the rail tracks for about 400 meters, Jacob finally stopped because in front of him were now two passages where those rail tracks were dividing. He noticed that one of the passages was lightened up with the light stones while the other was dark, which clearly indicates where Mason has gone during his visit. But Jacob's mind works in a strange way as he looks into the dark passage and thinks, if he was an explorer, I don't think he would leave this place without searching everywhere. So why is this passage dark and seems unexplored while the other one is completely opposite? That guy was greedy but no fool, so he might have prepared something in advance just in case someone like me entered this place. Jacob knew he could be wrong for all he knew, but he still liked to see himself, and a mistake in this place could be extremely deadly as he might get buried in there if Mason had installed some kind of explosives. So instead of following what seemed right, he decided to do the opposite and went with his instincts and entered the second passage, which was dark. If it appeared as a dead end, he could always come back and goes to the other side. Furthermore, he was now even more vigilant of traps around, so he kept an eye out for any anomaly. After walking a couple of meters in the dark mine, Jacob noticed something completely unexpected and out of place. He spotted magic runes on the tunnel walls and it was completely filled with them. As he moved forward, those magic runes were literally on every inch of the mine. Even I can't understand those runes despite my current attainment in the magic runes. Jacob was forced to stop as he no longer dared to move forward since all those runes were completely out of place, and he couldn't understand even one of them. However, the heat has increased threefold since Jacob entered the mine, which was also an indication that he was on the right path. But those runes were irking him in the wrong way. So without hesitation, he deiced to use his trump card, which he wasn't expecting to use in this place at all. Cursed Immortality. Jacob knew if some kind of terrifying thing was hidden in this place, then Immortica was the perfect warning siren. The moment Immortica appeared, it wrote, "Out of the pan into the fire. You really like to explore, huh?" Jacob didn't like those ambiguous words in the least bit because he could clearly see they meant nothing but trouble for him. It seemed the other side was the right passage after all, and that guy probably left this one alone for a grave reason. Jacob transmitted as he admitted his mistake and turned around without even an ounce of hesitation. He was only here for the mineral, not seeking death, and now he was even thinking of abandoning it altogether and leaving this suspicious place. Ha ha ha, how decisive. I didn't even say anything and you are already starting to walk away. Jacob sneered after seeing that line. The context behind your greeting was enough for me to walk away. I have learned not to ignore your ambiguous greetings the hard way, so even if there is nothing on the other side, I'm not going there without you giving me a proper explanation. Hehehe. How amusing, you're finally starting to pay attention to little old me, huh? To show how happy I am about it, I'll reveal a very interesting fact about what those runes are engraved on those walls. They are the ancient magic runes used for sealing the treasures which are related to dark beings. Jacob's steps came to an abrupt halt when he read that last passage. Momentarily greed flashed past his eyes before he started to walk away. What that treasure belongs to the dark beings have to do with me? Besides, if that treasure is related to dark being and its seal in this place for these years, then I'm pretty sure it should be better to leave it alone. Jacob coldly uttered. Despite his interest, he wasn't a fool that he would go back there into who knows what. The business of the dark beings has nothing to do with the living like him. Even a greedy person like Mason seemed to understand this much, and he left this place alone for a very serious reason to begin with. Immortica then suddenly wrote something which made Jacob rooted in his place the moment he read it. Tusk, you're being quite compassionless lately, and there is no fun in that. Very well, then what if I told you that treasure back there can help you awake a peculiar magic core? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 336, Anything for Immortality. That treasure back there can help you awake a peculiar magic core. Jacob's eyes were affixed on those words as he ignored Immortica's usual impish laugh, which could go on and never end. Then he suddenly closed his eyes and took a massive deep breath before exhaling it out, and when his eyes opened again, they were deadpan as he had already taken a step forward again. He was again starting to walk away in the opposite direction of the runes. Even if that treasure can help me awake a magic core, I'm afraid I already have such a method, and it's not laced with unknown dangers either. So I'm content with what I have and won't fall for this unless you tell me every detail about this treasure back there and all the dangers attached to it. Jacob expressionlessly uttered. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by the allure of a treasure that can help him awake a magic core, which is a confirmed deal since even Immortica has spoken. It has never spoken such words about the art of nature, ever. But it didn't mean he would dive right into it like a greedy idiot who was blinded by his greed and completely overlooked the circumstances surrounding that treasure. It was quite clear that whatever was sealed back there was sealed for a reason, and it was related to the dark beings on top of that. So it was quite strange on its own that it could be used by a living like him. Although he trusts Immortica's words, but following them blindly is another thing. Those days were now long past him, and he was no longer ignorant about the immensity of this place called the Zodiac Plains. Even the seemingly harmless rare plains to him was nothing but a sham. The mutants and this hidden mine were evidence of this. So he won't take unnecessary risks unless he had to, and this risk was simply too massive. On the other hand, Immortica laughs even more manically before finally writing, "Impressive, impressive. For someone who longed for magic talent, you have proven yourself to be resilient. This is the last piece of information I will reveal. And after this, I will be forced into a sealing state for 12 months because I'm going against my own rules this time. So you better make your choice here and now because there won't be another chance like this, period. This place is called the Vortex Dark Graveyard, which could appear in a plane when the dark beings suffer a defeat in a plane trial in their territory. But the chances of it happening is less than 1%, and you, of all people, finding it is even less than 0 because you are my inheritor. Yet not only the Vortex Dark Graveyard somehow connected this abandoned mine in the rare plains, but you even discovered it. There is really something wrong with your ridiculous luck. The treasure back there has no traps, and you can grab it easily. As for the nature of that treasure, it is a dark universal scripture that can help you get the true growth-type magic core related to me. Cursed Immortally suddenly vanished at this point, leaving Jacob flabbergasted as he stared at the empty space in a daze. Growth-type magic core related to Cursed Immortality. For the first time in a while, Jacob's heartbeat races on its own. This was no longer a matter of him taking risks and going toward the unknown. Now it was a matter of whether he could part with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jacob knew what kind of entity the Cursed Immortality was, and anything related to it was not something he could ignore because it reflected directly on him. Who knows just how long his journey was, and when he will get a chance to acquire a growth-type magic core related to a universal godly scripture? Probably never. Then why in the world it keeps saying it wasn't a magic book all the time? And why now of all the time revealing this fact about this growth-type magic core and take this risk? Is this universal scripture really that important? Jacob thought about all kinds of scenarios as he was now in a massive dilemma about how to proceed with this situation. This opportunity was really a windfall for him and he might never have this chance again. Sigh, anything for immortality, I guess. Jacob sighed as he lamented at his own helplessness in front of the immortality. He didn't know how long this journey would take or where he needed to go as only the path and light on this path was the cursed immortality. So, he needed to get all the tools he could get to walk on this dark path that had unknown obstacles. Jacob turned around with deadly resolve in his eyes and started to walk toward the rune passage again. Since Immortica took the risk of getting sealed for 12 months by revealing that information, he should be fine. As Jacob walked into the runic path, the heat started to intensify even more, and when he walked 100 meters into that rune-filled tunnel, Jacob was now sweating profusely, and he was even forced to take off his mask and windbreaker. Furthermore, a strange pain was now starting to develop over his head. But all of a sudden, when he walked 50 meters more, the heat suddenly started to turn down, replaced with a cold sensation. Jacob was startled by this sudden change, and when he looked around, he discovered something extremely ghastly. Unknowingly, he was now starting over broken bones, and the tunnel had now turned into a dark space with no walls of runes or anything. All he could see now was only 1 foot around himself, and his night vision was gone without a trace. This kind of spooky darkness sent several chills down Jacob's spine as he now had no idea where in the world he was or which direction he should go. But all of a sudden, a ghostly blue flame suddenly ignited in the eerie darkness, and like something was triggered, another blue flame lightened up, and then another and another. Like this, these blue flames suddenly formed a dark road between them, and they stopped right in front of Jacob like this road was made for him. But Jacob's eyes were affixed on the end of this pathway, where a book with a ghostly face etched on its cover was hovering. Chapter 337, The Chained Altar. Looking at the ghostly book, Jacob knew his target was in sight and there were really no traps. Even a pathway has been made for him. But he didn't dare to let his guard down because under his feet were bone segments, and they were clearly not fake. Furthermore, the mine tunnel behind him has also vanished, and so does his way out of here. So now he had no choice but to take Immortica's words for it and hoped this was completely safe. He then finally took a step into the path between the blue flames. The moment his step fell, eerie sounds of bones being crushed under his foot rang in the pin-drop silence, but nothing except that happened. So Jacob calmed down and moved forward, and the surrounding cold started to increase as he walked the path that led toward the book, hovering at the end of it. However, when Jacob walked hundreds of steps, he noticed something strange. The distance between him and the book didn't decrease at all, and it remained the same. Instead, the surrounding cold was already freezing, and there was something very wrong about it as well. Because that cold seemed to be directly affecting his bones and wanted to freeze his blood, but it wasn't able to be because of his special heart, which seemed completely unaffected by that strange effect. This was the only reason Jacob was still completely fine and only feeling cold and some faint pain in his head. That pain was present since the moment he started walking into the runic tunnel, so now he was getting used to it. With a frown, Jacob continued to walk, but except for the increase in the cold, the distance seemed to have no decrease at all, and then when he turned back, he found that there were no flames behind him. Am I even walking straight? Jacob wondered and no longer tried to move forward. There was definitely something wrong with this place. He then tried to exit the flame path, but to his shock, the moment he tried to take a step outside the blue flame perimeter, all those flames around him suddenly churned violently before they started to burn brightly, and their flames increased in size. Jacob was forced to take his step back when he felt the horrified danger from those flames, and now he stood between the walls of flames, and the only path was the path forward that led toward the book. Even the path backward, which was empty a moment ago, now has been blocked by another blue flames wall. Now Jacob was really starting to doubt Immortalita's words, and he was clearly falling into some sort of trap here. Moreover, the surrounding cold started to increase even more with those flames raging around him. I guess there is the only way forward now. Jacob had no choice in this matter anymore, and if he didn't move forward, he might freeze to death. Although that cold was at his bearable level, it was increasing, and he knew it wouldn't be long before it started to affect him, so he had no choice but to move forward. This time, he used another approach and tried using his fluid acceleration to see any clues. But to his surprise, despite entering the 20x acceleration, nothing changed as everything was the same around him, which was a horrible shock. So he then tried running toward the book. But the result was the same as before. The distance won't decrease at all. The cold was now finally starting to affect him. Even his eyes seemed to be freezing despite wearing the mask, which would have easily blocked cold. His speed also slowed down quite a bit as he continued to walk forward. Jacob then decided to put in a last-ditch effort, which was to escape the flame wall despite the danger he was sensing. In his fluid acceleration, he took out his sword and slashed on the flame wall to cut it open. But the moment those blades touched the flame wall, they turned incinerated without even phasing the flames. Jacobs finally felt despair as he looked at those walls around him, and he knew he had fallen into a terrifying trap. Soon, Jacob was now fully numb as he was now freezing from the inside out, and there was nothing he could do about it. As a last resort, he tried to take out an atomic grenade to heat up the environment. He didn't care about getting affected by it all and just wanted some warmth. But the moment that the atomic grenade appeared, it started to turn into ice, and Jacob tried to press the button, but nothing happened. The atomic grenade he was so proud of was turned dud under this deadly cold. I guess I was fooled into a trap by that damn book in the end, Jacob thought as he lost all hope, but he didn't stop walking since there was still he might get out of it alive. But it was nothing but a false hope. At some point, Jacob was almost frozen entirely as he couldn't even feel his feet, much less move them. His eyelids were no longer open as they were turned into ice shells while his mind was freezing, and he slowly lost all the sensation over his body. The only thing which was still active in his body was his cursed heart. Never in his wild dream that he imagines that he could die out of greed despite having cautions. But he might have done the same because that greed originated from the immortality he wanted more than anything else. This was his goal for living this life and doing anything to achieve it. As Jacob's consciousness slowly started to slip away into the darkness, his body stood in a walking position like a statue, no longer moving or breathing. Right at this moment, the blue flame rode and the book at the end of it starting to fade away like an illusion, and even Jacob's current position starts to change. When everything fades away, Jacob appears in a standing position, still in the runic tunnel. But in front of him was a pitch-black altar filled with unknown runes, and it was wrapped around with multiple thick crimson chains engraved with black symbols. A ghastly scene was taking place from the chained altar. A black devil face with crimson flames in its empty eyes were looking right into Jacob's blank eyes as they were now turned completely pitch black. Hi. A hysteric laughter suddenly rang from the devil's face's empty mouth, and it was extremely eldritch and sounded like hundreds of voices were etched in this voice. The next moment, the devil face suddenly started to rise from the black chained altar, and an ethereal black figure without any limbs emerged, and its devilish face was only an inch away from Jacob's face. A living speck of dust dared to court the forbidden treasure of the dead. Now I shall punish you by devouring your soul and flesh. The devil's mouth started to expand, turning into a dark abyss. But before it could devour Jacob whole, something suddenly moved under Jacob's neck and penetrated the devil's ethereal figure. It was the infinity pendant. Ha 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 ha. Got you? Immortalita's wanton, eerie voice sounded in the empty tunnel, which was even ghastlier than the devil. Chapter 338 Cursed Path Glory Gem. The ethereal black devil's face suddenly churned the moment. Immortalita's eerie voice rang, and the infinity pendant was now hooked into its ethereal figure from Jacob's neck. W8, what is happening? Who are you? How could you resist the Lord's despair spirit trap? Again, the eldritch voice rang from the devil's face empty mouth, and this time it was filled with terror as it tried to escape away from Jacob, but it failed. Immortalita's impish voice sounded, Hehe, I admit this is a rather cumbersome trap and only a few people could escape it. Even then, retrieving what is sealed inside the altar would be tough. But you idiots have no idea who this treasure originated from, nor did the person who asked your lord to seal it after not being able to control it itself seem to tell you that one day I might come looking for it. Ha. No worries, no worries, everyone seemed to be underestimating me and forgot who I am just because I was playing by their rules. But unfortunately, those rules are too dull, and now I'm bored out of my mind. This way, it is more fun and interesting. But it's a pity you won't be able to remain alive to watch any of it, and no one will know the so-called unbreakable seal of the dark beings has been broken, and the only thing that could bring doom to their existence has returned to its rightful owner. Immortalita's voice was extremely chilly at the end, almost sounding like death itself. Just who in the world are you, and how can you know this forbidden treasure belonged to you? No one can use it without getting killed. The devil's face shrilled in disbelief and unwillingness. No, this must be an illusion. No one is stronger than the Lord. No one can harm the dark begins. I will never die, never. Hehehe. What a loyal dog, and you also believe that a dark being like yourself can't be killed no matter what. As for controlling that treasure, you fools don't even know it's just a component of mine, and without me, it is nothing but a catastrophe. It is also the only thing in existence that can bring the downfall of the dark beings. I don't go through all those troubles to connect this place here, and now you will serve your true purpose, which is to become an auxiliary material to repair this component. And don't you worry, my little material, you will be the first of many to be turned into auxiliary materials to repair this component to its peak, which the dark beings broke in the first place. This is what they called it. You reap what you sow. Ahahaha. Under Immortalita's hysteric laughter, the chained altar under the ghostly figure suddenly started shaking violently before cracks appeared on the chains. Unfortunately, even the altar wasn't any better and those cracks were increasing. The devil face finally panicked as it yelled in horror, Why you lunatic, what are you doing? Stop this instinct, and you and your pet go or everything will die. However, his voice was utterly suppressed under Immortalita's horrifying wanton laughter, and both the chains and the altar were at breaking point as if something wanted to come out of it. Stop, please stop, I beg you just stop. My lord, I was blind, but please stop. If you release this seal, I'm speaking the truth. No one will be able to escape alive. I'll give you an entry to the Median Plains. Just stop, damn you. No reply was given as if Immortalita wasn't hearing any of it, and right at this moment, boom. A terrifying explosion happened as the chain and altar were finally blasted apart, but no debris or tremor was raised except for the sound. Instead, after the explosion, the ethereal figure started to scream hysterically before it suddenly started to compress, and its antagonizing voice started to get fainter and fainter. The entire process was so fast that it didn't even get the chance to escape its agony and figure out what was happening, as it was entirely compressed into the darkly gleaming infinity pendant. The entire black chain around Jacob's neck was glowing darkly, and if looked carefully, tiny glyphs were starting to get engraved on the chain components. But surprisingly, only half of the chain was filled with glyphs, while the other half was completely empty like before. However, the true change was noticeable on the pitch-black 4-centimeter vivid snake ring that was eating its own tail as its eyes were glowing in crimson. It seemed as if it had come alive. An even more eye-catching thing right now was within the snake ring. The white infinity symbol, which was completely empty before, was no longer empty. Because mysteriously, a crimson gem, which perfectly fits in one of the empty infinity symbol sockets, has appeared on the left empty socket. The crimson gem gave off an evil aura as it glimmered in a black hue. But it wasn't the end of it, because right at this moment, the clothes over Jacob's torso ripped into shreds, and the infinity pendant suddenly moved toward Jacob's left breast and stuck over right above his heart. After that, the crimson gem lit up even more brightly, and 36 tiny dark glyphs covered in crimson sheen appeared over Jacob's left breast. They were the same glyphs he had formed when he completed the Cursed Heart emergence stage. Now, the infinity pendant was placed right in the middle of those 36 glyphs, as the crimson gem seemed to emit some mysterious energy when half of those glyphs suddenly started releasing the same energy as the crimson gem. Right at this moment, within Jacob's cursed heart, like the infinity pendant, one of the empty sockets of his heart started to become active, and gleaming crimson energy began to compress in its center. Jacob would be over the moon if he were awake because this is the process of magic core condensing. Immortica's ethereal voice rang again as the process of magic core forming started. He's probably going to presume that the dream was some test or become even more paranoid, but this was the only way to protect him from coming in contact with that guardian. But he will be happy when he reads all those memories about the magic core he has awakened, so he might not suspect anything. Well, not pleased about all of them at least, especially when he learns that now he has to go against the dark beings as well. He will also know that the infinity pendant is incomplete and another essential part is still missing, but that part will not be retrievable as easily as this one. It is not as nefarious as the cursed path glory gem and is in use by someone. But now I can detect its general location, which is not in the lesser planes. This will make it even more entertaining for me, hehe. Immortica's impish voice trailed off with its laughter before completely vanishing without a trace. Chapter 339 The Hex Magic Core. After an unknown time, Jacob's eyelids trembled before they sprang open, and his amber eyes were filled with bewilderment. When he saw the familiar runic ceiling, clarity started to return in them, and he finally remembered how he fell into slumber. Shocked replaced his eyes, and he quickly tried to get on his feet. But then he instantly groaned in pain all over his body as if he had exercised like crazy and all his muscles were sore. What happened? Was it a dream or illusion? Jacob thought aloud in his hoarse voice, and he instantly felt thirsty as his mouth felt as dry as a desert. He then took a water jar and started to drink in a large mouth, and he chunked down the entire 5 liter of it, and only then he felt somewhat alive. Well, I'm still in the mine, then was that really just an illusion? It was simply too real. When Jacob thought about how real that feeling of getting frozen to death and completely helpless under that pathway was, gloom filled his heart. No matter how much he considered himself stronger, he was still not powerful enough to do anything in front of the unknown. Wait, what about the book? Jacob then quickly remembered the book in that illusion and looked around, and he was astonished. Because he was standing only a meter away from the end of the runic passage, and right beside the wall, there lay a pile of black ashes, and a crimson edge of something was sticking out from that pile of black ashes. However, Jacob didn't grab it as he was still feeling quite apprehensive when he thought about how he fell into that illusion. And not only was he fine somehow, but he appeared at the end of this passage. No matter how he looked at this, it was completely suspicious, and that pile of ashes also spelled trouble. But right at this moment, a sudden pain stabbed in his brain, and he groaned softly and instantly thought that he was indeed in a trap. However, Jacob was astonished because that pain originated not because of some mental attack, but because Jacob received many foreign memories out of nowhere. It took him a while to reorganize those chaotic pieces of foreign memories, but when he did, his eyes were blazing like the sun and he quickly looked over his chest. When he finally noticed his naked torso and saw the infinity pendant, which now has a crimson gem etched into one of the empty sockets of the infinity symbol, he knew those memories were not fake. Furthermore, inside that crimson gem was a single black rune, and Jacob could fully understand it because that rune was actually written in the same language as the cursed immortality. That word was actually spelling a single word, common. In those foreign memories, there were detailed descriptions about this crimson gem called the Cursed Path Glory Gem and how it is connected with the new growth-type magic core in his chest called the Hex Magic Core. The Hex Magic Core was actually the manifestation of the Cursed Path Glory Gem, and the common written within the gem was the current rank of the Hex Magic Core. In layperson's terms, without the Cursed Path Glory Gem, this growth-type Hex Magic Core can't exist, and to further increase the Hex Magic Core's rank, it can only be done by feeding the Cursed Path Glory Gem. By feeding means what it literally means. Jacob can't evolve the Hex Magic Core by some scripture or other method, but by only feeding it the dark being's dead flames. As for how he could collect the dead flames which can extinguish the moment the dark begins was killed, it was very simple. As long as Jacob was the one who killed a dark being, the Cursed Path Glory Gem would automatically absorb the dark flames. This was a straightforward method, but when Jacob saw the requirement to evolve the Hex Magic Core to the rare rank, he didn't believe it. He needed to kill 100,000 rare rank any tier dark beings or 10,000 extraordinary tier dark beings or 1,000 epic tier dark beings or 100 unique tier dark beings or just one legendary dark being. As for the magic related to the Hex Magic Core, it was not a fighting magic that can be used in direct confrontation. Like the Brain Hunter, Jacob's Hex Magic Core was not made for fighting. Instead, to use a nefarious type of black magic, the Hex Magic. Although Jacob got the method to circulate the Hex Mana from his Hex Magic Core from his body, he has no idea how to use it except its nefarious properties. Not only this Hex Mana was useless when used without a proper spell, but its nefarious nature was also harmless to others in direct confrontation with other mana. Right now, Jacob only got one memory of a hex magic innate ability, the slumber hex, which can put anyone to sleep under the extraordinary rank, which seemed completely useless. But what made this ability fascinating as it could be used as long as the target was under Jacob's sight, and the distance seemed as far as he could see. This was evidence of how vile this hex magic was if Jacob knew its proper spells. As for the price of killing the dark beings to evolve it, Jacob felt it was completely worth it for his terrifying magic core. Lastly, the mana capacity of this magic core will depend on his infinity pendant space. Right now, the entire 25-meter space of the infinity pendant was filled with ethereal crimson fog. This was the hex mana, and as he used it, the mana within the pendant would decrease like a tank. By the way, this hex mana won't harm anything stored inside his pendant, as it is completely harmless. But the main tricky part was replenishing the exhausted hex mana, because it can only be replenished by the dark being's magic core of the same rank as the hex magic core. For example, right now, since the hex magic core is a common rank magic core, the hex mana could be recovered by common magic cores of the dark being or higher rank magic cores. But when it enters the rare rank, the common rank magic cores will no longer provide any mana recovery. Nevertheless, Jacob was very excited about finally getting the ability to use magic, and it was the magic that also originated from cursed immortality. But this didn't mean he was going to overlook the entire thing about how he got this magic core and what was inside that pile of ash. This is the magic core Immortality was talking about, but it said it was a book. No, it was cut off in the middle of completing its sentence. So I got this gem automatically after dying in that place. Furthermore, if the infinity pendant's infinity symbol's two sockets are incomplete, then what about the other empty socket? Could it be there is one more magic core missing somewhere? Only Immortality can answer this question. Jacob thought with uncertainty as well as anticipation when he thought about the other magic core. It still appeared like a dream to him, another illusion but very real at the same time. Especially when he tried to draw the hex mana from his pendant, he felt a foreign substance suddenly coursing through his body, and something close to his heart seemed to be moving. The very next moment, his palms started to glow red before flame-like ethereal crimson mana began to emit from his hand. This feeling was extremely novel for Jacob, and he felt he could get addicted to it. But he quickly stopped using it as he was wasting the hex mana from his pendant. Then his focus was again turned toward the pile of ash. Chapter 340, the mysterious book. As fascinated and elation he was about getting the hex magic core, Jacob didn't lose his vigilance. For all he knows, this could all be an illusion, because like before he can't tell the difference at all. But deep down he still wished that it wasn't, and up to now he didn't think it was an illusion either. So bending his waist, Jacob moves his hand toward the crimson edge sticking out from the pile of ash. This was the only anomaly left in this place that might be able to shed some light on what happened. When Jacob touched the pointy edge, it was icy like he was touching liquid ice, but except that nothing out of the ordinary happened, and Jacob finally grabbed the edge and pushed it outside. To his surprise, he found that object extremely heavy when he wanted to pull it out from the ash. However, calling it heavy was still an understatement because that thing was like a mountain, unmovable. Jacob frowned at this moment and used more force, but it won't budge even a bit. So he let go of being cautious and starting to remove the ash from the top of the crimson object. He wanted to see if this thing was restricted in some way or if it was even movable. However, when the ashes were clear from the top of the object, Jacob was astonished because it was 1 meter in diameter, pristine rectangular crimson surface filled with black symbols which were outlining a horrendous devilish face. Jacob found this face quite familiar, and upon remembering, he was shocked to find that this face looked exactly like the face he saw on the book cover in his illusion. Only it was far more vivid back then, as if it was alive, yet now it was dull and appeared like a painting. Furthermore, Jacob spotted an empty socket over the forehead of this devilish face, and all those symbols seemed to connect with that socket as well. Jacob's eyes shimmered in astonishment when he quickly glanced over his neck, and saw the cursed glory path gem had the same shape as the empty socket on the devilish face's forehead. Realization dawned upon him at this moment. No wonder, this is where the cursed glory path gem came from, and this is most likely the book Immortality was hinting at. So somehow, this gem was dug out from this cover when I was in that illusion, and that's why I was able to escape alive from it. Does the infinity pendant act independently? If it did, then just how powerful is this pendant, and what are its true functions? Furthermore, it's still missing a component, which means I might need to find it in the future. But since this gem was engraved in this thing before, then what of treasure could this be? Jacob's mind raced as he quickly cleaned the pile of ash around the devil face crimson surface. When the ashes were clear, just as Jacob suspected, it was a 1-foot thick book. While the folding of this book was pristine crimson, its pages were pitch black. But when Jacob tried to open it, he failed, just like how he failed to lift it before, no matter how much force he used. "Don't tell me I don't even have the strength to open a single book," Jacob muttered under his breath with a dark expression. Even with his acceleration and multiplying his strength several folds, he wasn't able to budge the book or its cover even a bit, and this was now getting on his nerve. Then he suddenly thought of something when he was looking at the devil face and the empty gem socket. Since the Cursed Path Glory gem was engraved on this book, could it be that it might be some sort of key or an important component to open this book? Jacob couldn't help but think like this. All these clues were pretty much forcing him into thinking like this, and he wanted this book that had been holding the Cursed Path Glory gem and probably built around it, no matter what. At least not until he exhausted all his options. He just needed to lift it just a little bit from the ground, and he would be able to store it into his pendant, and then it will be his, and he knew someday he might be able to open it. He just needs to take it away. So he decided to test his theory by grabbing the infinity pendant and trying to place the Cursed Path Glory gem into the empty socket on the book. The gem was now immovable from the pendant, so he had to do it with the infinity pendant as a whole. As for losing the pendant or something happening to it, Jacob would rather believe this unmovable book might get destroyed instead of that cursed book's living residence. But nothing happened, and no reaction was made by the book nor the gem in the pendant, so he could only wear it again. Is this really a matter of strength? Then just how powerful force do I need to move this thing? And it might be here when I got back if this place is like some sort of spaceship which could travel anywhere and appear in any plane. It would take a miracle. Jacob was getting frustrated when he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten a very important thing. I have magic now, and this magic also originated from the Cursed Path Glory gem. Jacob's eyes shone in full of anticipation as he grabbed the unmovable book again. The very next moment, his hands started to emit crimson light, which was the hex mana. And it was also at this moment that Jacob felt the ice-cold book suddenly turn warmer the moment he touched it with the hex mana. The symbols that made the devil face on the book cover also suddenly started to emit a dark sheen, and these many clues were enough to let Jacob know that the hex mana was the true key. Jacob then tried to move it again, and this time it finally budged, so without hesitation, he poured out more hex mana and started to envelop the thick book. As the crimson mana covered the book, it finally started to tremble under Jacob's hand, and when it was completely covered, half of the hex mana in his pendant was completely gone. However, Jacob didn't care about it as he tried to lift the book again. This time it got lifted without any resistance, and its weight was like a feather under his hex mana. However, Jacob's hex mana seemed to be running out at a terrifying speed when he lifted the book, and he didn't have enough to open this book, so reluctantly, he stowed it away in his pendant. Over 80% of his hex mana was used just by doing this much. But Jacob was extremely thrilled to get his hands on that mysterious book, and as long as that book was in his possession, he could research it anytime and at any place. Now he had another goal as his eyes emitted killing intent, and his lips lifted in a cruel smile. I guess I have no choice but to make the dark beings my #1 enemy, and I just happen to know where I can find an ample amount of them. Chapter 341, Antagonizing the Dark Beings. Part 1. 4 days later, after awakening from his slumber in the mysterious mine, Jacob stepped out from the tunnel hidden within the poison mist. As for why it took him 4 more days to exit the place, it was, of course, because he was extracting the plutonium from the other side of the mine. He naturally won't leave without that plutonium since he was here for it in the first place. Although the amount of plutonium wasn't as much as he was expecting it to be, but it wasn't small either. He got around over 3 tons of it, and Jacob knew it was enough to last him for a long time, and he would be able to create many of his deadly inventions. The biggest gain in this entire trip was naturally the Cursed Path Glory gem as well as the mysterious book, and plutonium seemed nothing but dust in front of those 2 things. Furthermore, Jacob discovered another thing after he checked his star watch. He had seemed unconscious for 20 days straight, and after all the time he took to get here and extract the plutonium, he only got around 25 more days before he had to meet with Hallberg. Now that he acquired the ability to use magic, he wasn't in a hurry to analyze the art of nature. But this didn't mean he had given up on practicing that mysterious exercise. Because after acquiring the Hex Magic Core, he checked his element affinity with the Element Aptitude Scale application and found that an unknown element with an unknown percentage had been added to that report. But his water affinity was still there. So he has no reason to give up on the art of nature, and he will continue with it. But right at this moment, he wasn't that desperate and wanted to get familiar with his Hex Magic Core and how it would operate. Most importantly, he wanted to raise its rank. The common rank was nothing but an ant in his eyes, and he might not get another chance like this to increase its rank quickly like the rare plains. Jacob's eyes shimmered with ecstasy at this moment as a gray disc appeared in his hand. Now that I have mana, I should be able to ride this thing. But I have to be careful of this mental attack. Let me see if the mental attack of this disc is bearable. I might be able to ride it. It would make it very easy to do what I'm about to do. If it really affects my mind, then I can only give up. But I have to try this once. Jacob then tries to pour hex mana into the gray disc despite only having about 19% available. He wanted to try this no matter what. The moment his man came in contact with the disc, it reacted instantly, and Jacob felt a strange connection forming with this disc as his mana was getting sucked into it. It was a strange feeling as he could control it with his mind, and just as he thought, the disc floated from his hand and then slowly floated down toward his feet. His eyes shimmered in excitement as he was controlling that disc with his thought while his mana was continuing to be used. Furthermore, Jacob noticed that no mental attack or any kind of pain affected his mind at all, and he was completely sane, at least for now. Uncertain but elated, he stepped over the disc as he had watched Autark fly on it for a while and wanted to try it himself. His feet instantly locked on the disc's smooth surface with his mana. With gleaming eyes, Jacob commanded the disc to float upward, and it followed his lead and started to rise up in the sky. So this is how it feels to use magic. How wonderful, Jacob muttered as he was really enjoying it and seemed to become instantly addicted to this feeling. But he had little mana right now, but he knew how to replenish it, so without wasting more time, Jacob moved at full speed ahead while he vanished without a trace. He now moved toward the magic beast forest, and his target was none other than the marching undead army. 3 days later, the massive dark being army, probably in millions, suddenly met with a very strange problem at their rear. Normally the common and rare rank dark beings marched in orderly factions behind their extraordinarily dark being superiors in units of 25,000, 15,000 common rank, and 10,000 rare rank in one unit, per extraordinary dark being commander. Then those extraordinary commanders followed the 1,000 dark knights, who were at the peak of extraordinary rank and were very close to evolving into either lick or wait. Each dark knight commands 1,000 extraordinary commanders. Those dark knights were the most deadly trump cards of the dark being army and only followed or listened to the Lich King's orders. Beside the Lich King were his most trusted advisors, 9 way minsters and 9 Lich ministers. The number of the ministers used to be 20, but after Jacob killed the Wait Minster and Lich King killed the other Lich minister himself in his fury, only 18 remained. This was the entire force of the Wild Nation, which means the Lich King left no one behind to guard his nation at all, which was truly strange. As for the problem at the rare, someone was killing the rare rank dark beings in mass, and that person, or whatever it was, it couldn't be seen or detectable. In these 3 days, over 30,000 rare rank dark beings were killed, and most of the time the killer only took their magic cores. The dark beings might have taken it as an enemy attack on a full scale, but the problem was the killer was only killing the dark being of rare ranks, not even touching the common rank or the extraordinary rank dark beings. This entire situation created chaos, and the march had to be stopped until they sorted out this strange situation. All the commanders of the dark beings were on high alert and started searching for the assailant. Even the Lich King was vigilant. However, even on the 5th day, the assailant was still in the wind, but the attacks have become more frequent, not to mention terrifying. Chapter 342, Antagonizing the Dark Beings. Part 2. A few miles away from the dark being army, which was now in disarray and currently going through a deep search, Jacob sat on a wilted, dry tree while he looked at the infinity pendant. The Cursed Path Glory gem was the same. However, the word common within was changed into another word, rare, 3 days ago. This was the result of the effort of 10 days he had been putting in killing the rare rank dark beings like crazy. Although the magic capacity of the pendant hasn't been increased after the gem was ranked up, however, Jacob Hex mana was now much more potent than before, which seemed to have increased the Hex spell effects. Furthermore, the moment the Cursed Path Glory gem achieved rare rank, another set of memories entered his mind. It was another innate spell like the Slumber Hex, which by the way can now be used on extraordinary rank as well. Jacob was experimenting with this Hex spell of his, and to his surprise, it even worked on dark beings. This was nothing but good news for him, and this only made the Cursed Path Glory gem even more precious in Jacob's eyes and a top priority to upgrade it further. The name of the new Hex spell was No Agility Hex. As the name suggests, this Hex spell can slow down any target below epic rank by 50%, and this was a truly powerful spell under someone as fast as Jacob's hand. After experimenting with the rare rank Hex magic core for 2 days, Jacob found an unexpected limit. It was related to the Hex mana used during the casting of these hexes. It was like this: whether he cast the hexes on common, rare, or even extraordinary rank, it won't increase or decrease. meaning the amount of mana he would use will remain the same, as it doesn't matter if he cast it on someone stronger or weaker. Although, it was a good thing considering he won't have to waste extra mana on the higher tier beings. But the same amount of mana used on the lower level beings seemed a bit wasteful. Because right now, Jacob can cast either Slumber Hex or No Agility Hex with 25 cubic meter worth of Hex mana on 100 common rank dark beings, 50 rare dark beings, and 10 extraordinary rank dark beings, any tier. The amount of 100 common rank dark beings and 50 rare rank dark beings was the same amount he could cast the Slumber Hex on when the Hex Magic Core was still a common rank magic core. Moreover, while still being a common rank magic core, if he tried casting the Slumber Hex on the extraordinary dark being, it would always end up doing nothing but waiting for the Hex mana worth of a rare rank dark being. But in front of what he could do with those two hexes, this limitation seemed quite ordinary and not obstructive at all, especially when he thought about what he could do when he reached higher ranks. Slumber Hex only lasted for an hour when his magic core was still a common rank. But when its rank increases, so does the potency of the Hex mana, and the Slumber Hex also gained another hour in its duration. Right now, he can put his target into slumber or decrease their agility for 2 hours straight, and there is no escaping or overcoming these two hexes' effects. The Slumber Hex, unless there is a way to break the hex, even if the hex target was killed or their limbs chopped off while under the effect of the hex, they won't awake from the slumber. While during the No Agility Hex, even if they ate or drank some medicine or even used some sort of spell or ability, the increased agility will again be halved by the hex. As of right now, only Jacob seemed to have the power to break the hexes. As long as he thought of breaking it while imagining the target's profile, it will be broken instantly. Furthermore, he can use the hexes on multiple targets as long as they are in his vision and he considers the other party his target. If he has enough mana and can see the entire dark being army, he can put them all into deadly slumber or make them slow like turtles, which was truly terrifying. That's why this sort of limitation was not until Jacob was still weak, because once he became more powerful, his enemies would dread to even appear in front of him, much less face him. The other limit, which was the most annoying one, was naturally the requirement to upgrade the rank of the Hex Magic Core. At first, he didn't think much about it, but after starting to kill the dark beings, he discovered just how cumbersome this task was. Now he needed to kill 100,000 extraordinary tier dark beings or 10,000 epic tier dark beings, and so on. Not only he needs to kill those dark being personally, but he needed to be within their 1 meter distance while killing them so the dead flames could be absorbed by the pendant. Just this requirement rendered his long-range weapons useless and turned this into a huge headache for Jacob. If not for the Grey Disc stealth ability, he might never complete the killing of 100,000 rare-ranked dark beings so quickly. Speaking of the Grey Disc, after using it for 10 days straight, Jacob still has yet to experience any mental attack. He even tried the Bronze Disc and still has not experienced any mental attack. He didn't think Autark was lying to him, so he mused this might have something to do with his special magic, or his mind was simply that terrifying. Whichever the case was, Jacob was quite content with this development. But he didn't keep using the Bronze Disc because he could only ride it while using its stealth function for 10 minutes and 30 minutes if not use it. At the same time, the timing got doubled when he used the Grey Disc. Yet this was just the during when he was using it with common rank Hex Magic Core. Right now, he can continue to use the Grey Disc for 3 hours straight while in stealth only for 1 hour. However, with 100 cubic meters worth of storage rings filled with Dark Being's magic cores and his pendant's almost instant mana recovery speed, as long as he fed the gem the magic core, he went on for days without caring about running out of mana. This was probably the biggest advantage of the Hex Magic Core. I wonder if that Lich King would personally start to patrol the army after I started to kill his top commanders, the extraordinary dark beings, or he will just run away. Well, I don't think he'll just ditch them and run away. After all, he's someone with the title Mad Lich King. Jacob chuckled coldly as a devious smile rose on his lips before he hid the pendant inside his shirt. He stood up and was about to head toward the dark being army to start the killing spree again when he was stopped by an unexpected call. Upon seeing the caller's identity, his eyes shimmered with uncertainty because it was none other than the Hallberg. Chapter 343, Antagonizing the Dark Beings. Part 3. Jacob wasn't expecting Hallberg's call at this time when there were still about 2 weeks left before their arrangement. Furthermore, it wasn't a projection call but a voice call that seemed quite off, knowing Hallberg's character. Jacob then accepted the call and Hallberg's jolly voice rang, "I hope I didn't disrupt your sleep or anything." Jacob's eyes narrowed ever so slightly as he replied, "No worries." "Is there something you need to tell me?" Hallberg didn't waste time as he revealed, "The thing is, there's been a change in my plan of leaving the Rare Plains. as you already know that the dark beings are marching toward the dark city, and somehow the higher-ups in the epic plains got wind of it. So they contacted me and told me to secure the dark city at any cost and defend it. They also made it pretty clear if I leave my post in a state of crisis, I won't be welcome in the epic plains. That's why there is no point in going there if I'm not welcome, so I guess I owe you an apology for backing down at the last minute. In the end, Hallberg's voice sounded extremely bitter and helpless. Jacob's eyes were as cold as ice after hearing about the cancellation of that epic plains trip from Hallberg. In truth, he was still contemplating about backing down on this deal by making some excuse since it might take more time to upgrade his magic core to extraordinary rank, but Hallberg had done it himself. This was a surprise, but not a particularly bad one either. So he replied, "No problem, I can understand your plight as well. You have already done me a great favor by giving me all those materials and selling those watches. So if you need me, I'll consider it if it's not an absurd one." Although Jacob welcomed this development, it didn't mean he would forget about what Hallberg did for him. So if he asked for Jacob to help me with the dark beings, he would agree to kill the Lich King or get rid of the entire extraordinary rank line of the dark beings since it was now possible. Jacob offered this help after considering the current situation in the first place, and Hallberg won't ask anything else from him since Jacob has nothing else but his strength to offer. Sometimes having someone with Hallberg's status owing you a big favor is a good thing, and this guy seemed to have deep pockets and contacts in the epic plains as well. However, what Hallberg said next made Jacob astonished. "Are you kidding me? That was hardly an inconvenience. Don't look down on this Earl or I'll be offended. On the contrary, I was wondering if you're still interested in going out to the rare plains. You see, all those preparations I made would go to waste now that I'm not leaving, and it might take a decade for me to plan this journey again. I'm pretty sure a man of your stature will not stay in a small place like Rare Plains for much longer. So if you want to leave, you can go to the same meeting spot and everything will be ready, but you only have time until the Dark Beings reaches the Dark City. So are you down?" Hallberg asked nonchalantly. Jacob's eyes narrowed as this offer was simply too good to be true. "Are you serious? Don't you want anything in return, like killing the Dark Beings or defending the Dark City?" "Nah, that would be asking too much from you. That army is simply too massive, and I'm not someone who would shamelessly ask a friend to put his life on the line for me. Just consider it, you owe me a big one, and when I come to Epic Plains, you'll have to receive me." "So how about it?" Hallberg jollily questioned. "Is he really that much of a saint?" Jacob thought, because he was simply in disbelief over Hallberg's generosity, which was irking him in the wrong way for some reason. However, when he thinks about how Hallberg has treated him to this day, and he has no reason to scheme against him or harm him, Jacob thinks he is being overly paranoid, just as Immortality always taunts him about. In the end, this offer was simply quite hard to reject because Hallberg's preparation would be flawless, and letting it go seemed to be a huge waste, so he ended up agreeing. "All right, I'll take you on your offer." "Excellent choice. Just text me a day before you come and I'll arrange everything for you." After sealing the deal, the call ended, but Jacob was still mulling over this strange turn of events. I wonder how he'll react when he finds the main forces of the Dark Beings have been annihilated mysteriously, and he stays here for nothing but to clear those small fires. But this offer is still too good to be true. I'll have to see first myself. In the northern star ocean of the Rare Plains, a small ship that seemed almost invisible on the water was moving at high speed, and for some strange reason, there were no ripples over the ocean's surface at all despite the ship's high speed. On this ship deck, Hallberg stood as he gazed at the starry sky with an impassive look in his eyes before he said, "Call the rich winter lady." The star watch on his wrist shimmered before the cold voice of Lucy rang. "So how was it?" He took the bait. "The ship will sail on the default route no matter what kind of new setting were reinstalled while showing a fake route of whatever the other person wanted to see," Hallberg coldly stated. "I guess I owe you big time, sir." "Dark Earl," Lucy's impassive voice sounded. Hallberg coldly sneered. "I don't know what he did to make you pay such a high price to set up this massive death trap, but it's sure hell not the killing he did that time. I supposed it doesn't matter. Since I helped you as much as I can now, whether he took that ship or not, you will pay me what you promised, or I'll make your life a living hell if you try to play any tricks with me. You should be well aware of my background." His tone was deadly cold as he threatened Lucy without caring about her status. "Of course, a deal is a deal. I won't dare to trick you, Sir Dark Earl. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a bug to crush," Lucy coldly uttered before she cut the call. Hallberg looked at the sky before a sigh escaped his mouth. No matter how much power one has in the end, all it comes down to benefits. Chapter 344, Antagonizing the Dark Beings. 3 weeks passed since Jacob and Hallberg's conversation. Many things have changed in these past 3 weeks, and the changes occurred in the Dark Being army. The biggest change was the once fully organized army of millions was now no longer organized, as they were all scattered throughout the magic beast forest. The second change was the army was no longer marching forward. Instead, they seemed to be too occupied by something else. The final change was all the high-ranking commanders of extraordinary ranks, once numbered over 100,000, were not shaved down to a measly little over 5,000, and right now, all of them were reinstated from their previous posts of commanding low-ranking dark beings. This was the sole reason for the army to be scattered, as they were without a proper commander. As for the Lich King, who once seemed valiant and without any fear moving toward the Dark City, he was the one who summoned all the extraordinary dark beings for his own protection. However, even when their numbers were over 60,000, they still suffered terrifying losses every day, and the assailant seemed to enjoy tormenting the Lich King by not making any move on the high-rank officers at all. The assailant seemed to be playing a terrifying game of despair by slowly killing the low-ranking extraordinary beings and then moving toward the higher-rank ones. It was a slow torture when you knew your enemy was terrifying to come and go as it pleases and you couldn't do anything about it, and then you also knew eventually it would be your turn when no one would be left. This kind of despair can make even the usually emotionless dark beings enter a state of restlessness, and the Lich King was going almost insane about this whole situation. However, as the Dark Being's ruler, he can't back down or run away because it simply wasn't the Dark Being's nature, and if he showed any weakness, he'd never be able to rise again, especially when reinforcement from the higher plane was coming. So it was either do or die for the Dark Beings, and dying on the battlefield was what they truly lived for. At this moment, the Lich King with his 18 ministers were riding on top of his ghostly steed, and behind him was the reaming extraordinary being, and it was the time of night when the full moon was on its peak. It was also around the time when the attack would begin. The dark and ghastly aura surrounding those dark beings would make any living being suffocated just by standing in their presence. At this moment, the Lich King stopped in a big clearing, and everyone was behind him as well. The moonlight shone over the Lich King's ghastly helmet, and suddenly an extremely ghostly voice rang under that mask. "I don't know who you are or what you are." He was speaking in the common tongue of living. "But I must say you are the only thing that has managed to make me and my children stop our conquest of doom. So, I'll presume you are a living being who wants to stop the eradication of life in the rare plains. However, even if today you killed my children and me more no, much more will come after me and keep on coming until there is no life left and death reigns supreme. But I'm not here to threaten you or prove anything. I have ruled the rare plains for over 2,000 years, and I only had one dream, which was to conquer the rare plains once completely, and in a sense, I've done it. So now I think it's time for me to settle down and rest in the embrace of death. I was born as a king, and I want to die as a king while fighting for the death. Now, my nemesis, if you have any honor, I want to have a fair death duel with you, and if you can defeat me, my children will not retaliate and leave back to the wild nation. Grant me this honor, and I shall grant the living of this plain peace." The Lich King's emotionless yet grand voice rang in the vicinity like thunder as he spoke with majesty before silence returned. But the dark beings remained there without any movement and waited. At this moment, an icy voice rang from the sky, and the language was the language of the dark being. "What moronic notion gave you the idea that I'm doing it for the living? No matters, you will die the same as the others." The Lich King suddenly looked up toward the bright moon as there wasn't anything there, but when he saw a very small object heading his way. Buamum, that was the only thing he saw, because right after that, his helmet with his head inside blown away like a firecracker before a sonic boom rang from the sky. But this wasn't the end of 3 more gunshots that sounded as they all landed on the vital spots of the Lich King's body and completely blew him apart like some statue made of sand. It all happened so fast that those ministers or death knights only reacted when all that was left of the Lich King had broken shards of his armor, bones, and magic core. Jacob, holding the Titan sniper while he stood in stealth over the bronze disc, sneered at the Lich King, who was in pieces. What made him think any living being would care about the honor of some walking corpse? Now I only need around 2,000 more of them before I can be on my way and finally rest. The next moment, the rifle vanished from his hands and his swords appeared, and the bronze disc under his feet moved like lightning as he headed toward the final unit of the dark beings, which would evolve his hex magic core to the extraordinary rank. The quick death of Lich King was nothing but an assurance for Jacob, so nothing could go wrong at this final juncture. This night will be the final night of carnage for him and the dark beings. Chapter 345, Ray of Hope. A week later, Jacob, under the bright sky, was flying toward the waterfall canyon where the dark city was located. His vigorous eyes no longer looked exhausted from the lack of sleep, because after constantly dealing with the dark beings for over a month, he slept for an entire week, which was quite a long time for Jacob, even though he hadn't expected it. Still, now he was at his full strength, and even appeared somewhat stronger as well as that dark aura around him, after coming in contact with so many dark beings was also gone. Now the satisfaction of finally achieving his goal was present in his eyes. After killing the Lich King, everything went smoothly as those high-ranking dark beings fell into chaos, and this gave Jacob a chance to complete his final tally of the extraordinary dark beings and rank up the Hex magic core to the extraordinary rank. Even though now he needed to kill 100,000 epic rank dark beings to upgrade it to the epic rank, or 10,000 unique rank dark beings, which wasn't achievable anytime soon. But after getting another new Hex spell when the Hex magic core achieved the extraordinary rank, felt all those cumbersome killings were all worth it. Because not only now his Hex spells will work on the epic rank, but their effects will also be far greater. He just needed to test them to be sure. As for the new Hex, it was called Powerless Hex, which can decrease anyone's power rank by 3 whole tiers. Meaning if someone were an extraordinary tier -6 after getting hit by the Powerless Hex, whether it was their magic core rank or their physical rank, they would instantly be decreased by 3 tiers. Not only that, but if someone, for example, was an E tier -2 after getting affected by the Powerless Hex, they would be dropped down to the rare tier -8 rank and will lose all the ability they had awakened on the extraordinary rank. This Hex was truly powerful, and Jacob was very content with it. As for how long it will last, Jacob still has yet to figure it out. But he was pretty sure the timing would be the same as his other 2 hexes because all his hexes seemed to be aligned when it came to their timings. Last but not least, since the potency of his hex mana has also been ranked up to the extraordinary rank, now he can ride the bronze disc for 2 hours straight while using the stealth function with his current mana capacity. Today, Jacob was going toward the meeting place where Hallberg and his meeting point were supposed to be. Even though he has gotten rid of the extraordinary beings and the Lich King, there are still millions of low-ranking dark beings roaming in the magic beast forest. People would not notice the absence of the missing Lich King so easily, or they won't directly assume that someone has killed over 100,000 extraordinary dark beings and the Lich King in a month. So Jacob was sure no one would connect this incident with him, as he would be gone by the time people started to realize, or they won't, and this would remain a mystery to the living beings forever. Because the reinforcement from the dark beings was coming, and once they landed here, no one would be able to tell if the Lich King had gone missing since it won't matter. He was pretty sure in that reinforcement, there won't be just 20 or 30 evolved dark begins. Only the dark beings would notice the disappearance of their powerful army, but they won't be kind enough to warn anyone as long as they weren't idiots. Jacob also wasn't planning on revealing this, as he has already drawn too much attention to himself from the epic plains despite not even stepping foot there. Now if those guys knew he could get rid of the dark beings in mass alone, then he knew those enemies of his won't underestimate him anymore. Lastly, even if, by some fluke, someone did discover the high-ranking dark being's annihilation, all the focus would turn toward the Dark City. It was more believable, and Jacob didn't mind giving the Dark City and Hallberg credit for his hard work and letting him enjoy the spotlight. When Jacob was a few miles away from the canyon, he finally decided to take out his star watch to send a message to Hallberg of his arrival. His star watch has been stowed away because he didn't want to get disturbed during his sleep. Albeit, the 1-week time was still something unexpected. Right when the star watch appeared on the wrist, an interface opened on its own, and Jacob was surprised when he saw it was a notification. But when he saw who this notification was from, his eyes winded slightly. Star Administrator Artificial Intelligence SAAI, congratulations Faceless Ancient for completing a hidden achievement of the Rare Plains by killing over 100,000 extraordinary dark beings and the ruler of the dark beings in record-breaking time. Achievement Reward 1, Ray of Hope Honorary Identity Badge, Ray of Hope, an honorary title granted by the Life faction to those who devoted their lives to protecting their roots and prevailed. Honorary Identity Badge Effect. On equipping this badge, you will be exempt from any entry fees in the Cities of Life faction. You can enjoy a 2% discount on any item purchased with ZC by showing this badge from any City of Life faction. Achievement Reward 2. Your Faceless Ancient, Type -1 star privilege has been upgraded to Type -2 star privilege. Please open this section for more information about your Type -2 star privilege. Achievement Reward 3. 1 million ZC and 1 All-Life Zone Scroll, Type -2, All-Life Zone Scroll Description. Create a 10x10 life zone anywhere, and no dark being under unique rank will be able to enter the All-Life Zone for 1 year. Jacob had to stop in midair to read this unbelievable notification, and when he confirmed it was really from SAAI and his bank balance had been credited with 1 million ZC, he knew it wasn't some pranked. But someone even more absurd happened the very next moment. Something out of thin air popped up in front of Jacob. It was a beautiful emerald scroll which was sealed with magic runes, and there was a title written in golden magic runes over it, All Life Zone. Jacob couldn't help but look at the bright sky with an appalled look because he didn't even sense this scroll's arrival, and from this notification it was pretty clear he was being monitored, not to mention SAAI seemed to send items directly to him on a whim. This sent cold chills down Jacob's spine as he finally understood just how unfathomable the Zodiac Plains were, and his imagination was not enough to even measure its depth. Chapter 346 Start of Epic Voyage Part 1 After being abruptly surprised and spooked by SAAI's notification, it took Jacob some time to come to terms with this grave situation. First, if he was being monitored by the SAAI despite his unique actions and traits, nothing ever happened to him. Second, when he thought about it more thoroughly, he reached a very believable conclusion. That this monitoring seemed to be done through the Star Watch. Because if the SAAI could monitor his every action and send that magic scroll to him from anywhere and anytime, then why did it wait a week to send his rewards? He had finished with the dark beings a week earlier, and he had also stowed away his Star Watch so no one would disturb his peaceful sleep. However, he slept for a week, and his Star Watch clearly could not receive any sort of notification or call while it was being held in the Infinity Pendant. So SAAI could only send him this achievement reward when his Star account became active again and knew his position to send him that scroll somehow. Even though this conclusion was riddled with loopholes right now, Jacob could only think of it like this. Because if it wasn't true, then whether he hid or not, it didn't matter anymore. This was a sort of feeling like being watched by a god all the time, and it was extremely terrible when so much was at stake. Nevertheless, Immortality never seemed to comment on this or warn him with its eccentric riddles. So, this was one of the reasons that Jacob was able to accept this fact with a grain of salt. On the bright side, now he had an ultimate protection charm against the dark beings, and his star privilege was also now Type 2. This meant that he would no longer receive unavoidable calls as long as the caller did not have Type 3 star privilege. Not to mention that identity badge, which was even more important than the 3 hegemonies official member badges. This also opened Jacob's eyes to another perspective of the Star Network, which was that they all hated the dark beings and that if someone really put an effort to annihilate them, they would be rewarded for their excellent services, like in the military. Another biggest perk Jacob received after he became a Type 2 star privilege holder was that the Star Information Sea had converted into the Star Information Ocean. And now, he could buy more important information on the Star Network database. However, he still needed a Type 2 star watch to tap into this Star Information Ocean potential fully. That's why leaving the rare plains is still a top priority right now. Jacob then sent Hallberg a message when the waterfall canyon was right in his view. If not for this bronze disc, he won't be able to make this journey so quickly. Surprisingly, Jacob instantly received Hallberg's reply. Faceless Ancient to Great Hallberg, I'm approaching the upper level of the waterfall. Great Hallberg's reply, hahaha, it seems you are even more eager to leave than me. It's a pity we won't be able to travel together because of those darn corpses, but I can't hold you back, my friend. I have marked the location of a basic Type 2 ship on this virtual map. It is a hidden underground bunker. Just find the hidden passage and enter the code XXXXXX to gain access to everything there. The Type 2 ship is also code protected, and you need the same passcode to activate it under your ownership fully. If you do not enter the correct passcode within 10 seconds after connecting it to your Star Watch, it will self-destruct. So Godspeed, my friend. I bid you luck with your voyage and see you in the epic plains. Don't forget to send me some pictures. Attached file, a hint of surprise flashed across Jacob's eyes when he read Hallberg's reply. He was pleased to see that the ship Hallberg had prepared for him was a Type 2 grade treasure ship. I expect nothing less from the Dark Earl of the Dark City, but why is he giving this precious treasure to me? Is he really one of those rare people who put relationships over everything? If it were another time, I would have believed him. But he is clearly in a predicament with the dark beings, and yet he has said nothing about them. Now he is giving away a Type 2 treasure as if it were disposable, and he even gave me a time period when he stowed that ship in some bunker that is not exposed to the dark beings at all. Jacob felt conflicted whenever he thought about this point, and now he was even more dubious. But he had no reason to doubt Hallberg. It felt even more ridiculous to doubt the man who had just given away a priceless Type 2 treasure ship in the rare plains. Nevertheless, Jacob liked to be meticulous, especially after the recent events with the Cursed Path Glory Gem. He also trusted Immortaka's words, and there seemed to be nothing wrong at that time, yet his experience was worse than terrible. Furthermore, this journey was not like going to some neighborhood but traveling in the Star Ocean for years. That place has no restrictions on power levels like planes, and it is filled with mysteries. That's why Jacob won't trust someone's face and goodwill when it comes to traveling the Star Ocean. Jacob then sent a thank you message to Hallberg anyway and opened the virtual map. He saw a marked location just a few miles away from the waterfall canyon. However, instead of changing his route and going in the marked direction on the map, Jacob kept flying in the same direction and quickly reached the waterfall canyon. He stopped right in front of the entrance of Dark City. Now that he already had the bronze disc under control, he could move freely in the Dark City. Not only did he want to confirm that Hallberg did not bear any ill intent, but he also needed to pick up some food for Autark, who had not seen the light of day since he entered that mine before starting the epic voyage. Chapter 347, Start of Epic Voyage. Part 2. Descending from the bronze disc and stowing it away, Jacob stood in front of the black, smooth surface of the Dark City entrance and waited for Dark Rose to speak as usual. However, a few moments passed and there was no trace of the AI. Everything was silent, which made Jacob frown with uncertainty. Then he touched the black surface. Still nothing happened. There was no trace of Dark Rose. "I want to enter," Jacob said coldly. Still there was no response. Now he was getting suspicious and impatient. He was suspicious because if Dark Rose wasn't responding to his entry, it could only mean he was either blacklisted or Dark Rose wasn't present at the moment. Jacob was more inclined to believe that it was the former case. There was probably only one person who could blacklist him from Dark City without any reason, the Dark City administrator, the Dark Earl. He was impatient because he didn't want to waste any more time here. He wanted to confirm if this was all a facade and if the bunker was some sort of trap designed to deal with him. Hallberg seemed quite friendly, but Jacob had only known the man for a very short time. That's why he didn't blindly take his kindness at face value and came here to see for himself if Hallberg was really a saint as he appeared to be. The lack of response from Dark Rose was giving Jacob all sorts of bad ideas. But it didn't make any sense for Hallberg to directly restrict his entry if he wanted to deal with him, since it would only make Jacob more suspicious. Or maybe Hallberg never thought Jacob would come back, instead of greedily following the map to earn ownership of a Type-2 treasure ship. It might have been the case because any Rare Plains native would have quickly made their way toward the Type-2 ship first instead of coming back to spy on the person who gifted it to them. Even Jacob might have done the same if he hadn't had the bronze disc and encountered the strange situation with the Cursed Path Glory Gem. Trap or not, forget it, I've got my own arrangement. I don't think it's a good idea to be greedy and save some time only to risk waking into a potential trap set up by the most mysterious person in the Rare Plains. Canceling the trip, then giving me his means of transport and a certain time to reach it, and now I can't even enter the Dark City. I should have known better. Jacob's heart was colder than ice. For a moment, he really thought that Hallberg might be a good guy worth having a connection with. But now, he fully accepts the fact that there are no benefits without any price, and people's hearts are fickle. After all, he was playing Hallberg by not telling him about getting rid of the high-ranking dark beings and their ruler, so he wouldn't have to babysit him. But in the end, it turned out he wasn't the only one with a goal and hidden agenda. Without further delay, the bronze disc appeared under Jacob's feet, and he vanished without a trace. His eyes were completely emotionless as he looked at the dormant entrance. As the disc started to lift off the ground, Jacob's lips curled up in an extremely devilish smile. A thought surfaced in his mind: it is double the pleasure to deceive the deceiver. Thereafter, Jacob shot toward the top of the waterfall without looking back. Above the waterfall was a wide river, which was also a branch of the Great Star River. Jacob started flying in the opposite direction of the water current. He also changed the map Hallberg gave him since he had no intention of going to the bunker and getting his hands on that ship. But this didn't mean he was going to leave just like this. After flying for half an hour, he changed direction and slowly flew above the rainforest as if he was searching for something. 3 days later, Jacob reappeared on the bank of the river. This time, a beautiful golden snake with white patterns coiled around his neck. It was an extraordinary Tyrmanus 6 gold poison viper. The viper was Autark's new host, which Jacob had found for him. He had also taken care of some important business which was quite cumbersome, but he had to do it. "Finally, we can leave this place," Jacob muttered with a hint of excitement. The next moment, a jet-black triangle appeared over the river current, unaffected by it. It was the stealth triangle he had bought from the Black Sea Company. Although he also has another ship that he found in the Azero's storage ring, he prefers this smaller one. Jacob sat in the comfortable seat and quickly installed the route map given to him by Ellie in the ship's interface. He was not planning to take the exact route marked on the map, as he had studied it for a while and decided to take a slightly different path. The cockpit canopy of the stealth triangle slid over and sealed Jacob inside. The triangle then suddenly turned transparent and vanished without a trace. With this, Jacob's voyage toward the Epic Plains finally began. If Jacob had decided to force his way into the Dark City entrance, he would have been shocked. Because right now, behind that entrance was nothing but a dark, empty tunnel. There was no trace of previous stations, cable lifts, or even the door at the end of the tunnel. The most shocking thing was that the once bustling metropolis of Dark City had somehow vanished without a trace. Not even a brick was left. There were only empty, rocky fields. The entire Dark City has vanished from within the mountain. End of second volume, A Cursed Heart, and I just want to thank everyone for their support. The second volume of CI is finished. Please feel free to tell me what you think in the comments or reviews. If you have any ideas for the story or anything you think I missed, please share them with me. I'll take them all into consideration. Chapter 348, The Structure of Epic Plains. And I'm making a significant but important change in ranks because many people still don't understand the ranks fully, and it only causes more confusion. I considered changing it for some time but decided to wait until the last volume was over because it would be quite confusing if I changed it in the middle of it. And I can't change it from the start either since it would be problematic for old readers, so I would like everyone to take this inconvenience with a pinch of salt. Change, I will no longer use the type rank. It will be changed with the normal ranks of common, rare, extraordinary, etc. But the basic, intermediate, and advanced levels will remain the same but for only materials, technology, knowledge, treasures, and such. The tiers will be exclusive for power rankings, nothing else. To make it even easier for others to understand where the basic, intermediate, and advanced stand with the power tiers. Just divide the total tiers by 3, and you'll have corresponding tiers with the basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. For example, the common ranks has 12 tiers, so the first 4 will be equivalent to the basic level of common treasure, the 4th to 8th will be intermediate, while the last 4 will be advanced. So now power, physical. Magic or evaluation ranks are common 12 tiers, rare 9 tiers, extraordinary 6 tiers, epic 9 tiers, unique 9 tiers, and legendary with 4 states and a total of 30 tiers. As for their corresponding ranks, which have nothing to do with the aforementioned power ranks, they will be the same rank names but just have 3 basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. The type star authority and star privilege will now be simply 1-star authority or 2-star privilege. Likewise, the planes will be the same. I plan to use this straightforward ranking map up the legendary rank. I hope this will solve all the confusion about ranks. Thank you all, now on to the story. The epic plains were massive, and compared with the rare plains, the latter was but a fragment of these vast lands. Furthermore, unlike the ignorant masses of the rare freedom plains, the aborigines were fully aware of the concept of the plains trial, life plane, and dead plane. As for why, it was because the epic plains had no concept of nations, countries, or kingdoms. There was only one concept. Either they belonged to the life faction or the dead faction. All the living beings belonged to the life faction and all the dark beings belonged to the dead faction. It was that simple. The territories of the life faction were known as the alive plains. Furthermore, the 3 hegemonies fully controlled the alive plains without any leeway, and that's why the alive plains were divided into 3 massive regions. The first and most powerful region, the Zodiac Warrior Alliance region, is where most of the people or the fighter races who have talent in the path of a combatant live. The second and most magical region, the Alchemy region, was controlled by the Alchemy Guild, which was the home for the wiser races with talent in the path of magic. The third and richest region, the Universal Zodiac Taurus Bank region, is the home of the Universal Mercenary Agency. These 3 regions represent 3 hegemonies and have their own unique specialties. There were no restrictions on the members from entering another hegemony's region. People were free from any restrictions. As long as they won't cause trouble, they can enter any place in the alive plains. Because the 3 hegemonies represent the life faction, and so long as someone was alive, they could enter the alive plains in any region and even choose to live wherever they wanted. Of course, only if they can afford the living costs, because it was not that simple. Anyhow, the 3 hegemonies were in place to nurture those people so they could fight against the dead faction in the epic plains. That's why the hundreds of cities present in the 3 regions were simply known as Alive Alliance cities, Alive Alchemy cities, or Alive Bank cities according to the region they belong to, and they all have unique numbers. Any Alive city under 3-digit numbers, 1 to 99, was known as Large City. The medium-sized cities were those within the range of 3-digit numbers, but lower than 4 digits, 100 to 999. At the same time, the small-sized cities all have numbers above 3 digits. What a strange way to distribute these cities, and these numbers seem to have more than what the information I was given. In the middle of the deep blue ocean, a black triangle was floating over clear water, and a long silver-haired, devilishly handsome man was muttering to himself. At the same time, he looked at the virtual map shining over his wrist with scrutiny. His emotionless but focused emotionless eyes shimmered as he wondered. I guess when so many different races are involved in this alive plains, there is bound to be discrimination and racism. I don't believe, despite having a common enemy, those guys from the Life faction would be so united. The Killer Skull Society is proof of it. This man muttering to himself was none other than Jacob, who was studying the map of the Alive Plains given to him by Ellie for the 5th time. It's been 10 months since Jacob embarked on the voyage toward the Epic Plains. The journey in these 10 months was relatively peaceful, and without any hitch as Jacob followed the map Ellie gave him. However, today, he has to stop in the middle of nowhere because he was autarch run out of hosts for his abortion. Before leaving the rare plains, Jacob had filled with pendant with all sorts of small extraordinary magic beasts. It took 10 whole months for autarch to devour them and increase his physical rank to the peak of rare rank, and now he can finally go on with his magic core ranks. But Jacob's pendant was the only thing that could stow living things into it, so he had no choice but to stop here to find new hosts for autarch to raise his own magic core rank. Furthermore, Jacob also needs some fresh air and movement after traveling for so long. Sigh. Jacob sighed as he closed the Star Watch interface and looked into the deep ocean. Despite the sun shining at its peak, the Star Ocean seemed infinitely deep, and Jacob only stopped in this place because, on the map, this area was not marked dangerous. Furthermore, in a week, he would enter the epic boundary, which means from that point on, the weakest threat he would encounter would be an epic, and that was where the actual danger lies. Jacob was still over 3 to 4 years away from the epic plains, so he had to be extremely careful from unknown dangers lies ahead. Chapter 349 No Return Zone. The No One Alive Bank City of the Universal Zodiac Taurus Bank region was the headquarters of the Universal Mercenary Agency, and only the bigwigs of the agency were allowed to enter the No One Alive Bank City. In fact, this was the case for all the No One Alive cities of the 3 regions under the 3 hegemonies, and these cities were located in the very heart of each region. Anyhow, the person in charge of this city or the entire region was a well-known character among all the people living in the Epic Plains. Bank manager Lucy was one of the 3 top figures of Alive Plains. She was also quoted as the most perfect and beautiful woman of the Epic Plains, despite only a handful of people actually seeing her true appearance, and she was known as an art lover. Whether any of it was true or not, one thing was true and undeniable: she was number 1 when it came to wealth. Right now, Lucy in a white veil was looking at a projection of a long-haired, burly man with bronze skin and strange tattoo markings on his face. "Where are we with the task I gave you?" Lucy emotionlessly uttered. The burly man replied respectfully, "I have already set up perimeters in all possible entrants in the Star Ocean that leads toward the Epic Alive Plains, except the ones on the northern side of the Epic Dead Plains and those that lead to the no-return zones. No one will be able to enter the Alive Plains without an identity check by us. However, there is something strange going on. I have seen at least one scouting party of the alchemy region in the same areas." Lucy coolly replied, but her voice was filled with malice. "Ignore them, you just focus on your mission, and if you fail you better be prepared for the annihilation of your bronze barbarian tribe from the Bank region." Done declaring, the projection of the bronze barbarian vanished just a moment after he showed a warped expression. Another projection appeared in front of Lucy's emotionless eyes, and this time this was a projection of a map, and there was a small black arrow pointer moving toward a map zone colored in red. Lucy muttered with a hint of disdain, "In the end, greed is still the bane of everyone. After all that performance you put up, I was worried about a moment, but you only amount for this much. Mr. Jacob Steve, let me see if you can survive this unknown no-return zone of the Star Ocean and live to see the extra preparation I put up for your arrival." Lucy's oceanic blue eyes shimmered with ridicule and contempt as she watched the black arrow moving in the direction of the red zone. On the other hand, in the No One Alive Alchemy City, the Alchemy Guild president, Nelson, was tending to his herb field while humming a mysterious tone when his Star Watch suddenly vibrated. Without even looking at the Star Watch, he uttered, "Receive." "Old man, what the hell are you up to? It's been 2 years since our guy vanished from the rare plains, or should I rephrase it for you? Someone had uprooted the entire Alchemy Guild branches, and we only knew about this when our people arrived. Yet, you not only let me not contact Faceless Ancient, you even forbid me from investigating the disappearance of our branches in the rare plains or coming in contact with anyone from the rare plains. Are you going senile? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll find out myself even if you demote me." Ellie's spiteful voice rang, filled with indignation. However, Nelson's lips curled up in a gentle smile as he teasingly said, "My lovely little girl, for a change, don't you want to know if your daddy here is living happily or feeling lonely and eating well? Your life is even more tenacious than the King of Dead. Cut the act and tell me why in the world you made me place that bet. Then you didn't even let me monitor the dog we're betting on," Ellie coldly questioned. Nelson's smile didn't vanish at all despite his daughter's tone, and he seemed like a masochist who enjoyed these sorts of insults. My darling daughter, I've taught you to remain patient even if you're stabbed by someone. Remember, as long as the person didn't kill you on the given a chance, then there is a possibility that the person wants something from you, and this means you have a chance to escape death by taking advantage of the other party's desperation. But you have to remain calm and patient to notice this, or you'll die, Nelson smilingly stated. You may be the only father who teaches his 1-year-old daughter by giving this sort of example. Now if you don't tell me what I want, then I'm going to take action, Ellie threatened in exasperation. Nelson sighed ruefully. I really miss my innocent little girl who loved to make drawings of us holding our hands together. Goodbye, Ellie's furiously roared. All right, I can't even feel a little nostalgic despite my old age. Nelson clicked his tongue and glanced at his watch, and when he saw Ellie hadn't really cut the call, he smiled slyly. He said, I stopped you from making contact because there wasn't any need to waste your time in this matter at all, and I was already on it, so I didn't want to trouble my little girl. As for why I didn't let you contact the faceless ancient after you made that bet, it was because too much contact will make a rose goes bad, and the same goes with our friend the faceless ancient. His personality is something I want you to have, but you can't have everyone, can you? If you keep contacting him, he would have sensed something amiss from it or even spooked away from coming here at all. Now we both didn't want that, could we? I've been on him since the first day you bring him up, but only a spectator from afar, and this is the only way you can keep an eye on this sort of person. After what I'd saw, I have this feeling that we have over 90% chance of winning this bet.